everyone, Novels Wonderland here. Thank you all for the love and support you've shown me and the channel.
3 more orcs fell. Soon, due to Takeru's actions, the number of orcs around him rapidly diminished, giving many volunteers a brief respite. They then went to support other volunteers and border soldiers. As time passed, Takeru's high-profile actions naturally drew the attention of the orc commander. Seeing the large number of orc corpses around Takeru, it grew enraged and ordered 3 more squads of orcs to charge directly at Takeru. These 3 squads moved like sharp blades, quickly tearing through the battlefield towards Takeru. Any volunteers attempting to block their path were cut down. Oh no, elite orc squads! 3 of them! This major movement was noticed by many, even amidst the chaotic battlefield. Some volunteers who had been saved by Takeru spontaneously gathered near him, intending to help him face this formidable enemy. Of course, others were frightened and dared not approach. As for the border army, they were too entangled with their own opponents to spare any reinforcements. Facing these seemingly unstoppable elite orc squads, Takeru merely revealed a cold smirk. Fall back. He calmly addressed the volunteers who wanted to assist him. The volunteers stared at Takeru in shock. However, seeing that Ui, and the others around Takeru obediently retreated, the other volunteers hesitated for a moment before also stepping back a distance. Once everyone had moved away, Takeru took a step forward towards the charging elite orc squads. Paralyzing roar. When the distance was just right, Takeru suddenly swung his staff forward. Instantly, the neatly charging elite orc squad seemed to suffer a terrifying electric shock, their bodies going completely numb. Maintaining their forward momentum, the sudden paralysis caused the entire formation to tumble to the ground in a heap. The resulting collisions caused significant injuries among the orcs. Seizing the opportunity, Takeru rapidly moved his legs. Several white shockwaves shot out, reaching the orcs with incredible speed and slamming into them violently. A multitude of orcs were immediately drenched in blood. But Takeru wasn't finished. He took out the last of his special short swords and hurled them all at the mass of orcs, killing another batch. By this time, the surviving orcs had recovered. They glared at Takeru with hatred, stood back up, and charged at him once more. Facing these orcs, Takeru now closed the distance himself. His hands and feet moved continuously, targeting the orcs' weak points with precise strikes. As for the orcs' attacks, Takeru's figure moved like a falling leaf, always evading at the last possible moment, appearing elegant and effortless. Although he knew these orcs couldn't breach his defenses, Takeru preferred to dodge rather than look disheveled from being hit repeatedly. For a moment, this small section of the battlefield seemed like a stage built for Takeru alone, with everyone watching his performance in awe. In about 10 minutes, the 3 elite squads were effortlessly slaughtered by Takeru. Roar! Takeru! Takeru! Witnessing this, the nearby volunteers shouted Takeru's name like fervent fans, their morale soaring and combat power surging. Joining the fray again, they began to suppress the orcs. The orc commander, seeing Takeru eliminate 4 of its elite squads in a row, gnashed its teeth in fury. However, with the loss of 4 elite squads and the volunteers' boosted morale, the orcs began to lose ground. But retreat wasn't in their nature. The battle continued intensely, reaching a fever pitch, with countless orc and human bodies falling. Takeru's killing spree didn't stop. He moved through the battlefield like a war god. Wherever he went, a trail of orc corpses was left behind. By the time the battle ended, Takeru had lost count of how many orcs he had slain with his own hands. 100? 200? It was impossible to tell. He also felt utterly exhausted. Compared to his near-invincible defense, Takeru's strength, constitution, and speed were relatively average. So, feeling fatigued after several hours of intense battle was no surprise. Additionally, Takeru's robes were tattered and torn, and his staff was in a state beyond practical use. This was understandable. Initially, Takeru had energy to dodge, but later, to conserve stamina, he chose to simply tank attacks head-on, not bothering to evade any incoming strikes. As for Yui and the others, they fared relatively well. Though they sustained numerous injuries, they managed to heal while fighting, aided by the potions Takeru had provided. While their kill counts paled in comparison to Takeru's, their performance was still exceptionally outstanding. Now, with the battle concluded, the volunteers had undoubtedly emerged victorious. Takeru and the others had completely occupied the Deadhead Watching Keep. No one had expected the battle for the Deadhead Watching Keep to conclude within a single day, rendering the second wave of volunteer reinforcements unnecessary. After the battle, everyone was exhausted, but they still diligently collected spoils. Many survivors even requested to join Takeru's team. However, After some thought, Takeru declined. One reason was that their remaining time here was short. Another was that Takeru planned to use the remaining time for proper rest and training. Time flew by, and it was the afternoon of the next day. All volunteers who participated in the battle were gathered. Count Granvold appeared before them, first expressing his gratitude, then began distributing rewards. As the greatest contributor to this major battle, Takeru received personal commendation from Count Granvold. Apart from a reward of 100 gold coins, he was specially gifted a set of top-tier robe and staff. Finally, he received an ultra-rare star ring. Chapter 74, Top. 1291 words. Top-tier robe, crafted from rare materials by a master tailor. Intelligence plus 25, defense plus 15. Additional skill mana recovery, recovers 1 point of mana every 10 seconds. Top-tier staff, intelligence plus 18, strength plus 20, speed plus 6. Star ring, intelligence plus 8, defense plus 8, constitution plus 8. Additional skill, mana barrier, creates a mana barrier with a diameter of 3 meters to block damage upon activation. Duration, 5 minutes. Cooldown, 30 minutes. Note, barrier may break prematurely if damage exceeds capacity. Strength correlates with intelligence attribute. Looking at this complete set of equipment, Takeru couldn't help but smile happily. Both the robes and the ring were extremely rare. Although the star ring skill seemed somewhat mediocre, the attribute points were valuable. Most importantly, multiple rings could be equipped. Without hesitation, Takeru immediately put them on. After equipping them, Takeru, who was already handsome, looked even more dashing. As for Yui and the others, they didn't receive any. Though they didn't get anything, they didn't feel resentful. Instead, they all congratulated Takeru. After the commendation ceremony came the celebration banquet. Notably, Minato and his group had also arrived with the Count, so Takeru saw them at the banquet. After greeting everyone briefly, Takeru was surrounded by numerous volunteers, not to cause trouble, but to toast him one after another. Especially a few enthusiastic volunteers who pulled Takeru aside, expressing that if Takeru hadn't acted swiftly, their own bodies might be lying on the ground now. After dealing with everyone, Takeru returned to the inn in a daze. When he woke up, the sky was already bright. Most importantly, Takeru found that besides himself, there were several other figures sprawled haphazardly on his bed. Yui and the others. Seeing Mayo and Yui clinging to him like koalas, with Yui and Samuji lying nearby, Takeru quickly tried to recall what had happened last night. However, Takeru only remembered everyone toasting him. After drinking an unknown amount, he couldn't remember anything afterward. All he recalled was that in his drunken state, he had insisted on drinking with Yui, and the others. Seeing that everyone's clothes were still intact, meaning nothing inappropriate had happened, Takeru let out a sigh of relief. But now, being pinned down like this presented another dilemma. After all, Takeru was in the prime of his youth, full of vitality. Perhaps because Takeru moved slightly, or maybe because she had rested enough, Yui drowsily opened her eyes. To her surprise, she wasn't hugging her sister but Takeru. She was stunned, staring blankly at him. Good morning, Yui, Takeru said with a gentle, polite smile. Ah! A scream shattered the quiet morning. The scream didn't come from Yui, but from Mayo. Triggered by Mayo's scream, everyone quickly opened their eyes, instantly realizing they were all lying on Takeru's bed. At the dining table in the inn, everyone was slowly enjoying breakfast, each lost in their own thoughts. The usually gentle and well-behaved Yui kept glancing at Takeru, her face sporting an unmistakable blush. Yui also acted differently from usual, no longer carefree, but looking at Takeru with some embarrassment. Even the usually composed and unflappable young lady, Tsumuji, just kept her head down, eating her breakfast. As for Mayo, she was the most uncomfortable. Remembering the morning scene almost made her faint from embarrassment. Takeru looked at everyone helplessly. Honestly, that situation wasn't intentional, it was just an accident. Takeru had never drunk alcohol in this world before, but last night, relying on his high attributes, he had accepted every toast. This led to the alcohol hitting him hard later, causing him to drunkenly insist on drinking with Yui and the others. But what was done was done. Takeru apologized to them and reflected deeply on himself. Seeing this, Yui and the others could only accept the reality, as no one had suffered any real loss. Besides, everyone harbored varying degrees of fondness for Takeru. After that incident, life had to go on. They first explored the deadhead watching keep properly, then threw themselves back into intense training. Influenced by Takeo, even the normally lazy Yui put in a decent amount of training. Just like that, another 7 days passed. Then, in a secluded spot, Takeo and the others were enveloped by a beam of light and vanished from the spot. Congratulations on clearing the Grimgar of Fantasy and Ash World. Beginning settlement. Main Mission 1, survive for 30 days, completed, . Main Mission 2, hunt 30 goblins, completed, . Main Mission 3, hunt 30 kobolds, completed, . Side Mission 1, kill dead spot, completed, . Side Mission 2, change Minato's fate, completed, . Side Mission 3, change Team Tokimune's fate, completed, . Hidden Mission, the battle for Deadhead Watching Keep, completed, . Significantly impacted members of Team Minato. Rating increased. Altered the fate trajectory of some volunteers in Ortana. Rating increased. Total goblins slain, 688. Rating increased. Kobold slain, 486. Rating increased. Orc slain, 264. Rating increased. Settlement complete. Congratulations on achieving an S+ rating. Rewards, 1 S rank evaluation, 120,000 points, S+ rating treasure chest. Seeing the settlement rating, Takeo smiled. The later comment about significantly impacting Team Minato suggested they were likely the protagonists of that world. But the side mission mentioned changing his fate. Did that mean something would have happened to him without interference? Takeo shook his head. The specifics didn't matter much to him. Although he had taught them for a while, in terms of emotional attachment, perhaps he felt closer to Shihoru. Open the S+ treasure chest. Shaking off his thoughts, Takeo gave the command. Congratulations! You have obtained 60,000 points. Congratulations! You have obtained 120 attribute points. Congratulations! You have obtained primary character manifestation card. Congratulations! You have obtained equipment slot expansion permit *1. Congratulations! You have obtained item slot expansion permit *3. Congratulations! You have obtained intermediate enhancement potion. Congratulations! You have obtained intermediate skill enhancement scroll *2. Seeing the chest's contents, Takeo showed a puzzled expression. There were many items, so he prepared to examine them carefully. The first 3 were self-explanatory. Takeo quickly checked the equipment slot expansion. Equipment slot expansion permit, possessing this item allows you to spend points to open additional equipment slots. E.g., opening a necklace slot allows equipping 2 necklaces simultaneously, gaining bonuses from both. Item slot expansion permit, possessing this item allows you to spend points to open additional item slots. Intermediate enhancement potion, can enhance your attributes. Note, requires all base attributes to be at least 30 to use. The process involves slight pain and a burning sensation. A person can only consume 2 such potions in their lifetime. Intermediate skill enhancement scroll, upgrades a primary skill to intermediate level. Seeing this, Takeo took a deep breath. Overall, the items were very practical and offered significant improvements for his current state. Initiate item manifestation. Detected that you have achieved an S+ rating. This time, you can manifest 4 pieces of equipment or 20 items. Note, 1 equipment slot equals 5 regular item slots. Initiate manifestation. Seeing the prompt, Takeo hesitated briefly before making a decision. Manifest the top-tier robe, top-tier staff, star ring, and 5 crystals. Takeo quickly confirmed. The so-called crystals were actually a form of currency circulating in Orc society, button-like objects made of crystal. They looked very beautiful and valuable. In Grimgar, their value ranged from about 5 to 500 copper coins. But Takeo felt they might hold higher value in other worlds, so he had casually collected some of the highest quality ones. He chose to manifest them out of curiosity about whether they might be useful later, as some worlds might require substantial funds. These items might serve a good purpose. Of course, if Takeo guessed wrong, it would just mean wasting 1 equipment manifestation opportunity. Chapter 75 Enhancement and Expansion. 1133 words. Manifestation requires 2 B rank evaluations, 21,000 points. Proceed with manifestation? Manifest. Without much thought, Takeo nodded immediately, as these items were normally impossible to obtain. Deduction successful, B rank evaluations *2, 21,000 points. Manifestation complete. Remaining, S rank evaluation *1, A rank evaluation *1, B rank evaluation *2, points, 228,800. Use the equipment slot expansion permit to expand the armor equipment slot. Expanding armor equipment slot requires B rank evaluation *1, 10,000 points. Equipment slot expansion *1. Confirm. Confirm. Deduction successful. Remaining. Use item slot expansion permit *3. Expanding item slot requires C rank evaluations *3, 15,000 points. Item slot expansion *3. Confirm. Confirm. Deduction successful. Expansion complete. Remaining, S rank evaluation *1, A rank evaluation *1, points, 203,800. After both the equipment and item slots were expanded, Takeo eagerly equipped the top-tier robe and the Twilight Knight armor. Feeling the physical changes, he couldn't help but smile. His item slots now totaled 13. Aside from a spare miscellaneous box, he had health recovery potions, mana recovery potions, 2 primary character manifestation cards, the newly obtained intermediate enhancement potion, skill enhancement scrolls, crystal coins, Twilight Knight's shadow and Twilight Moon. After a moment's thought, Takeo addressed the reincarnation space again. Use points to raise my strength, constitution, speed, and intelligence attributes to 100 points each. Enhancement requires 48,000 points. Proceed. Confirm enhancement. Points deducted. Enhancement in progress. Remaining points, 155,800. As the system's voice faded, Takeo felt immense energy acting on his entire body. Under this energy's enhancement, his strength continuously increased. A while later, as the energy dissipated, Takeo felt a surge of power throughout his body. But that wasn't all. After briefly adjusting, Takeo directly took out the enhancement potion and drank it. Soon, a burning sensation spread through him. However, compared to the previous gene enhancement potion, this burning sensation had almost no effect on Takeo. In about 10 minutes, the potion's effects were fully absorbed. Checking his attributes, Takeo was very satisfied. He then took out the intermediate skill enhancement scrolls. After consideration, he used both scrolls to enhance his Rokushiki and Observation Haki. As for why he didn't enhance Armament Haki, Takeo felt Armament Haki has almost reached intermediate level. Observation Haki and Rokushiki had only recently reached the beginner level, and reaching intermediate would require a lot more time. After comprehensive consideration, he chose these two. With their use, Takeo soon felt a stream of information flooding his mind, accompanied by a special energy transforming his body. Closing his eyes to digest the influx, Takeo then reopened them. With a thought, he spread his Observation Haki, which quickly covered a radius of 500 meters. What entered Takeo's mind was still a vast, blank space, seemingly endless. He then deactivated Observation Haki with another thought. Next, Takeo used Soru. After 5 consecutive bursts, he appeared nearly 100 meters away from his original position. He then tested Tekai, Rankiku, Shagan, etc., finding their use felt completely natural, as if he had diligently practiced them for 2 or 3 years. After the tests, Takeo casually allocated the newly obtained 120 attribute points into his defense stat before checking his status panel. Reincarnator No. 3, Noro Takeo. Race, human. Talents, abilities, photographic memory, telekinesis, absolute defense, perseverance, gluttony, giant killing. Strength, 118, 5, average human, 20. Constitution, 128. Defense, 541, 58. Speed, 116, 4. Intelligence, 120, 38. Mana, 90, 240, average human, 0. Training methods, none. Skills, meditation, bomb devourer, armament haki, beginner, observation haki, intermediate, 6 powers, intermediate, light healing, advanced, advanced healing, intermediate, illumination, advanced, purification, intermediate. Evaluations and points, S rank evaluation *1, A rank evaluation *1, points, 155,800. Seeing his attributes without even equipping weapons, Takeo smiled happily. Feeling his newfound power and noticing the new functions, Takeru decided to pause for now and headed to the reincarnation hall. Upon exiting, he saw Umaru, Yukino, and others seemingly in conflict with two newcomers. HMPH, ganging up on us, huh? Just you wait. Next time I see you on a mission, I'll make you pay. The two men spoke and promptly logged out of the reincarnation space. HMPH, cowards. Seeing their swift logout, Umaru said indignantly. Forget it, Umaru. Let's wait for Takeru to come out first. Yui nearby quickly tried to console Umaru. What happened? Hearing Yui's words, Takeru asked curiously. Takeru-senpai, it's like this. Those two men just tried to take advantage of Umaru-ne, but Yukino-ne stopped them and taught them a lesson. Then an argument started. Seeing Takeru emerge, Yui quickly explained what had happened. Where's Taihei? Seeing that Umaru was nearly taken advantage of, but Taihei was absent, along with Hashiman, Yuta, and others, Takeru asked, puzzled. Onii-chan left earlier. Hearing Takeru's question, Umaru replied directly. As for herself, she had been waiting for Takeru, hoping to gather again, but then the incident occurred. I see. Hearing Umaru's words, Takeru nodded in understanding. It was already late. People like Yuta and Hashiman were probably worried about their families and couldn't wait for him. Currently, besides Umaru and Yukino, only the Hirasawa sisters, Yui and Ui, remained. The others, including Mayo and Samuji, seemed to have already left. Takeru had indeed spent quite a while enhancing himself in his private space. This kind of thing is unavoidable. As the reincarnation space continues to recruit more people, it's inevitable that some individuals with ill intentions will appear. My suggestion is to form teams. Similar to what we did before. Team members help each other when they meet in reincarnation mission worlds. Of course, the same applies in the real world. As for those not in the team, everyone should be cautious and vigilant. If someone wants to join our team, they need to pass our evaluation. Accepting anyone would just create chaos within the team. After some thought, Takeru spoke directly. I agree. As soon as Takeru finished, Yukino said earnestly. As members of the first batch of reincarnators, Takeru and the others possessed the strength and confidence for this. We agree too. Hearing Takeru and Yukino's words, Yui and Ui quickly nodded in agreement. Good. We'll discuss the specifics tomorrow. The most important thing is that some people with twisted minds, after gaining power, will let their inner desires expand. This means our enemies in the future may not only be world anomalies but also fellow reincarnators from the reincarnation space. Before parting, Takeru looked at everyone seriously. I understand. Hearing Takeru's words, everyone frowned slightly before nodding seriously. All right, it's getting late. I need to head back and check on things. See you all tomorrow. Checking the time, Takeru quickly said. Okay, see you tomorrow. After waving to everyone, Takeru's figure vanished from the spot. Only after noticing Takeru's departure did Umaru and Yukino realize they had meant to ask Takeru about good things to exchange for. Now, they could only leave first. Chapter 76, forming the Reincarnator Team. 1195 words. As his consciousness returned, Takeru saw his surroundings, the same spot he had hidden in before. He glanced around to confirm no one was watching, then checked the time. It was now 21:56. Clearly, he had spent quite a while enhancing himself earlier. Besides the time, there were 2 missed calls, both from Mayu, from just a few minutes ago. Without delay, Takeru released his observation haki to ensure no people or surveillance were nearby. Taking advantage of the night, he swiftly flew towards home. In just 5 minutes, he was near the apartment building. Landing in a secluded spot, Takeru walked the rest of the way home. I'm back. Arriving at the upstairs apartment, Takeru announced as he opened the door. Onii-chan. Seeing Takeru return, Mayu's face lit up with joy as she rushed towards him. What's wrong? Catching Mayu, Takeru looked at her curiously. Nothing. I just missed you, Onii-chan. Hearing his question, Mayu simply buried her face in his chest and spoke softly. Seeing Mayu like this, Takeru's expression softened. I'm sorry. I'll come back earlier next time. It's okay. I know Onii-chan has his own things to do. I'm just being too clingy. Hearing Takeru's words, Mayu said sheepishly. All right, let me go wash up first. I'm all sweaty. Aren't you bothered by the smell? Hearing Mayu, Takeru cracked a smile and joked. Not at all. Oni-chan doesn't smell bad. Hearing this, Mayu replied earnestly. Okay. I'll go wash up first. Time to rest, we need to get up early for school tomorrow. Gently nudging Mayu aside, Takeru looked at her affectionately. Hearing Takeru, Mayu reluctantly let go. After a thorough wash, Takeru quickly dried off, put on his pajamas, and came out. Seeing him, Mayu smiled happily, then turned off the TV and pulled Takeru straight into the bedroom. Though surprised, Takeru quickly turned off the lights and followed her inside. Soon, Takeru and Mayu were lying in bed. Takeru looked at Mayu curiously, wondering what was up with her today. In Mayu's perception, Takeru had left around 8:40 p.m., meaning he'd only been gone for about an hour and 40 minutes. Hey, Mayu, what was wrong earlier? Takeru asked, looking at her. Well, it's just that Oni-chan has never left me alone at night before, so I felt a little scared earlier. Hearing Takeru, Mayu hesitated before answering. Is that so? I'm sorry, Mayu. Hearing her words, Takeru felt a pang and apologized. It's fine, because Oni-chan is back now. Hearing Takeru, Mayu hugged him tightly. All right then, let's get some sleep. Seeing her like this, Takeru patted her head. Good night, Oni-chan. Mayu, time to get up. The next morning, after his early workout, Takeru went to wake the still sleeping Mayu. I know. Hearing Takeru, Mayu drowsily opened her eyes. Confirming she was awake, Takeru smiled and headed to the kitchen to start cooking. Though he hadn't cooked much for a month, Takeru felt no rustiness at all, likely due to his high spirit and physical coordination. He quickly finished preparing breakfast. Mayu, having washed up and changed, was already waiting. Soon, they ate breakfast together and left for school. Morning, Abina. Just as they stepped out, Takeru and Mayu saw Abina waiting downstairs. Since Takeru invited Abina to walk to school together last time, she now waited for him almost every day. Takeru-kun, Mayu, good morning. Seeing them, Abina smiled happily. Since arriving here, Takeru and Mayu were arguably her first true friends. Naturally, Abina cherished this deeply. As they walked and chatted on the way to school, Takeru felt a strange sense of unfamiliarity with his surroundings. A month in that other world had acclimated him to a different life. Returning here felt slightly jarring. Perhaps it was a minor side effect of cycling between worlds. But this was the world he'd lived in for over a decade, and that feeling would likely fade in a day or two. Arriving at the classroom, after greeting everyone, Takeru sat at his desk and gazed out the window at the scenery. If it wouldn't draw too much attention, Takeru honestly didn't feel like coming to school. He already knew everything being taught. More advanced topics weren't necessary. While high intelligence could lead to strength in the reincarnation space, Takeru didn't need to go that route. When the teacher arrived, Takeru entered a training state, expanding his observation haki and using his telekinesis to extend outside, controlling the leaves to dance according to his will. Time flew by, and it was afternoon. Everyone gathered in the service club's room. Besides the original 7 members, there were several others: Mayo, Tsumuji, Tainaka Ritsu, and Tochibana Sylphinford. So many people at our school are reincarnators. Ritsu, who had entered the reincarnation space in the same batch as Mayo, exclaimed in shock as everyone arrived. Don't mention the reincarnators or the reincarnation space outside. We can just refer to it as that place. Hearing Ritsu's words, Takeru calmly reminded her. Right. Hearing this, Ritsu laughed awkwardly. Alright, since everyone is here, let me start with a summary. Seeing everyone assembled, Yukino spoke up. As she did, everyone looked her way. I'll skip the pleasantries. We've all been chosen by that place, and it's clearly not a charity. So, I hope we can unite. That's what we did before. But yesterday, something happened. Following Takeru's suggestion, we've decided to form a team. In that place, we'll help each other. Also, if any problems arise in the real world, team members can ask each other for assistance. As for team members, besides our original club members, anyone wanting to join later will need to pass an evaluation. Of course, Yufa can join directly now. What does everyone think? Yukino quickly explained the team proposal. I agree. Yui quickly raised her hand and nodded. I agree. Hashiman followed. Though unsure what happened, he knew it couldn't have been pleasant. Plus, since forming the team was Takeru's idea, he wouldn't oppose it. I agree. Soon, everyone voted in favor. Everyone from the first batch of reincarnators agreed, except for Taihei and Ui, who weren't school students. After all, forming a team wasn't much different from before for them, and the main focus was on handling future members. Good. Now, what about you four? Will you join our team? Yukino then looked at Mayo, Sylphin, and the other two. May I ask, what would being a team member require us to do? Tsumuji raised her hand hesitantly. We won't force you to do anything. It's about mutual benefit and assistance. Of course, sometimes we might deal with supernatural events in the real world, and we hope everyone will participate actively then. Yukino shook her head calmly. I see. Then I'll join. Hearing Yukino, Tsumuji quickly agreed. She had already benefited greatly from mutual assistance. In this recent mission, without Takeru, she probably wouldn't have achieved an A rating, even a BA might have been difficult. Thinking this, she glanced at Takeru with gratitude. I'll join too. Soon, Mayo also chose to join. Seeing Mayo agree without hesitation, Ritsu quickly voiced her agreement as well. Chapter 77, Chapter 77 Team Regulations. 1,336 words. I understand. In that case, I'll join too. After looking at everyone, Sylphin also spoke. Although she wasn't sure what everyone could actually help with, since the people around her had all joined this special team, she didn't want to be left out. Good. Since everyone has agreed to join, a team needs a leader. Otherwise, it can easily become a disorganized mess. Here, I propose Takeru as the team leader. Yukino said seriously. I agree. Hearing Yukino's words, Rika was the first to vote. I agree too. Quickly, Yui and Yumaru also agreed rapidly. I approve. Soon, the vote was cast. Apart from the newly joined Ritsu and Sylphin who didn't vote, everyone else unanimously passed the motion. Since everyone trusts me so much, I understand. Then, from today on, I am the team leader. Looking at everyone's expectant gazes, Takeru no longer hesitated and nodded directly. After all, the meaning of this team leader is completely different from that of a club president. Becoming the leader essentially means this team is Takeru's own force, and the authority it holds is not ordinary. Of course, Takeru isn't very concerned about authority, but having a group of people who listen to him is something he wouldn't refuse. Good. Since the team is established, I also hope the team has clearer regulations. First, members of the team must never fight or kill each other. Second, whether in the team world or the real world, we should try to help each other. Of course, if someone wants to act alone, that's not forced, but absolutely no scheming against teammates. Third, outside, we must not disclose team matters or members. Fourth, team members must not arbitrarily disturb the peace of the real world unless absolutely necessary. Fifth, if it's a world involving confrontation, and we are on opposing sides, I hope we avoid taking lives as much as possible, and also strive for fair competition. Takeru paused for a moment before speaking. I understand. Everyone had no issues with the first four regulations, but hearing the last one, they seemed somewhat somber. Will there really be situations requiring confrontation? Hearing Takeru's words, Ritsu hesitantly spoke up. I'm not sure. I haven't encountered it yet. It's best if there isn't, but if it really happens, I hope everyone at the very least doesn't go for the kill against fellow team members. Of course, if the situation is truly dire, then we'll decide based on the circumstances. We understand. Hearing Takeru say this, everyone could only nod gloomily. Having experienced quite a few life-and-death struggles, everyone wouldn't shy away from the concept of killing as much anymore. Alright, that situation is the worst-case scenario. Normally, we probably won't run into it. Now, let me talk about the requirements for joining the team later. Seeing the somewhat heavy atmosphere in the classroom, Takeru quickly changed the subject. What conditions are needed? Hearing Takeru's words, everyone looked at him curiously. Very simple. It's about character. People joining the team can be weak in strength, but their personality must be without issue. As for if anyone has candidates they want to recommend, you must not tell them about the team matters beforehand. They need to pass an assessment here first, then we'll hold a vote. If the number of yes votes exceeds the no votes, we can then extend an invitation. Takeru said seriously. Yes. Hearing Takeru's words, everyone had no objections. Good. Does anyone have any questions or anything to add? Seeing everyone nod, Takeo quickly spoke up. Why can't we tell others about the team or disclose team members? Yui asked curiously. Of course, it's to protect everyone as much as possible. The abilities in that place are strange and varied. Later, there might be people with malicious intentions who gain power and abuse it, killing indiscriminately. Plus, even if we don't actively seek trouble, others might come looking for it. In such situations, we will inevitably encounter these people. In severe cases, we might even have to take action and kill them in the real world. To prevent them from becoming desperate and seeking revenge on other members, we need to hide member information as much as possible. Furthermore, I hope that after each mission ends, if everyone returns to the main hall, don't converse too intimately. Wait until returning to the real world to communicate. After all, the new function is also quite good. Everyone can return first and then find time to enter that place later, although entering normally requires spending 100 points. Looking at everyone, Takeo spoke seriously. Yes. Hearing Takeo's words, everyone's expressions tightened, understanding the dangers he mentioned. Yukino and Hashiman especially felt this deeply. Human nature is the most terrifying thing. And Sylphin and the others now understood why everyone had nominated Takeo as leader. Just this foresight alone was something no one else could match. Next, Takeo proposed promoting Yukino to vice leader. Mainly, tasks like organizing cleanup activities or gathering intelligence still needed her to handle them. As for Takeo himself, although he became the leader, his main role was to make final decisions on certain matters and guide everyone. Afterwards, everyone began free conversation, and Takeo also curiously asked about everyone's experiences in that world. Hearing this, a few hesitated before explaining. When Takeo heard that everyone who chose the first world had become the same girl, he secretly felt relieved for choosing Grimgar world. Otherwise, he would have also experienced being a girl for a month. Based on everyone's accounts, that world was a romance and dating simulation world. According to everyone's summary, there were 4 main male protagonists and 3 main female protagonists. Including the replaced female protagonist, there were 4 female protagonists in total. But this was just everyone's speculation. Among them, the ones with the best results were actually Hashiman and Sylphin, who received a B+ rating, which made Takeo's gaze turn somewhat strange. As for the others, Yumaru only got a B rating, mainly because in several scenarios, everyone had missed several important characters to pursue. However, none had triggered a scenario that led to death. At the very least, everyone's main quests were completed. The lowest in the team was Yuta, with only a C, mainly because his ability to adapt was too weak. Apart from the team, what everyone didn't know was that yesterday, one of the men had triggered a deadly scenario and died once, losing 10 points in all attributes. After coming out, he was sullen and unhappy, and together with another companion he knew in reality, they began to harbor ill intentions toward Yumaru. Through conversation, everyone also learned the names of the other 4 reincarnators. Based on their descriptions, Tsumuji quickly identified the 2 men's names, Taisakura Tadashi and Mikawa Tomoya. According to the initial introduction, both seemed to be ordinary office workers, and their residences were not in Chiba Prefecture. Then, Ritsu began to complain about the 2. At the beginning, all 8 had chosen the same world. Although they were split into 2 groups, each area had 4 people sticking together. After understanding the situation a bit, the 2 men started trying to get handsy with Ritsu and the other girl. However, Ritsu wasn't the type to take things lying down and resisted directly. Seeing this, the 2 could only glare resentfully at Ritsu, planning to find another opportunity in later worlds. Hearing Ritsu's account, Takeo began to ponder. Clearly, these 2 were not the peaceful type. Perhaps due to too much pent-up frustration, once they gained power in the future, they would definitely seek revenge on the world. After warning everyone to be extra careful if they encountered the 2, Takeo couldn't do much for now. Firstly, the 2 hadn't actually done anything concrete yet. Secondly, Takeo only knew their city, not exactly where they lived. He couldn't possibly go to great lengths to find and kill them just because they might commit crimes in the future. Chapter 78, Chapter 78 Fun. Excited Tsumuji. 1,243 words. As everyone was discussing, time slowly reached for in the afternoon. Suddenly, there was a knock at the door. Through Takeo's observation haki perception, a girl with hair styled like a pair of buns was standing nervously outside. Please come in. As the knocking sound rang out, everyone stopped talking and turned their gaze to the door. Yukino quickly spoke up. Sorry to disturb. Hiratsuka-sensei asked me to come. The girl entered with her head bowed, speaking softly, and casually closed the door behind her. Why are there so many people? Seeing so many pairs of eyes fixed on her, Uegahama Yui couldn't help but take a few steps back. Uegahama Yui from Class 2F, right? Is there something? Please, have a seat first. Seeing Uegahama, Yukino was also surprised, but she remembered that her club was the service club. You know me. Am I disturbing? Hearing Yukino's words, Uegahama first showed a happy smile, then spoke hesitantly. Did she memorize everyone in the school? Looking at Uegahama, then at Yukino, Hashiman complained in his mind. It's fine. Is there something? Noticing Uegahama's hesitation, Yukino gently shook her head. It's like this, I want to make some cookies to thank someone, but I've never tried before, so. I wanted to ask for your help. Glancing at Takeo and the others, Uegahama said softly to Yukino. Hearing Uegahama's words, Takeo glanced at her curiously but didn't say anything. I understand. Then I'll go with you. Hearing her words, Yukino hesitated for a moment before speaking. Then I'll leave it to you. Hearing Yukino agree, Uegahama nodded gratefully. Everyone, sorry, I need to leave for a bit. Then, Yukino stood up and spoke to Takeo and the others. It's okay, do you need our help? Tsumuji also showed a gentle smile. Not needed for now, I'll be back soon. Hearing Tsumuji's words, Yukino shook her head. As the two left, everyone began talking again. Seizing this opportunity, Umaru also told a few people about the reincarnation space, mainly repeating what Takeo had said before. After experiencing 3 reincarnations, many things had been confirmed. In the blink of an eye, 3 more days passed. During these days, nothing particularly special happened around Takeo and the others, except that the service club seemed to be gaining fame. Mainly because many beautiful girls had joined, making many boys restless and wanting to join in, hoping to get close to them. Unfortunately, all these applications were rejected. Among them was Nibutani's application, which saddened her a bit, but she somewhat understood that only special people might be able to join. And she wasn't wrong. Everyone who could join were reincarnators, and future members would also only be recruited from among reincarnators. Today, to make up for the regret Mayu had from the zoo visit last time, Takeo had to take Mayu out again, planning to go to the amusement park. Also, based on the promise made in the Grimgar world to Ui, Mayo, and Tsumuji to introduce Mayu to them, Takeo also invited them, along with Abina who lived next door. Hearing Takeo's invitation, everyone quickly agreed. Even the shy Mayo, upon hearing that Kotobuki and the others had agreed, quickly nodded. After getting ready and about to leave, Mayo ran into her close friend Ritsu. Under Ritsu's persistent pestering, Mayo had no choice but to bring Ritsu along to the gathering. Hi, everyone, good morning. This is my little sister, Takanashi Mayu. Mayu, let me introduce everyone. This is Hirasawa Yui, this is Hirasawa Ui, she is Okiyama Mayo. Hello everyone, thank you for usually taking care of my brother. And please, just call me Mayu. After Takeo finished introducing everyone, Mayu obediently spoke to everyone. Not at all, it's Takeo-senpai who usually takes care of us. Hearing Mayu's words, Ui quickly spoke up. Then, everyone began to chat. Mayu, with her high emotional intelligence, quickly integrated into the group. Soon, everyone boarded the train heading to the amusement park. Along the way, Takeo received countless looks of envy and jealousy. Seeing Takeo surrounded by beautiful girls, if looks could kill, Takeo would have been cut to pieces 1,000 times over. However, Takeo paid no attention to the people around him. Arriving at the amusement park, everyone began to have fun. Because it was Saturday, there were quite a few people, but everyone didn't mind. With their superhuman stamina, they quickly tried various rides, and Takeo was pulled along by Mayu to accompany her. Afterwards, Takeo took everyone to a nearby restaurant for lunch. Upon learning that Takeo was also a light novel author, everyone showed surprised expressions. When they later learned about the light novels Takeo wrote, they were even more impressed. Although the girls weren't very familiar with these things, they could still distinguish whether a book was good or not. Then, following a suggestion, everyone went to the arcade. Someone like the young lady Tsumuji, who rarely encountered these things, played with wild enthusiasm. Hey, it's a game center. Tsumuji said excitedly, looking around. She gets excited about everything. Ritsu said with a dry laugh. This thing shining like a big chandelier, what is it? Suddenly, Tsumuji pointed excitedly at a large machine. That's a coin pusher game. Hearing her words, Takeru said with a smile. What about this one with a steering wheel? That's a racing game. Mayu answered directly. There are even fishing rods and guns here. Soon, Tsumuji discovered 2 more special game machines. That's a fishing game and a shooting game. Yui also answered directly. What should I do? There are too many fun things, I don't know which one to start with. Tsumuji said excitedly. Takeru could clearly sense her completely genuine emotions and couldn't help but smile slightly. Calm down, we still have plenty of time. We should be able to try everything. Looking around, Takeru said cheerfully. Is that so? I want to try that one first. Kotobuki Tsumuji suddenly pointed excitedly at an arm wrestling machine. That looks pretty good, let me demonstrate first. Ritsu quickly went to the arm wrestling machine, inserted a coin, and started wrestling with it. However, Ritsu's strength was no longer at an ordinary person's level, so she easily won. Hearing the sound from the machine, people nearby looked curiously at the seemingly delicate Ritsu. Then it was Tsumuji's turn. She also quickly won. Next were Yui, Mayo, and the others. The people around stared in shock at Takeru's group, even suspecting for a moment that the arm wrestling machine was broken. After all, Mayu, who was clearly elementary school age, had actually beaten the machine, while many adults present couldn't. Though there was one who didn't win, Abina. Afterwards, everyone started to wreak havoc on the claw machines. To be honest, Takeru didn't know the technique for claw machines, but Takeru had telekinesis. Invisible force controlled the plush toys, making them rise with the claw and then fall out, quickly getting each girl the plush toy she liked. Thank you. Receiving the plush toys Takeru gave them, the girl showed happy smiles. Then everyone tried other facilities, playing for over 2 hours before leaving the game center satisfied. After that, everyone went to a karaoke room and started singing again. Just like that, after a full day of crazy fun, Takeru finally took a taxi to send everyone back to their homes. Chapter 79, the new function of the reincarnation space, Hunter World. 1,386 words. After returning home, everyone also texted Takeru to let him know they were safe. So, did you have fun today? After returning to the apartment, the time had already reached 8 o'clock. Takeru smiled and looked at Mayu. Not bad. But, brother, you're too much. Mayu quickly puffed up her cheeks and looked at Takeru. Ooh? What's wrong? Hearing Mayu's words, Takeru asked, puzzled. Of course it's about you having so many girlfriends. Mayu said without hesitation. They're just friends. Hearing Mayu's words, Takeru looked at her helplessly. I don't believe it. Hearing Takeru's words, Mayu still looked unhappy. Although she was young, Mayu had extremely high emotional intelligence and could naturally see that the looks Abina, Okiyama Mayo, and Yui gave Takeru were a bit unusual. Also, even the somewhat airheaded Yui was very affectionate with Takeru in an unguarded way. That kind of completely genuine behavior made it clear to Mayu that Yui didn't see Takeru as an outsider, which was a very dangerous signal. Thinking of this, Mayu didn't know whether to be happy or sad. Happy that her brother was liked by so many people, sad that her brother might not dote on her as much in the future. Takeru didn't notice Mayu's concerns. Perhaps because of his physical age, Takeru wasn't thinking about too many things for now. All right, Mayu, go take a bath quickly. You don't have school tomorrow anyway. Gently shaking his head, Takeru went straight to his room to start his workout. Seeing Takeru like this, Mayu could only head straight to the bathroom. In the blink of an eye, another 7 days passed. During this time, incidents seemed to be happening more and more frequently. Many zoos had issues, leading to a large number of them closing down. In some forests, news of hunter deaths kept coming out. In some special places, some people died under mysterious circumstances. Facing these increasing situations, the country quickly responded. First, in terms of defense, they continuously strengthened it and established emergency shelters in various areas, even having many civilians conduct drills. Clearly, the country knew something about the situation to have these measures. But these had little to do with Takeru for now. The vast majority of people still went to school and work as usual, not really affected. As for Takeru, apart from his regular routine of going to school and training, there was also communication and exchange with the team members. Besides that, Takeru would often take time to enter the reincarnation space for training. After completing the Grimgar of Fantasy and Ash Mission World, the reincarnation space introduced a new function. This function allowed all reincarnators to enter the reincarnation space even during normal times. However, each entry required spending 100 points. Inside the reincarnation space, apart from being able to use various functions normally, the most important thing was being able to open a new training area. But opening a special training area required spending a B rank evaluation and 5,000 points. This was a one-time cost to unlock it, but subsequent use still required spending points. For example, a room with a 2-to-1 time ratio required 100 points per hour. Once opened, you could train inside for 1 hour, while only 30 minutes passed outside. As for 3:1, it cost 120 points per hour, for 1 cost 140 points, and so on. Takeo often used the 5-to-1 time ratio, meaning 1 hour inside cost 160 points, while only 12 minutes passed outside. It was very intelligent inside. It could simulate any training scenario you could think of. There were also directly selectable training scenes, and any needed props, weapons, etc., could all be simulated. Takeo often used gravity training for himself. Perhaps because of his extremely high defense, Takeo could always push himself beyond limits. Apart from that, Takeo also simulated training to adapt to underwater, aerial, icy plains, volcanic environments, and so on. Of course, besides training, you could also rest. There were many beautiful landscapes inside. Apart from not being able to simulate living creatures, it could simulate anything. Over these days, to unlock and use the training space, Takeo spent a total of 1 B rank evaluation and 11,400 points. He currently had remaining 1 S rank evaluation, 2 B rank evaluations, and 144,400 points. And Takeo's gains were very good. First, his armament haki had reached the intermediate level. Also, his various skills were becoming more proficient. Moreover, under Takeo's relentless self-pushing, all his basic attributes had improved significantly. Takeo's current attributes: Strength, 123.5, Constitution, 126.8, Defense, 543.58, Speed, 120.4, Spirit, 124.38. Therefore, Takeo felt this training space was very cost-effective. Today, there were only about 30 minutes left until the reincarnation space summons. Although somewhat reluctant, Takeo still needed to enter the reincarnation space from outside. Mayu, I need to go out first. I'll probably be back around 10 o'clock. Patting Mayu's head, Takeo spoke directly. I know. Hearing Takeo's words, Mayu didn't act spoiled and quickly nodded. After saying goodbye to Mayu, Takeo left the apartment. After leaving the apartment, Takeo headed straight for the building behind. Soon, he stopped at a single-occupancy apartment building, quickly went upstairs, and didn't stop until he reached a small room on the 6th floor. Takeo directly opened the door and entered. This room was newly rented by Takeo specifically for entering the reincarnation space. It was usually empty, and Mayu didn't know about its existence. The room was very simple, with just a simple table and bed. Apart from that, there was a small kitchen and a bathroom. The rent for this apartment wasn't expensive and posed no burden for Takeo. After going up, Takeo lay directly on the bed. Not long after, his figure disappeared from the spot. When Takeo regained his senses, he was already in a special place, sitting in a peculiar room. Besides Takeo, there was a familiar figure, Yumaru. Why? This time we don't even need to enter the reincarnation space's main hub. Looking at the surroundings, Takeo said in surprise. Then, Takeo didn't dwell on it and quickly opened his reincarnation watch to check the mission information. World introduction: this is a world of hunters. Gourmet hunters travel the world seeking delicious ingredients, private hunters are employed by others, treasure hunters undergo strict tests in pursuit of gold and silver treasures, beast hunters seek to find and discover many unknown magical beasts, blacklist hunters hunt down wanted criminals or rule-breaking hunters. Pro hunters possess various privileges, such as free use of 95% of public facilities in various countries. Main Mission 1, survive for 1 month. Side Mission 1, become a pro hunter. Side Mission 2, Heaven's Arena. The higher the floor you reach, the higher the rating you will obtain. Side Mission 3, Hidden. Seeing the world introduction and missions, Takeo quickly realized this was undoubtedly the Hunter x Hunter world. In his previous life, Takeo also really liked this anime, so he was very familiar with the plot. Now, the requirement to survive for a month meant that if used properly, Takeru could plan to obtain many things in this world. Among them, the most important, Takeru felt, was undoubtedly Nen. Different from telekinesis, Nen abilities were more peculiar. And according to this world's explanation, everyone possessed Nen, though most people found it difficult to awaken it in their lifetime. As for surviving in this world under normal circumstances, as long as you weren't too reckless or unlucky, even ordinary people could live. But if you were unlucky or acted recklessly, you could very well be taught a lesson by the powerhouses of this world. However, seeing his defense attribute of 543, plus his absolute defense talent, the defense points from equipment, and his various abilities, Takeru felt that as long as he didn't provoke the top-tier powerhouses, he wouldn't be in any life-threatening danger. Thinking this, Takeru directly took out Twilight Knight's Shadow and Twilight Moon. As Takeru took out his shield, one of his skills activated. Great Shield Mastery LV.6, when equipped with a Great Shield, damage received is reduced by N%, where N is the skill level. Meaning from now on, when others attack Takeru, he only takes 94% of the damage. Of course, this skill was better than nothing. Chapter 80, The Kindly Tonpa. 1281 words. Most importantly, after realizing this world was that of Hunter x Hunter, Takeru felt that the growth-hindering condition for his Twilight Knight's Shadow set, which he hadn't been able to trigger before, should be achievable several times here. How many times it could grow would depend on his own actions. Ooh? Where is this? Just as Takeru was thinking, Yumaru also woke up. Seeing her surroundings weren't the familiar white space, she showed a confused expression. But upon seeing Takeru, a trace of a delighted smile appeared. Takeru! Check the mission first. It seems this time there's only one world to choose, so they directly placed us in the mission world. Seeing Yumaru awake, Takeru spoke directly. At the moment, Takeru and the others were in something like a restaurant's private room, surrounded by a yellow barrier that enveloped them. Their clothes were also tracksuits. Hunter World? Heaven's Arena. After reading the mission introduction, Yumaru also showed a puzzled look. I think we'll find out soon enough. Takeru said with a light laugh. At the same time, in another parallel world, Yukino, Rika, and Yuta were also in an unfamiliar private room. Yui and Taihei were in the same world, while Ui and Hashiman were in another. As for Mayo, Ritsu, and the others from the second summoning batch, they were in another instance world, the Beatum world, participating in a real-life bomb battle game. Those 8 were also split into groups of 4 per world. Unlike Takeru's group appearing directly in a private room, they appeared on an airplane. Takeru didn't know about the other situations. Not long after Yumaru woke up, the barrier surrounding Takeru and the others vanished. Then, Takeru noticed the private room starting to move. What's going on? The sudden vibration made Yumaru exclaim in surprise. But soon, Takeru realized this private room was actually a modified elevator. Then Takeru expanded his observation haki and quickly detected that this was a small steak restaurant. Dozens of meters below, there were a large number of people. Seeing this, Takeru understood. This was indeed the venue for the 287th Hunter exam. That meant everyone was about to face the first test. Thinking this, Takeru showed a faint smile. Soon, as the number on the room changed to 100, the door opened. Let's go, Yumaru. Seeing the door open, Takeru walked out casually, and Yumaru quickly followed. So many people. And such strong pressure. As Yumaru stepped out, she could feel the terrifying aura emanating from the crowd ahead. Please take your number tag. At that moment, a green, bean-like person came to Takeru's side, handing him a tag engraved with 406. Please take it. After giving Takeru his, he took out a 407 and gave it to Yumaru. Yumaru was seeing such a peculiar person for the first time and was momentarily stunned, but she quickly regained her composure and accepted it. To avoid loss, please be sure to pin this number tag on your chest. After saying this, Beans left directly. Even after Beans left, Yumaru was still looking at him in amazement. If she hadn't been through the baptism of zombies and such, seeing Beans would have astonished her for a long time. Takeru's gaze, however, was sweeping over the main characters of the Hunter x Hunter world, Gun and his friends, the highly charismatic Hisoka, and the oddly dressed Illumi. These were the people worth Takeru's attention. Looking at Hisoka, Takeru showed a smile, a plan already forming in his mind. At that moment, Tonpa was talking with Gun and the others. Clearly, they hadn't been there long. Say, among these people, are there any others with as much experience as Tonpa-san? Gun was still excitedly asking Tonpa. No one has more experience than me. But, that person over there, number 255, wrestler Todo, has strong explosive power and a smart mind. Opposite him is number 103, Snake Charmer Bourbon. That guy is very persistent, and he's troublesome as an enemy. And number 191, martial artist Badoro. Although old, he's unmatched in martial arts. As Tonpa introduced them, Takeru also looked at the people mentioned, then showed an amused smile. Takeru remembered very clearly that none of these people passed the exam, and a few would even die during this exam. Not long after, Takeru noticed an examinee bump into Hisoka. Soon after, his screams rang out. Then, everyone saw a very strange scene. The man's arms began to burn like fireworks, turning into petals and dispersing. Ah, how marvelous! His hands turned into petals and vanished. I didn't rig anything. Be careful, when you bump into someone, you should apologize. Hisoka showed a contemptuous smile as he looked at the man. With this happening, people around fearfully moved away from Hisoka. Takeru watched the whole thing, looking thoughtful. What caused that scene was undoubtedly Nen. Hisoka was a Nen master, and his Nen type was transmutation. What he used just now was likely texture surprise, transforming the flesh and blood into petals to display. He actually tried to kill someone right away. Yumaru also looked at Hisoka in horror not far away. That dangerous guy is here again this year. Tonpa spoke up again nearby. Does that mean he participated last year too? Kurapika beside Tonpa also asked in surprise. Number 44, Magician Hisoka. Last year, he was on the verge of passing but beat an examiner he disliked half to death. Tonpa said directly. That kind of person can still participate in the exam this year. The old man like Leorio showed a surprised expression. Yumaru, who was eavesdropping using her observation haki, also looked at Tonpa in surprise, having the same question. Of course. Because the examiners and test questions change every year. The questions are decided by the examiners. As long as this year's examiner judges you as qualified, even a demon can pass. Tonpa said without hesitation. Hearing Tonpa's words, Yumaru's expression turned serious. By the way, let's be friends. Want a drink? Tonpa seemed to remember something and took out 3 bottles of juice from his bag, handing them to Gun and the other 2. Oh, thank you. I was just feeling a bit thirsty. Hearing Tonpa, Leorio excitedly took the juice. Oh, you examinees this year too, right? I'm Tonpa. Let's be friends. Have some juice. After giving juice to Gun's trio, Tonpa also looked at Takeru and Yumaru. Hello, I'm Noro Takeru. This is Doma Yumaru. Thank you for the juice. Hearing Tonpa, Takeru showed a smile and directly accepted the juice. It's starting. Pretending to be nice over there when he's the most evil one. Seeing Gun and Takeru's actions, many people not far away were snickering. Yumaru, sensing this with her observation haki, frowned and looked at Tonpa suspiciously. For a smooth passage and to become friends, cheers. Tonpa also took out a bottle of juice for himself and clinked it with Takeru and the others. Cheers! Takeru smiled at Gun and the others, opened the juice, and started drinking. After tasting it carefully, Takeru found the juice in this world wasn't much different from that in his main world. Yumaru, however, showed hesitation. She naturally heard what those people said. But seeing Takeru drink without any precaution, she didn't know what to do. Tonpa, noticing Takeru take a sip, showed a sinister smile because it contained super strong laxative. Just one sip would cause diarrhea for 3 days. At that moment, Gun took a sip and immediately spat it out. Tonpa-san, this juice has expired. It tastes weird. Gun said directly. Hearing Gun's words, Leorio, who was about to swallow, also spat it out. Chapter 81, the Hunter exam begins. 1243 words. Takeru. Hearing Gun's words, Yumaru immediately turned to look at Takeru. Seeing Yumaru's worried gaze, Takeru simply shook his head with a faint smile. Takeru was well aware the juice was spiked, but he wasn't concerned. He possessed the Poison Dragon Devourer skill, which included complete poison immunity. Even if it couldn't neutralize a laxative, Takeru was still unafraid. He also had the purification skill to easily cleanse such negative status effects. Moreover, a key point was that Tonpa carried the antidote. Is that right? That was a close call. Rio exclaimed loudly, wiping his mouth. Ooh? That's strange. Seeing Gun could identify the odorless, tasteless laxative-laced juice, Tonpa was inwardly shocked. But when he saw Takeru had nearly finished his drink, a sly smile crept onto his face. I am truly very sorry. I didn't notice some bottles were expired. Seeing the situation, Tonpa quickly clasped his hands together in apology. Takeru-san, that one is expired. At that moment, Gun did not forget to warn Takeru. No problem here. My bottle seems perfectly fine. Hearing Gun, Takeru replied with a cheerful smile. Is that so? That's a relief then. Hearing Takeru, Tonpa was inwardly delighted, though outwardly he feigned a look of relief. Yumaru, I'll hold on to yours for now. Takeru casually took the unopened juice bottle from Yumaru's hand, moved it discreetly behind his shield, and then directly stored it in his item inventory. Hearing Takeru say this, Gun looked puzzled, but seeing Takeru's demeanor, he didn't press further. By the way, is Tonpa-san's stomach all right? Gun then asked Tonpa with genuine concern. Ah, it's fine. Hearing this, Tonpa replied with an awkward laugh. Living in the mountains, I often sample all sorts of grasses and new sprouts. So I can tell with just one sip. Gun explained with his characteristically sunny smile. Is that so? That's truly impressive. Though smiling on the surface, Tonpa was fuming inside. My apologies. Well, I'll see you all later. Seeing only Takeru had taken the bait, Tonpa decided to make his exit for now. That old guy sure keeps busy, doesn't he? Rio remarked, watching Tonpa walk away. Hello there, I'm Noro Takeru, and this is Doma Yumaru. Looking at the two, Takeru introduced himself with a friendly smile. I'm Gun. This is Kurapika, and this is Rio. Hearing Takeru's introduction, Gun responded with an equally cheerful smile. Is that right? Pleased to meet you. Takeru replied with a nod. Is that shield your weapon? Doesn't it get really heavy? Gun's attention then shifted directly to the Twilight Knight's shadow shield in Takeru's hand. Not at all. Having this allows me to ward off many dangers, Takeru explained cheerfully. Yumaru also gazed curiously at the shield in Takeru's hand. She had never known Takeru possess such an unusual piece of equipment. Just from its appearance, she could tell it was no ordinary item. A pang of regret washed over Yumaru. After all, her own equipment set was far from complete, and the few pieces she had offered minimal attribute bonuses. Hey, Tonpa-san, got any more of that juice? Maybe it's the nerves, but I'm feeling thirsty again. At that moment, a white-haired boy carrying a skateboard called out to the brooding Tonpa, asking for more juice. Of course. Hearing Killua's seemingly innocent tone, Tonpa forced another smile. But he was inwardly baffled. In theory, the laxative should have taken effect on Killua by now. Then, watching Killua gulp down the juice once more, his frustration grew. Find it odd? I've trained for this. It's no problem. Poisons don't work on me. As if reading Tonpa's mind, Killua suddenly flashed a taunting smirk. Poison? Does this kid know what's in it? And he drank it anyway knowing that? Examinee number 99, Killua. This year's newcomers are something else, Tonpa thought in shock, watching Killua's retreating back. No matter. That just makes crushing you more worthwhile. So, that guy is immune too. Glancing between Killua and Takeru, who was chatting amiably with Gun, Tonpa's resolve to undermine them hardened. Ding-ling-ling. Suddenly, a peculiar bell chimed. A wall not far away began to rise slowly, revealing a strange man with curly hair and a curly beard, but notably, no mouth. My apologies for the wait. The registration period for this hunter exams is now officially closed. We shall now commence the exams, Satots announced. Hearing Satots, some among the crowd allowed themselves a smile. Final confirmation, during this examination, should you be unlucky or lack sufficient capability, you risk severe injury, or even loss of life. Even so, if you remain determined to participate, please follow me. Those who wish to withdraw, please exit the examination venue promptly via the elevator behind you, Satots stated gravely. Good. For the first phase, 406 examinees, all present. With that, Satots began walking towards the rear with large, deliberate strides. The number 406 he mentioned accounted for the one examinee Hisoka had eliminated earlier. As Satots started moving, the crowd surged forward. Takeo and Yumaru fell in step with the flow. And here I was half expecting someone to back out. Of course, no one did, Leorio thought, scanning the area and finding no one had withdrawn. Less than 5 minutes into the walk, Satot's pace began to noticeably quicken. Those at the front, seeing this, immediately matched his speed, breaking into a light jog. What's happening? Those further back, seeing the front suddenly accelerate, were confused. The leader has increased his speed, Kurapika deduced and stated plainly. I neglected to mention earlier. I am the examiner for the first phase. My name is Satots. I will now lead you to the venue for the second phase, Satots explained, his peculiar walking style unchanged. The second phase? What about the first? A bald ninja near the front asked, puzzled. The first phase has already begun. Following me to the second phase venue is the first phase, Satots answered without hesitation. Just following? That's it. The bald man, Hanzo, asked in surprise. Correct. The destination and estimated time of arrival will not be disclosed. Simply follow, Satots replied calmly. I see, Kurapika murmured, instantly grasping the nature of the test. I suppose this is to test our endurance. Couldn't ask for better. I'll keep up no matter where we are headed. Leorio declared with confident bravado. You are only partially correct, Leorio-san, Takeo interjected with a calm smile. What do you mean? Leorio looked at Takeo, perplexed. Running like this, unaware of the destination or duration, doesn't just test physical stamina. It is also a significant trial of one's mental fortitude and willpower, Takeo explained gently. Hearing Takeo's words, Kurapika also glanced at him, having arrived at the same conclusion. Yumaru, focus on pacing yourself. I have a feeling this test won't be straightforward. We may need to cover a very considerable distance, Takeo advised Yumaru seriously. I understand, Yumaru replied after a moment's pause, her expression turning resolute. As for Takeo himself, he was fully aware of what this test entailed. By his estimation, his current stamina surpassed even Gun's. This phase posed no real challenge for him. Yumaru, however, was a different story. Takeo estimated her current stamina was roughly on par with Leorio's. A test of pure endurance like this would be immensely demanding for her. Poor pacing at the start or a wavering of will later on could very well mean failure at this first hurdle. Chapter 82, Killua and Gun. Tompa's reason for living? 1,160 words. Soon, as time passed, 2 hours had elapsed since the start. Many had already dropped out, and even among those still following, quite a few were starting to pant heavily. Yumaru, running beside Takeo, was also beginning to breathe heavily. Are you all right? Takeo, whose demeanor hadn't changed from the start, asked Yumaru. I'm fine. I just never imagined the first test alone would be this difficult. And most importantly, everyone here is so strong. Hearing Takeo, Yumaru replied with a sense of awe, looking at the people running around them. At that moment, a little boy with greased back hair, holding a notebook, ran ahead with a confident smile. According to his calculations, this test was roughly 40 kilometers long, and they had already covered over 30 kilometers. He therefore deduced the finish line was just ahead. I underestimated the hunter exam. Everyone here is a monster. This is practically a gathering of monsters. Leorio thought, sweating profusely. Just then, Killua glided past him on his skateboard, instantly sparking Leorio's anger. Hey, kid, stop! Are you looking down on this test? Leorio shouted, his voice laced with frustration. What do you mean? Killua looked at Leorio, confused. That skateboard. It's cheating, isn't it? Leorio stated bluntly. Hearing Leorio's voice, Yumaru glanced over curiously. Noticing the skateboard under Killua's feet, she couldn't help but feel a pang of envy. Having that would have probably made this first test much easier. Why? Killua, hearing Leorio, was even more puzzled, unsure what rule he had broken. This is an endurance test. Leorio retorted, a vein pulsing on his forehead. No, it's not, Takeo interjected with a smile. Hoping to build rapport and potentially trigger some story developments, he joined the conversation. That's right. The examiner only said to follow him, after all, Gun added earnestly. Damn it, why are you all taking his side? Leorio grumbled, annoyed by Takeo and Gun's remarks. Hey, how old are you? Killua, intrigued by Takeru and Gun's intervention, first glanced at Takeru before his gaze settled on Gun. As if drawn by fate, Killua slowed his pace and came alongside Gun, asking curiously. 12, Gun answered seriously. Hearing this, Killua was momentarily stunned, not expecting to meet someone his own age here. Yumaru, however, stared at Gun in shock. She had thought Gun simply looked young for his age, but she didn't expect he was really a 12-year-old child, and one taking this exam. I'll run too, then. Upon learning Gun's age, Killua executed a cool flip, dismounting from his skateboard and, in one smooth motion, kicking it up into his hand. Wow, that's so cool! Gun exclaimed with an admiring smile. I'm Killua. Killua introduced himself directly to Gun. I'm Gun. Gun replied with a matching smile. Damn it, are you kidding me? Perhaps feeling ignored, Leorio grew angrier. This is absurd. My calculations can't be wrong. But why? Could I really be eliminated? No way, impossible. Some time later, the previously confident little boy was now a mess of snot, tears, and drool, unable to believe his judgment had failed him. Hey, rookie! Noticing the boy's state, a trio of brothers who had been lagging behind slowed down and surrounded him. How pathetic, kid! Running out of steam this early? That's rare. Worthless to the point of being commendable. In the hunter exam, someone like you will always be dead last no matter what. Don't come back, trash! The three brothers took turns hurling insults at the boy. Ah! The boy, utterly crushed, clutched his head and let out a despairing wail. All of this unfolded clearly within the perception of Takeru's observation haki. He understood perfectly that this was all orchestrated by Tonpa, who was now standing nearby, handing over money to the brothers with a cold smirk as payment. You know, Tonpa, you really enjoy crushing newcomers, don't you? Said the youngest of the trio, Imori. HMPH. It's my reason for living. Tonpa declared with pride. As time continued to flow, another 2 hours passed. The group still moved through an endless seeming tunnel. The number of those who could keep up had dwindled even further. Leorio was teetering on the edge of his physical limit, as was Yumaru beside Takeru. However, thanks to the early reminder and her knowledge of pacing from track experience, Yumaru still retained a decent amount of stamina. Soon, Leorio came to a complete stop. Seeing this, Gun instinctively halted as well. Killua, noticing Gun stop, also paused. Takeru, glancing at Yumaru beside him, did not stop because of Leorio. Don't worry about him. Let's go. Killua frowned at Leorio, then urged Gun. Don't be ridiculous. I swore I'd become a hunter. After catching his breath for a moment, Leorio's burning desire to become a hunter ignited a final surge of potential. He charged forward with renewed speed. Watching Leorio resume running, Gun smiled. Then, with a deft flick of his wrist, his fishing rod's hook shot out, effortlessly snagging Leorio's briefcase from about 5 meters away. That was awesome. Let me try it later. Killua's eye sparkled with excitement. You have to let me try your skateboard too. Gun replied with equal enthusiasm. Meanwhile, in the other hunter exam world, Rika and Yuta, who had initially underestimated the test, were now forced to stop completely due to exhaustion. Rika's attribute points were heavily biased towards spirit, making stamina her weak point. As for Yuta, despite having chakra, his consecutive poor performance in previous missions meant his training time was too short, and his chakra couldn't compensate enough. Yukino glanced at the two, took a deep breath, and continued following the group ahead. Yui and Taihei were also struggling mightily. However, Yui's consistent good performance had given her substantial attribute boosts, so she still had some stamina left. Taihei, with his knight-like attribute distribution, also managed to hold on. Yui and Hashiman's situation was different. Yui's strength was arguably the highest after Takeru's. Being an assassin type, while stamina wasn't her greatest asset, she was still far more capable than the others and followed the group with ease. Hashiman, though also nearing his limit, managed to barely keep up with sheer willpower. As time wore on, Takeru's group had now covered 80 kilometers. By this point, a significant number of people could no longer continue. Takeru, however, still appeared remarkably comfortable. Perhaps due to his constitution reaching 126, his recovery rate was greatly enhanced. Therefore, the toll of the entire run wasn't as severe as one might expect. They had now entered the final stretch, an extremely long staircase. Satots continued leading with his peculiar gait at the front, his long legs easily clearing 5 or 6 steps at a time, forcing everyone behind to sprint frantically to keep up. Yumaru was now running purely on willpower. As they were nearing the destination, Takeo could only watch as she pushed herself forward in this final mad dash. Chapter 83, The Swindler's Swamp. 1169 words. Wow, no way. Is that for real? His climbing stairs that easily too. The examinees watched Satots ascend effortlessly with disbelief. Hey Gun, wanna race to the finish line? Killua grinned at Gun. Both boys were in excellent condition, showing no signs of fatigue. Sure. The loser buys dinner. Gun readily accepted the challenge. Deal. On your marks, get set, go. Killua agreed without hesitation and immediately sped up. Huff. Huff. Meanwhile, Rio, having pushed past his limits, had managed to keep up until now, placing himself in the middle of the pack. Rio, can you hold on? Kurapika, though also very tired, was comparatively more composed. Just like you see. After ditching the suit, I found I could keep going. Rio yelled back. Maybe I should take a page from his book. Seeing Leorio's renewed burst of energy, Kurapika thought with a slight smile. He then quickly shrugged off his own jacket and increased his pace as well. Rio, can I ask you something? Kurapika asked seriously once he caught up. Pretty relaxed, aren't you, Kurapika? Talking wastes energy, you know. Do you really want to become a hunter just for the money? I don't think so. Even though we've only known each other a few days, I can tell. Kurapika pressed on. That's right. Your attitude is arrogant, and you're not the sharpest tool in the shed. But I don't think you're that shallow. I've seen plenty of people obsessed with money before, but you're different from them. HMPH, are you done? Rio didn't seem interested in explaining further. In response to Leorio's dismissal, Kurapika fell silent for a moment before opening up about his own past. He was the last survivor of the Kurta clan. His people were massacred simply because their eyes turned scarlet when enraged, a trait that persisted even after death, earning them the title of one of the 7 most beautiful colors. Perhaps sensing Kurapika's sincerity, Rio also shared his story. His obsession with money stemmed from a friend who died because they couldn't afford medical treatment. This drove Rio to want to become a doctor, but the cost of a proper medical education was astronomical. This exchange of heartfelt stories brought the two closer. Watching Yumaru, who seemed on the verge of collapse, Takeo considered for a moment before casting Advanced Heal on her. Bathed in the healing light, Yumaru jolted with renewed energy, looking at Takeo in surprise. Seeing the spell had an effect, Takeo smiled slightly. While it couldn't directly restore stamina, the Advanced Heal mended her muscle strain, making her feel significantly lighter and no longer as if her body was on the brink of breakdown. Additionally, having just pushed past her limit and having the muscle damage healed, Yumaru found herself able to continue with relative ease again. Thank you, Captain Takeo. Let's speed up too, or we might fall behind. Yumaru said gratefully. All right, let's go. With Takeo's words, their pace increased. At this time, Takeo pondered, the heal spell seemed more versatile than I had initially thought. Accelerating, Takeo and Yumaru soon overtook the stragglers and caught up with the middle pack. They quickly spotted Rio, who was still grumbling about money. We're going ahead, Kurapika. Gun and Killua sped past Kurapika and Rio, with Gun politely announcing their move. CYA, old man. Killua added with a light laugh directed at Rio. Who are you calling old man? I'm in my teens too, just like you. Rio retorted angrily. No way. All three were shocked. Takeo, though aware through his senses, wasn't surprised, already knowing about Rio. Gun and Killua then began chatting further, their bond strengthening with each exchange. Killua's recognition of Gun grew a little more. Takeo soon sensed the light from outside and smiled. Yumaru, we're almost at the exit, he said softly before falling silent. Is that so? What a terrifying test. Can the others really pass? Hearing Takeo, Yumaru remarked with a sigh. The first phase of the hunter exam had exceeded her expectations and humbled her previously inflated confidence. Like Yui and Mayo before her, consecutive experiences in relatively weaker worlds had made her overconfident. Now, realizing that even the examinees in this world were this monstrous, she wondered just how powerful the examiners themselves must be. Meanwhile, in the other hunter worlds, the situation was dire. Only Yui and Yukino were still holding on. The others, like Taihei and Hashiman, upon seeing the endless staircase, were forced to give up completely. It's the exit. Finally. At last, we're out of this dark underground. Seeing the light from the exit, many examinees cheered in relief. Hours of aimless running had taken a severe toll on their mental fortitude. However, Takeo knew perfectly well that leaving the tunnel wasn't the finish line. On the contrary, the path ahead, which had been safe until now, was about to become fraught with endless danger. Besides the terrifying magical beasts, there was also Hisoka. Takeo could sense that after the long run, Hisoka was struggling to suppress his murderous urges. The finish line. As soon as Satots stepped onto the final landing, Gun and Killua burst out right behind him. They immediately launched into a heated debate over who arrived first, only stopping after verifying with Satots that they had tied. Satots-san, is this the venue for the second test? Gun asked curiously. No, the journey is still long, Satots replied without hesitation. Soon, the first batch of examinees emerged into the open. Takeo, Yumaru, Kurapika, and the others followed, leaving the gloomy underground behind. Hey, Kurapika! Seeing Kurapika, Gun greeted him with a smile. Hey! Is this the finish line? Kurapika asked, still catching his breath. Nope. Gun answered promptly. I see, Kurapika said thoughtfully. Takeo looked ahead at the mist-shrouded terrain with keen interest. The Milsey wetlands, commonly known as the Swindler's Swamp. It is also the only path to the second exam venue. This wetland is home to many rare birds and beasts not found elsewhere. Most of these creatures subsist on human flesh and are notoriously cunning and greedy by nature. After this brief introduction to the Swindler's Swamp, Satots closed the exit behind them, sealing the fate of any examinees who hadn't made it in time. Please stay close behind me at all times. Straying into a trap means certain death, Satots warned everyone gravely. That's a strange thing to say. If we knew it was a trap, why would we fall for it? Leorio retorted bluntly. Don't be fooled, everyone. A voice suddenly rang out. A man stepped from behind a structure, pointing an accusatory finger at Satots. He's an imposter. He's not the examiner at all. I am the real Hunter Exam's examiner, the man declared loudly. An imposter? What does that mean? Then who is he? The sudden accusation threw part of the crowd into confusion. Takeo watched the scene with a cold smile. Besides him, Hisoka also showed an expression of amused interest. Chapter 84, Hisoka's Move. 1230 words. Then which one is the real examiner? Faced with this scene, doubt arose among all the examinees. Satots remained calm, showing no intention of refuting the accusation, merely watching the newcomer with a placid expression. This is bad. Everyone's resolve is wavering because of the grueling underground marathon they just endured. Seeing some examinees start to view Satots with hostility, Kurapika frowned. Hey, mister, you must have some proof, right? Show us proof that guy is a fake. Leorio stepped forward, addressing the man. Look at this. This creature is a man-faced ape that inhabits the Milsey wetlands. It often impersonates humans, using sweet words to deceive them. That guy over there is its accomplice. They want to trap you all and devour you together. The man who had appeared pointed at a peculiar monkey-like creature he was holding. Most importantly, its face bore an uncanny resemblance to Satots. Hearing you say that, I think he does seem like a fake too, Hanzo instantly believed the man's words. No wonder his movements were so strange while running underground. It really didn't seem like a normal human. Leorio added. In an instant, some of the examinees subtly surrounded Satots, as if preparing to attack. Yumaru looked at Takeo nervously. She trusted him unconditionally. To conserve stamina and mental energy during the run, she hadn't maintained her observation haki and thus hadn't detected the man-faced ape's deception. Takeo, however, stood calmly in place, quietly observing the situation unfold without any intention of intervening. Herd mentality. These people have just overcome the first phase's hardship together, creating a sense of shared suffering. Influenced by this atmosphere, it becomes difficult to make calm, rational judgments. Thinking this, Kurapika's expression grew hesitant. Could this also be part of the Hunter exam? Gun suddenly spoke up. His words caused the tense atmosphere to pause momentarily. Remembering the various layers of the Hunter exam, many snapped back to their senses. Gun, can't you tell? Like how you can identify magical beasts. Hearing Gun, Leorio whispered to him hopefully. Not at all, Gun promptly denied the possibility. Even you can't tell. They have absolutely no scent. Gun stated matter-of-factly. If we can't distinguish the truth, then the real examiner should possess an official hunter license, Kurapika said seriously at that point. A hunter license? Gun looked at Kurapika, puzzled. Only a hunter would be qualified to judge who is worthy of becoming a hunter, Kurapika explained earnestly. So, that means he is the hunter. Wow, that's amazing. Upon hearing Kurapika's logic, the straightforward Gun looked at Satots with admiration. My license was stolen by that guy. Because of a moment of carelessness, everything was taken. The man who had appeared declared. I see, Kurapika murmured, having reached his own conclusion. So even with the license card, we still can't tell them apart. The simple-minded Leorio didn't grasp the meaning behind Kurapika's I see. However, while they were debating, Hisoka made his move. 6 playing card shot forth, flying toward both Satots and the newly appeared examiner. The nude examiner was struck by the cards and collapsed to the ground, dead. Satots, on the other hand, effortlessly caught the cards flying toward him. The sudden turn of events left everyone momentarily stunned. I see, Hisoka said with a slight smile, toying with a card in his hand. What do you think you're doing? Leorio shouted, confused by Hisoka's actions. Isn't this method of identification much quicker? Hisoka replied calmly, his gaze fixed on the man-faced ape playing dead. Sensing the danger, the ape's eyes snapped open. Without a second thought, it tried to flee. Unfortunately, once Hisoka set his sights on it, escape was impossible. A single card sealed its fate. The correct answer is revealed. The gentleman over there is the real examiner. Official hunters are the goal we strive for, of course, they wouldn't be unable to dodge my earlier attack. Hisoka stated flatly. I will take your previous words as a compliment. However, regardless of reason, if you attack me again, it will be considered defiance of an examiner, and you will be disqualified. Understood. Satots narrowed his eyes at Hisoka. Though Hisoka gave him a strong sense of danger, as a hunter and examiner, Satots had no reason to back down. Yes, Hisoka replied without a hint of sincerity. He did it on purpose, Killua said, approaching Gun with a grin. Who? Gun looked at Killua, puzzled. Anyone truly determined to become a hunter would never be fooled by a disguised man-faced ape. The moment that guy claimed his license was stolen, I knew he was a fake, Kurapika explained slowly. He? Hearing Kurapika, both Leorio and Hanzo released awkward laughs, having completely failed to notice. What shocked Kurapika was that Hisoka had used this opportunity to test the examiner with an attack. There's no need to mourn this outcome. For the creatures of the wetlands, life or death deceptions like this are commonplace. Eat or be eaten, that is the law of survival here. Sensing some examinees feeling pity, Satots offered another reminder. All right, time to depart. To the second exam venue. Seeing the time was about right, Satots announced. With that, he once again took the lead toward the second venue. Don't tell me we're starting another marathon. Leorio exclaimed in dismay. The brief rest had done little for him, and another run like the previous one would be impossible. Damn it. Running on muddy ground will require even more stamina. Kurapika thought, frowning. Gun, let's get to the front, Killua said seriously to Gun. Okay. It would be trouble if we lost the examiner, Gun agreed readily. That's not the main point. The important thing is to put as much distance between us and Hisoka as possible. That guy has run out of patience and can't wait to kill. I bet he'll use this thick fog to start a massacre. I can tell you want to ask how I know, right? By the scent. Killua looked at Gun with a hint of pride. Scent? Yeah. That guy and I, we're the same kind of person. Is that so? I can't see it at all. Because I'm disguised well, just like the man-faced ape earlier. Well, you'll understand someday. Killua smiled. Kurapika, Leorio, Takeo, Yumaru. Killua says it's better to try and run ahead. Gun relayed the warning seriously. You idiot. If I could run faster, I would have done it already. Leorio retorted helplessly to Gun's seemingly oblivious suggestion. Just try to run faster anyway. Gun insisted. I can't. Leorio shot back. Takeo, should we speed up? I can still manage, Yumaru asked worriedly, heeding Gun's words. No need. This pace is fine. But remember to maintain your observation haki, Takeo replied calmly, reminding her. I understand, Yumaru nodded obediently and focused, expanding her observation haki to its optimal range. The fog is getting thicker, Kurapika noted with a frown beside them. Just like this, we can't even tell which direction to run, he added, as visibility dropped to less than 10 meters. If you trust me, you can follow me, Takeo offered with a smile. Okay. Studying Takeo's confident expression for a moment, Kurapika gave a firm nod. It was at that moment they saw, within the dense fog, several figures vanish in an instant or collapse to the ground, motionless. Chapter 85, The Noggin-Lugging Tortoise, Hisoka's Killing Spree. 1188 words. Ooh? What's going on now? As the distance closed, Leorio stared in disbelief at the strawberries floating in the air. Takeo, noticing the large, vibrant strawberries, showed keen interest and subconsciously licked his lips. Takeo was quite the food enthusiast. He wondered if these special fruits might have any enhancement effects. An examinee inadvertently stepped into a noggin-lugging tortoise's attack range. In an instant, the tortoise snapped its jaws, killing the man on the spot. The sudden attack caused widespread panic, with people scattering in all directions. It was then that Kurapika and Leorio realized they were surrounded by the creatures. Takeo, should we force our way through? Sensing the encirclement, Yumaru prepared for battle, energy for a spell gathering in her hands. No need for that. I'm quite interested in those big strawberries on these tortoises' backs, Takeo replied with a smile. With that, he leaped forward, plucking a strawberry from a tortoise's shell. Though the fruit was firmly attached, a slight exertion from Takeo was enough to detach it. Feeling its prized fruit taken, the noggin-lugging tortoise became enraged, extending its long, thick neck to tear Takeo apart. Hey, look out! Leorio shouted a warning. In the next moment, no one clearly saw what Takeo did. The tortoise's body stiffened, its head thudding to the ground. Takeo, meanwhile, began munching on the strawberry, which was larger than his head. Instantly, a burst of sweet and tart juice exploded on his taste buds, combined with a crisp texture. Takeo couldn't help but close his eyes, a look of pure satisfaction on his face. He then took large, eager bites, quickly devouring the entire massive strawberry. At that moment, Leorio was attacked by another tortoise. At the critical second, Kurapika leaped in, injuring the tortoise's eye and saving him. The two then wasted no time, dashing out of the encirclement. As for Takeo, they had no time to worry about him now. Yumaru, however, stayed behind, dodging tortoise attacks while waiting for Takeo. Seeing this, Takeo stopped lingering. He swiftly harvested the strawberries from the surrounding tortoises, storing them directly in his item inventory. Fortunately, these strawberries seemed to be recognized as stackable items of the same type, saving him the trouble of carrying a bulky load. As Takeo gathered strawberries, agonized screams continued to echo around them. Without further delay, Takeo collected the fruit from the 6 noggin-lugging tortoises nearby. Satisfied with the haul of 65 strawberries, he nodded to Yumaru, and they left the area. Soon, they caught up with Leorio and Kurapika, who were now with a small group of other examinees. It was then Takeo spotted Hisoka, who had just finished off several people, holding a playing card and advancing toward Leorio's group. Clearly, his killing spree wasn't over. Hey there! Despite the tense atmosphere, Takeo greeted Kurapika and Leorio with a relaxed demeanor. His confidence stemmed from a simple fact: while his defense might not be invincible in this world, those capable of truly harming him were few, and Hisoka wasn't among them. Since Hisoka couldn't kill him or even likely leave a lasting injury, Takeo had little to fear. What do you want? Seeing Hisoka approach, Leorio demanded, frowning. I'm playing the examiner's game. I originally planned to start during the second phase, but the first test was simply too dull. So I've decided to lend a hand myself. In short, I'm here to help assess your potential to become hunters, Hisoka answered Leorio without hesitation. Hearing Hisoka's words, Yumaru stared at him gravely. She found it hard to comprehend the existence of someone like Hisoka in this world, a person who seemed driven by sheer, restless boredom. Assess? You bastard! Can't you see? With this thick fog, if we lose sight of the examiner, it's impossible to find him again. That means you'll fail just like us. One examinee shouted angrily at Hisoka. A swish sound cut through the air. The man who had been ranting was instantly killed by a playing card from Hisoka. How rude. Don't lump me in with you lot. Let me give you a parting gift before you die. A magician is omnipotent, Hisoka said with a sinister smile. As for Takeo, with his observation haki, tracking the footprints left by the group ahead in these wetlands was child's play. Getting lost was not a possibility for him. Don't joke around. You have no right to become a hunter. I'll make sure you never appear in an exam again. Those who had made it this far were not lacking in pride. Hearing Hisoka's contemptuous words, their fury boiled over, and they launched a coordinated attack against him. Against you few, one card is enough, Hisoka murmured, squinting at the encircling attackers. Don't look down on us. Enraged by Hisoka's dismissive attitude, they charged at him with their weapons. Hisoka, utterly unconcerned by their assault, swiftly flicked his wrist. The playing card in his hand, sharp as a razor blade, flew out with deadly precision. In moments, the attackers were all slain. Having dispatched the group, Hisoka turned his attention to the four who hadn't moved, Takeo, Yumaru, Kurapika, and Leorio. His gaze lingered on Takeo, who was still smiling. For some reason, Hisoka caught a faint, elusive whiff of danger from him. Let's start with you, then, Hisoka said after a moment, selecting the weakest link, Leorio. Listen, everyone. When I give the signal, we scatter and flee in different directions, Kurapika whispered urgently, sensing Hisoka's intent. What? Leorio couldn't believe his ears. The gap between us and him in actual combat experience is too big. Even if we fight together, victory is highly unlikely, Kurapika explained, frowning. No need for that. I happen to want to test the abilities of the magician Hisoka myself, Takeo interjected calmly, stepping forward toward Hisoka. Wait, Takeo! Kurapika tried to stop him. However, Takeo was supremely confident in his own strength. His nigh-impenetrable defense alone meant Hisoka couldn't breach it. Oh? You wish to fight me? Seeing Takeo step forward, Hisoka shifted his focus back to him. Indeed. As he spoke, Takeo accelerated abruptly, appearing beside Hisoka in an instant and throwing a punch. However, Hisoka's figure shattered like powder. Unfazed, Takeo spun around with a roundhouse kick, sending Hisoka's real body flying. After kicking him away, Takeo stood calmly in place, simply watching Hisoka. That was somewhat interesting, Hisoka remarked, though he had used Ken to protect himself at the last moment, mitigating most of the damage from the powerful kick. Is that so? Things might get even more interesting, Takeo said with a light laugh. Concentrating, his arm instantly turned pitch black, gleaming with a metallic sheen. What is this? Seeing Takeo's arm turn black, Hisoka frowned. He had been using Gaio and was certain Takeo hadn't activated Nen. Yet, this impossible transformation had occurred. Intrigued, Hisoka flung 3 playing cards at Takeo. Clang! Clang! The sound of metal rang out as Takeo caught the cards with his bare hand. With a slight squeeze, he crushed both the cards and the Nen reinforcing them. Chapter 86 Clash and Deal with Hisoka. 1161 words. That is just too interesting. Seeing this, Hisoka trembled with barely contained excitement. Whoosh! While Hisoka was momentarily distracted, a red sphere shot out, striking him on the head. Looking over, they saw it was Gun, who had come back. Gun! Everyone was stunned by Gun's sudden appearance. Kurapika called out his name. That was well done. Is that a fishing rod? What an interesting weapon. A red mark appeared on Hisoka's head. Evidently, Gun's fishing rod, seemingly imbued with some form of energy, had pierced through Hisoka's casually maintained Ken, leaving a mark. However, this is a fight between him and me. Would you mind not interfering? Hisoka said, then released a wave of malicious intent toward Gun. Feeling this, Gun felt as if plunged into an icy abyss. He trembled uncontrollably, only able to stare at Hisoka in terror. Time's almost up, Hisoka, Takeo reminded him calmly. I know, Hisoka replied, shifting his intense gaze back to Takeo. He then charged at Takeo with a crazed laugh. But the onlookers saw Hisoka, wielding a playing card, about to strike Takeo, yet Takeo remained motionless. Then, to their shock, the moment Hisoka touched Takeo, his figure dissolved into smoke and vanished. At the same time, Hisoka's real body appeared behind Takeo, another card stabbing toward him. Only then did Takeo turn, effortlessly catching the card between his fingers. Sensing his attack couldn't pierce Takeo's arm, Hisoka instantly abandoned the card and leaped back several steps, putting distance between them. Takeo, however, held the discarded card between his index and middle fingers. Armament haki flowed over it, instantly turning the paper as hard as steel. Then, holding his shield in his left hand and the hardened card in his right, Takeo launched his own attack at Hisoka. Seeing this, Hisoka drew a fresh card, coated it with his nen, and met Takeru's assault. Clang! 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 The sound of metal on metal rang out repeatedly. Simple paper, in the hands of Takeo and Hisoka, was now like steel. After several rapid exchanges, Takeo finally halted. The brief skirmish had given Takeo a rough gauge of Hisoka's strength. While he wasn't sure how much power Hisoka was holding back, for now, there was no urgent need to decide a victor. The primary goal was passing the hunter exam. With that in mind, Takeo released the armament haki from the card. He flicked it with force, sending it shooting toward Hisoka like an arrow. However, without haki reinforcement, Hisoka easily caught it. What does this mean? Hisoka, who had been enjoying the fight, frowned as Takeo discarded the card. Time's running out. Any further delay and we risk elimination. Due to certain reasons, I absolutely must obtain a hunter license this time, Takeo explained calmly. That puts me in a difficult position. I was just starting to have fun, Hisoka replied, unwilling to stop. Ha ha. We can always spar another time if you wish. Besides, I'd like to propose a trade, Takeo said, addressing the visibly excited Hisoka. What do you mean? Hisoka looked at Takeo, even more intrigued. Simple. You teach me that, and I'll teach you this. Takeo smiled lightly, then drove his fist, now sheathed in black armament haki, into the ground. A large crater appeared beneath him. Oh ho ho. Interesting. I agree, Hisoka couldn't help but laugh, nodding immediately. While Takeo and Hisoka reached their agreement, Gun and the others were still processing events. Since their discussion had been quiet, Gun's group remained unaware of the deal. Beep beep beep. As soon as the agreement was made, Hisoka's special phone rang. He casually answered. Hisoka, it's about time you rejoined the group. Looks like we're nearing the second test venue, a voice came through the phone. Understood. I'm on my way, Hisoka replied promptly to the voice, which was Illumi in disguise. Well, I should get going too. You can find your way, right? Before leaving, Hisoka squinted at Takeo. Of course, no need for your concern, Takeo replied casually with a nod. In that case, see you soon. With a sinister smirk, Hisoka swiftly headed into the distance. Takeo, are you all right? Yumaru, Kurapika, and the others quickly gathered around him. I'm fine. All right, someone just called Hisoka saying the group is almost at the second test venue. We need to hurry, Takeo said, smiling reassuringly at Yumaru's concern. Right. Hearing Takeo, everyone readily agreed. Gun. Kurapika called out to Gun, who was still standing dazed in the distance. I know. Though still curious about the terrifying aura Hisoka had released, Gun understood the hunter exam was the priority. Follow me. Glancing at the still immature trio of Gun, Kurapika, and Leorio, Takeo led the way in the direction Hisoka had gone. The group quickly followed, their minds racing with different thoughts. They were all puzzled by the strange power Takeo used against Hisoka and why the fight had suddenly stopped. However, considering their relationship with Takeo wasn't as close-knit as their own bond, they held back from asking directly. Takeo, of course, wouldn't volunteer the information. While he suspected teaching them Nen might trigger a hidden side quest, he couldn't teach what he himself didn't know yet. Meanwhile, outside the wall of the second venue, Satots waited with the assembled examinees. He checked his watch periodically and glanced back at the dense fog behind them, as if ready to call an end at a certain time. Pick up the pace. We're almost there. Takeo led Yumaru, Gun, Kurapika, and Leorio. They were now within 500 meters of the second venue. Soon, as they ran, they finally saw the crowd of examinees and the most prominent feature, the wall. Looks like we made it just in time, Takeo said with a slight smile. Thank you so much, Takeo. Seeing the distinct wall, Kurapika let out a sigh of relief. Thanks. Leorio added sincerely. No problem, Takeo replied with a smile and a shake of his head. Among the crowd, Takeo also spotted Hisoka, who was watching him with a sly smile. Takeo responded with a confident nod. Gun. Killua, noticing Gun's arrival, quickly waved. Killua. Seeing Killua, Gun's face lit up with excitement. You're amazing, making it here. I thought you might not make it in time, Killua remarked. We only got here because of Takeo, Gun admitted sheepishly. Oh, Takeo, who? Really interesting, Killua mused, his eyes involuntarily assessing Takeo once more. Examinees, you have worked hard on your journey. This Visca Forest Preserve is the venue for the second phase. I shall now take my leave. I wish you all success in passing, Satots announced after confirming the count of 150 remaining examinees. With Satot's departure, the large gate slowly creaked open. Inside, the examinees saw a vast area filled with numerous outdoor cooking stations, massive grills, and barbecue pits. And the most eye-catching sight of all, 2 figures sitting in front of a house. Chapter 87, the second test begins. 1117 words. All examinees who have successfully passed the first phase, please enter. Welcome. I am Menkai, the examiner for the second phase, a beautiful woman announced. I am Examiner Bahara, the figure behind Menkai said. He's a man with a massive, mountain-like figure. Gurgle tilde. A loud sound suddenly echoed, causing many examinees to look around in confusion. Menkai chuckled, glancing at Bahara. Knowing he was clearly famished, she stood up. The second phase is cooking. Menkai declared after a brief pause. Cooking? Hold on a minute. You said cooking? We came here for the hunter exam. Hearing Menkai, the bald Hanzo and the wrestler Todo stared at her in disbelief. That's right. And preparing a dish that satisfies both of us is the subject of this second test, Menkai stated matter-of-factly. Why cooking? Because we are both gourmet hunters. Menkai replied, again as if it were the most obvious thing. Ha ha ha. Some among the crowd began to laugh mockingly. Takeru paid no attention to this. He simply took out 2 of the massive strawberries, sliced them, and offered pieces to Yumaru, Gun, and the others. Thank you, Captain. Yumaru took a piece and ate it quickly. Thanks. Gun accepted with a bright smile, taking big bites. Killua didn't stand on ceremony either, helping himself promptly. Thank you, Kurapika said, a bit embarrassed as he accepted the strawberry. Perhaps due to Takeru's displayed strength and action so far, he hesitated only briefly before eating. Leorio, seeing Gun and Kurapika already eating, also expressed his thanks and dug in. Soon, the 2 giant strawberries were consumed by the 6 of them. Leorio, Yumaru, and Kurapika felt their stamina noticeably recovering after eating. Meanwhile, the mockery from the crowd subsided. The test requirement was revealed by Menkai, the designated ingredient was the pig inhabiting Visca Forest Preserve. They were to catch a pig and, using the available cooking facilities here, turn it into a delicious dish. The condition for passing was that both Menkai and Bahara had to approve of the dish. Even if it tastes good, appearance is also important. Don't you dare look down on cooking, understand? The test ends when we can't eat another bite, Menkai added. Fine, fine. Then let's get started. Todo waved his hand dismissively. Then the second phase begins. As Bahara slapped his ample belly, a sound like a muffled drum resonated. The crowd surged toward the forest. Let's go too, Takeru said, smiling at his companions. Let's go, let's go. Hearing Takeru, the group eagerly headed into the forest. On a distant tree, Satots, the first phase examiner, hadn't left. Intrigued by the many promising candidates, he had stayed to observe. What do we do? I can eat, but I've never learned how to cook. Yumaru began to panic. At home, it was always Taihei who cooked for her. Do your best and leave the rest to fate, Takeru replied, shaking his head at her expression. Takeru, however, was fairly confident in his cooking skills. After all, he regularly cooked for Mayu at home. Naturally, he knew a fair bit. Whether it would satisfy Menkai was another matter. According to the story he remembered, they would later simply need to gather giant spider eggs and boil them. Still, if he could pass properly, he intended to try, as it might affect his final rating. Takeru, is this way okay? Will there be pigs here? Seeing Takeru heading in a different direction from many other examinees, Gun asked, puzzled. It's fine. I sense pigs in this area on our way here, Takeru answered calmly. Look, right over there. In less than 5 minutes, Takeru led them to a pink pig with an enormous nose, about 3 times Takeru's size, currently gnawing on the bones of some unknown creature. Are they carnivorous? Kurapika stared at the pink pigs in shock. The pigs noticed the intruders and instantly became enraged, charging straight at Takeru. Sensing the pigs meant trouble, Yumaru and the others instinctively turned to flee. Takeo, however, smiled, placing his hands in front of him. As the pig charged, he activated his ability, Gluttony. The pig's impact force was converted directly into mana, replenishing Takeru's reserves. Paralyzing Roar. Takeru murmured, activating another ability. The nearby pigs instantly collapsed, paralyzed. Everyone, I'll head back first. Takeru waved, then effortlessly hoisted a paralyzed pig and leapt toward the venue grounds. Gun and the others were still processing what happened, soon finding themselves chased by the now roused great stamps. They ended up leading the boars toward other examinees. In the chaos, several were gored, and a few unfortunate souls lost their lives. However, the examinees were no ordinary people. After some struggle, Gun quickly discovered the great stamp's weakness, the forehead hidden beneath its massive nose. With the fatal weakness known, many examinees fought back. Soon, numerous boars were subdued and carried back toward the venue, kicking up clouds of dust. Takeo, the first to return, paid no mind to the commotion. Having claimed a cooking station early, he immediately began butchering the boar. While he'd never butchered a pig before, he'd seen it done and now replicated the process. With his full concentration, the pig was quickly and efficiently dissected. He also pondered what dishes to make. A pig offered various cuts, pork belly, tenderloin, rump, shoulder, neck meat, and more. There were also the trotters, head, offal, and stomach, a wide range of ingredients. Compared to farmed pork from his main world, this great stamp's meat was superior in texture and marbling, suggesting it could yield an even more delicious meal with proper preparation. Surveying the ingredients and utensils, Takeo quickly decided on braised pig trotters, red braised pork belly, and sweet and sour pork tenderloin. Once decided, he set to work with practiced efficiency. His focused demeanor caught the attention of Menkai and Bahara, who watched from a distance with a hint of anticipation. In stark contrast to Takeo, most other examinees simply placed entire, unbutchered and unwashed pigs directly onto grills for roasting. There was simply no comparison. When Yumaru returned hauling a pig, she was stunned to see most examinees roasting whole pigs without any butchering. Was the culinary level in this world really this basic? She couldn't help but wonder. Then, noticing Takeo cooking seriously, Yumaru moved to the station next to his and began her own preparations. It was true. Compared to her brother or Takeo, Yumaru considered herself a novice. But compared to the current batch of examinees, she felt like a culinary master. She wasn't highly skilled, so she opted for a simple pork trotter soup and grilled pork chops, dishes she felt confident she could manage without major issues. Chapter 88, a test passed by only 1,127 words. As time passed, the more impatient examinees finished preparing their whole roasted boars. The first was Todo, who presented a somewhat charred roast boar to the examiners. "All right, hurry up and eat it so I can pass," Todo said confidently. "Well then, review time, tasting," Menkai said, her tone listless, not even bothering to open her eyes fully at the smell. Yum. As Menkai spoke, Bahara immediately took a big bite, raising a pass sign with a satisfied grin. HMPH. Hearing Bahara, Todo nodded smugly, as if it were only natural. Fail. You overcooked it. It's too tough. A complete waste of the meat's natural flavor, Menkai declared without even touching it. What? You didn't even taste it? Todo roared angrily. It's obvious just by looking. Menkai snapped back, a vein throbbing on her forehead. Damn it. Todo stomped away in frustration. Here, eat up. Next was Hanzo. Bahara took a bite and gave it a pass. Menkai, however, again gave a fail without tasting it. Why? Hanzo asked, disbelieving. The skin is dry and leathery, but the meat inside is raw. Your fire was too strong, Menkai explained flatly. Soon, tray after tray of whole roast boar was presented. No matter what, Bahara gave a pass, while Menkai did the exact opposite, failing them all without tasting. Really now? Why is everyone so thick-headed? All they know is to roast the whole thing. They haven't put in any effort at all. Menkai fumed internally. So far, no one has passed, Rio observed, frowning at the scene. Wait. The test subject is cooking, but the review also includes originality and observational skills. Kurapika deduced, his eyes lighting up. I see. Gun and Rio nodded in understanding. Rio then prepared a roast boar, with a little flag stuck in it. What is this, a kid's meal? Seeing Leorio's confident look, Menkai grew even angrier. Gun's roast boar was surrounded by a wreath of flowers. It's essentially the same thing. Menkai also discarded Gun's offering, though Bahara caught it and happily munched away. Next is my dish. Please try it. Finally, it was Kurapika's turn, a giant pork burger. Finally, something that at least looks like food. Seeing the somewhat appetizing burger, Menkai for the first time used her fork to take a piece of meat. Just as Kurapika confidently believed that emphasizing the pork's form and appearance, with taste being secondary, would work, Menkai flipped his giant burger over. Disgusting. While appearance is important, taste matters too. You're on the same level as number 403. Menkai declared mercilessly. Leorio, seeing this, shot Kurapika a smug grin, while Kurapika felt utterly defeated. Sorry to keep you waiting. This is my prepared dish, red braised pork belly, braised pig trotters, and sweet and sour pork ribs. After Kurapika's turn, Takeru stepped forward with his 3 dishes. To let the flavors of the trotters fully infuse, he had taken a bit more time. I hope you won't disappoint me, Menkai said, showing interest in Takeru's 3 offerings. First, the red braised pork belly. I used pork belly with alternating layers of fat and lean meat. After blanching, rinsing, and cutting into chunks, I blanched it twice in boiling water for 30 seconds each time, rinsing in between, then drained it. Then, I stir-fried aromatics in oil over low heat to release their fragrance before adding the pork belly to stir-fry together. As Mench's fork speared a piece of the vibrant red pork, Takeru quickly explained the process beside her. Hearing Takeru, the surrounding examinees stared in astonishment. They never imagined a single dish could require such complex steps. Yet, the aroma and appealing appearance of the pork made mouths water all around. Menkai placed the piece in her mouth, chewing slowly and thoughtfully. After one piece, she took a second. Bahara looked ravenous but restrained himself, waiting for Menkai to finish before devouring the whole plate. After 3 pieces, Menkai turned her attention to the sweet and sour ribs. Takeru proceeded to explain their preparation. Time seemed to stretch as the examinees held their breath, watching Menkai savor Takeru's dishes. You pass, Menkai finally said, opening her eyes to look at Takeru. Thank you, Takeru replied with a smile. However, there are still many flaws. Control of the fire, cooking techniques, there's room for improvement. Next time we meet, perhaps we can discuss it further, Menkai said, smiling as she extended an invitation. Is that so? I'd be grateful for your guidance if the opportunity arises, Takeru nodded. While confident in his cooking, he didn't think he could surpass a gourmet hunter. Hearing Mench's approval, Bahara promptly grabbed the plates, dumping the contents into his mouth before raising his pass sign. Finally, it was Yumaru's turn. After tasting, Menkai shook her head. Well, your cooking skills are the highest among this group. But the flavor is still far off. Do better next time, Menkai said, shaking her head. All right then. I've basically tasted all the dishes. Meaning, aside from one person, everyone here has failed. The test is over? Menkai announced loudly. I knew it. Her bad habit has surfaced again. Watching from afar, Satots realized the seriousness of the situation and quickly took out his phone to call the Hunter Association. What should we do, Chairman? Beans, who had issued Takeru's pass tag, asked the elderly chairman worriedly after hearing Satots' report. Is that so? All right, time for a little trip. The chairman on the airship made his decision. Meanwhile, back at the second test venue, the announcement that the test was over with only Takeru passing sparked outrage. You've got to be kidding me. The wrestler Todo smashed a cooking station, roaring in anger, drawing everyone's attention. I cannot accept this. I absolutely do not agree with this result. The failing decision will absolutely not change. Menkai stated calmly. Don't screw with us. You told us to catch pigs for you to eat, and we risked our lives doing it. Todo shouted. I said to make a dish using the pig that satisfies both of us. Except for one person, the rest presented utterly failing dishes, all essentially the same. It shows no effort at all. It just proves how little you all respect cooking. Menkai retorted, unfazed by Todo's rage. A dish made from a pig? No matter who makes it, it shouldn't be that different. Hanzo shrugged, adding fuel to the fire. Say that again. I dare you. I'll % hash it and. Hearing Hanzo's dismissive words, Menkai instantly exploded, grabbing his collar and unleashing a torrent of curses. Sigh. Mensch's bad habit is acting up again. Besides, in this world, there are hardly any who can make a dish that satisfies Menkai. Bahara thought helplessly, watching the scene. Chapter 89, Netero's Arrival, Spider Eagle's Eggs. 1162 words. The main point is you people lack the courage to put in effort and challenge yourselves with new things. Understand? After berating Hanzo, Menkai sat back in her chair, looking down at the crowd. Shut up! My goal is to become a blacklist hunter. What right do gourmet hunters like you have to judge me? Todo sneered. Sorry, but this year, it just happens to be gourmet hunters like us who are the examiners. Try again next year, Menkai replied, still restraining her anger. Damn it! You've got to be kidding me. Todo finally snapped and charged at Menkai. Before he could get close, Bahara swatted him away, sending him crashing into a wall dozens of meters away. Takeru shook his head at the sight, to challenge a real hunter without even knowing Nen. I respect your guts. If Bahara hadn't intervened, Todo would likely have been killed by the furious Menkai. So, in a way, Bahara saved his life. Let me make this clear. We gourmet hunters often search for rare ingredients. It's not strange for us to delve deep into the dens of ferocious beasts. Combat skills? If you become a hunter, you'll learn them whether you like it or not. Lacking not just focus, but also the courage to face the unknown, just that alone disqualifies you from being hunters. Menkai declared, brandishing the short, knife-like blades in her hands. Hearing Mensch's words, the examinees looked at each other uncertainly. Hisoka, however, paid no heed, toying with a playing card, ready to act. At the critical moment, a loud noise echoed from above. Even so, having only one examinee pass is a bit too harsh, don't you think? A voice spoke, followed by a figure leaping down from the airship. Boom! The impact sent gravel and dust flying, making the examinees cough. Takeo, seemingly expecting this, activated a skill from his star ring. A transparent barrier enveloped him, completely isolating the dust and debris. As the dust cleared, an old man's figure became visible. Who is that old man? Chairman Netero. Seeing the chairman of the examination committee himself, Menkai immediately became respectful. So, Menkai. While testing their courage to face the unknown, you judged their attitudes problematic and thus failed them, correct? Despite his high authority, Netero didn't speak down to Menkai. No. It was because some examinees made disparaging remarks about gourmet hunters that I became angry and made the judging criteria stricter than originally planned. Menkai, aware of her fault, explained softly. You're quite aware that your judgment lacked fairness, aren't you? Netero smiled slightly. Yes. I tend to lose my composure when it comes to matters of cuisine. That was a failure on my part as an examiner. Menkai self-criticized, even offering to resign and let Netero redo the test. However, under Netero's persuasion, Menkai remained as examiner, though the test subject changed. The new challenge was to go to a place called Split Mountain to boil eggs. Soon after, the group arrived at the foot of an incredibly tall mountain. This peculiar mountain had a massive fissure running down its middle and was devoid of any vegetation, only bare rock. All right, everyone. Please take a good look down the cliff, Menkai said, standing at the edge of the fissure with a smile. What's that? That is the nest of the spider eagle, Menkai announced. To build a nest in a place like that? Gun exclaimed in awe. A strong gust of wind blew, causing Todo to stumble back, fear evident on his face at the great height. Look closely below the nests. Those are the spider eagle's eggs, Menkai pointed out. To protect their eggs from predators, spider eagles build their nests deep within canyons and lay their eggs there. Consequently, they are listed as one of the world's most difficult to obtain precious ingredients, also known as dream eggs, Netero kindly explained. You don't mean? Hearing this and connecting it to their location and the test, Todo stared at Netero in shock. You guessed right, Menkai said with a confident smile. She then stepped to the edge of the cliff fissure and leaped down, landing on a spider silk thread. She caught it precisely, suspending herself. However, to obtain the eggs, she would need to descend another 10 meters or so. The eggs hung from a single thread. To get one would mean a certain fall into the abyss below. The examinees watched nervously. Even if Menkai could grab an egg, how would she get back up? Suddenly, perhaps sensing something, Menkai let go of the silk thread. her body began to fall. As she passed a cluster of eggs, she deftly snatched one. But her descent continued unabated. Soon, Mensch's figure disappeared into the mist below. Hey! She fell. Isn't that basically suicide? Leorio cried out in disbelief. Yumaru covered her mouth, feeling Mensch's actions utterly insane. But the moment Leorio finished speaking, a powerful upward current of air surged from below. Menkai was carried by this current, soaring back up to land beside the group. Wow, that's fun! Killua remarked with great interest. The updraft from the bottom of this valley allows newly hatched spider eagles larvae to ride the wind back up to their nest. Netero provided another brief explanation. All right. Now, we'll use this egg to make a boiled egg. Menkai announced, holding up the egg she had retrieved. You've got to be joking. Todo said incredulously. Takeo, what should we do? Yumaru asked nervously. Of course, we go down, Takeo replied with a smile. Wait, Takeo. You've already passed, so you don't need to go down for this one, Menkai interjected just as Takeo prepared to jump. Ha, it's called a dream egg. I'd like to see how it tastes too, Takeo said with a grin. Takeo was very passionate about food. Even though his enhanced body no longer required regular meals for energy, his habit of eating 3 to 4 times a day persisted, except in special circumstances. Yumaru, once we're down, only let go when I say so, understood? Seeing many examinees already jumping, Takeo instructed seriously. Understood. Trusting Takeo completely, Yumaru nodded. The thought of Takeo just getting an egg for her didn't cross her mind, as that would violate the rules. Let's go. Takeo then leaped toward a less crowded area, catching a silk thread firmly. He waited for the strong updraft. Truthfully, Takeo didn't need to wait. With his telekinesis or Jeppo, getting back up would be effortless. I'll go down first. Several excited examinees jumped. After grabbing eggs, they plummeted toward the abyss without hesitation. Should we jump too? Leorio asked eagerly. Not yet. Gun quickly stopped him. Why? Leorio was puzzled. Wait for the wind, Killua added. This wind isn't always blowing, Gun explained. While Takeo didn't have Gun's keen sense of smell or instinct, his formidable observation haki allowed him to precisely detect the arrival of the powerful air current. Chapter 90 The deal begins, armament haki for Nen. 1111 words. While they waited, the spider silk threads, strained by too many people, began to give way. Takeru's area, being less crowded, had no such issues. Faced with this, some impatient examinees let go early, plummeting toward the canyon floor with their spider eagle's eggs. No one paid them any mind. Yumaru waited strictly for Takeru's command. It wasn't that she couldn't sense it herself, but her observation haki only extended 30 or 40 meters. By the time she sensed the updraft, it would be too late. Now! Gun suddenly shouted as the silk threads were about to break. Yumaru! Jump! A second after Gun, Takeo gave the order. Without hesitation, Yumaru leaped toward the cluster of eggs she had already targeted. Takeo, however, focused on an entire nest. As he fell, he used his telekinesis to guide the whole cluster down with him. During the descent, he swiftly plucked eggs one by one, storing them in his item inventory. While the whole nest wouldn't fit, individual eggs stacked neatly. So, he stored them individually. In mere seconds, Takeo had stored the entire nest, leaving only one egg in his hand. By then, they had fallen over 100 meters. Suddenly, their bodies were caught by a powerful updraft. They shot upwards at tremendous speed, landing safely back on the cliff edge. Holding the egg, Yumaru was slightly dazed. She couldn't believe she had taken such a life-risking leap just for this. Takeo, however, paid no heed, satisfied with the egg in his hand and the many more in his inventory. Those who hadn't jumped the first time now looked down nervously, lacking the courage to take the plunge. Soon, large pots were set up to boil the spider eggs. Everyone enjoyed the fruits of their perilous labor. This is delicious. Market-bought ones can't compare at all. Hanzo exclaimed, devouring his egg eagerly. Takeo quietly savored his. If possible, he'd bring some back for Mayu, and the remaining 63 giant strawberries too. Hey, Todo-san, want to try some? Gun offered a share of his large egg to the disheartened Todo. Delicious. Taking a bite, Todo stood frozen. The joy of discovering delicious food after great hardship, can you understand it a little now? We risk our lives for this, Menkai said, walking up to Todo. I lost completely this year. I'll come back to challenge again next year. After this experience, Todo finally accepted his defeat, saluting and apologizing to Menkai. After this test, only 44 examinees remained. With the second phase over, they boarded an airship headed for the third test venue. All remaining qualified candidates waited to hear from Netro. Let me reintroduce myself. I am Isaac Netro, the head representative of the Hunter Examination Review Committee, Netro announced. I am the secretary, Beans, the green bean-headed man added. Normally, I would only appear at the final test. But coming to the site mid-exam like this, there's an indescribable sense of tension. Quite nice. Since it's a rare opportunity, I'll travel with you this time, Netero chuckled. As for our next destination, we are scheduled to arrive tomorrow morning around 8 a.m. Meals have been prepared in the dining room. If you wish to rest, that's fine too. Until we contact you, please make good use of your free time, Beans supplement. Gun, let's explore the airship. Killua said excitedly. Okay. Gun eagerly followed. You two have so much energy. Right now, I just need to sleep, no matter what, Leorio said exhaustedly. Same here, Kurapika agreed, utterly worn out. Takeo, what about us? Seeing the meeting seemed over, Umaru looked at Takeo expectantly. You go rest. I have some business with Hisoka, Takeo replied calmly. Understood, Umaru nodded. Takeo walked straight towards Hisoka. He was eager to learn about Nen. He recalled many details about the Nen ability system, and now, all he needed was for someone to use Hatsu to forcibly open his aura nodes. As for quickly learning Ten, Takeo was confident. Though not yet opened, he felt Nen shared similarities with his telekinesis and armament haki. While their manifestations differed, control aspects seemed comparable. Moreover, Takeo was fixated on Nen because he understood its premise, the ability to manipulate life energy or aura emitted from the body, using it for attack or defense. This force was called Nen. Therefore, he believed training Nen wouldn't conflict with other energy systems, similar to how chakra likely wouldn't conflict. Of course, the specifics required actual practice to know for sure. Hisoka. Takeo called out as he approached. Follow me. Seeing Takeo, Hisoka didn't refuse, leading him to a private room. Soon, they sat facing each other in a room. To prevent interruptions, Hisoka released a special Nen ability that instinctively repelled other examinees. Well then, Takeo, we shouldn't be disturbed now, Hisoka said, his excitement palpable. Good. Here's the deal, I'll explain armament haki to you, and you explain Nen to me. You also need to use Hatsu to forcibly open my Nen aura. Oh? You know quite a bit, Takeo. And that hardening ability is called armament haki? A very interesting name, Hisoka remarked, narrowing his eyes. Naturally. Armament haki is a special ability I developed, a new training system that enhances defense and attack power. Armament haki can be acquired through training and strengthened through practice. The strength of armament haki varies from person to person. One can adjust its intensity up to their personal limit as needed. The amount of armament haki varies from person to person. More haki means higher intensity and a larger range for attack and defense. Due to its fluid nature, armament haki has different application techniques: hardening, imbuement, emission, and internal destruction. Takeo explained the characteristics of armament haki in detail. Hisoka listened with immense interest, having experienced it firsthand during their earlier clash. This was precisely why Takeo had used it then, to establish a basis for an equal trade. In truth, Takeo was getting the short end of the stick. Nen was known by many, while armament haki was unique to him in this world. If he wished, Takeo could have sought a trade with Netro, but he found that too troublesome. As for whether Hisoka would play tricks, Takeo had some confidence in him. Fascinating. Now, let me tell you about Nen. Once Takeo finished, Hisoka began explaining Nen. Takeo's knowledge came solely from the anime in his previous life. Whether details had changed here was uncertain. Nen comprised 4 major principles: Ten, Zetsu, Ren, and Hatsu. Together, they formed Nen, described as sublimating the mind, tempering the mind. All martial arts were based on these 4 principles. Chapter 91, Chapter 91 Nen Ability Awakened, Massive Aura. 1258 words. Ten stabilizes the aura flowing chaotically throughout the body. In battle, the strength of one's 10 equals their defense against Nen attacks. This concept is very similar to armament haki. Takeru felt that if the two could be combined, his own attack and defense power would definitely reach an extremely high level. Next was Zetsu, which eliminates one's own presence, but reduces defense against Nen attacks to almost zero. It can also speed up recovery when fatigued. Ren, releasing the maximum amount of manifested aura. Hatsu, the pinnacle of Nen ability, allowing free manipulation and application of one's own aura. Then came the basic application techniques, Shu, In, Gaio, En. Shu, wrapping aura around items in contact with the body, enhancing their properties. Very similar to imbuement but more technique-based. The wrapped object can even leave the body. In is an application of Zetsu. When using Hatsu, it hides one's aura, making it difficult for others to detect. Gaio is an application of Ren. It concentrates aura on a specific body part, making it stronger. It can also be concentrated in the eyes to see through an opponent's En is a high-level combined application of Ten and Ren. It extends aura outward from oneself as a center point, detecting intruders within the covered area. It resembles observation haki, but consumes more energy and has a much smaller range. Of course, while En seems to have disadvantages compared to observation haki, once mastered to a high degree, it can, to some extent, sense the intentions of others. There are many other techniques like Ken, Ryu, KO, all developed from combinations of various skills and application techniques. Hisoka explained these theories in great detail to Takeru, who listened carefully and memorized them, comparing them with his own recollections. The differences were minor, indicating Hisoka likely wasn't lying. Afterwards, Takeru demonstrated armament haki for Hisoka and quickly explained its training methods. Upon hearing this, Hisoka showed a thoughtful expression. Next, Hisoka used Hatsu to forcibly activate the latent Nen within Takeru's body. There are two methods to awaken Nen, a gradual, safer awakening that takes longer, and a forced awakening. Forced awakening requires learning to retain aura within the body within a limited time. This method uses external aura like shock therapy to forcibly open the sealed aura nodes in Takeru's body. It is because these nodes are sealed that the aura inside cannot form a proper cycle, keeping Nen dormant. Now, Hisoka's task was to open all of Takeru's aura nodes in one go. While Hisoka's actions might carry some ill intent, his technique was undoubtedly powerful. Takeru felt he understood Hisoka reasonably well. Hisoka couldn't be simply labeled as a hero or a villain, he was more of a unique, neutral character. Capricious, deceptive, enjoys bloody battles, a pervert, but definitely not someone who kills indiscriminately without reason. Hisoka's life goal is to find prey, and his interest is to nurture rivals and then defeat them. In other words, he seeks individuals with combat potential, likened to unripe apples, patiently waiting for them to grow until they are worth killing. He possesses extremely strong principles. Since Takeru had made it clear this was a trade and had demonstrated something of equal value, Takeru was confident Hisoka wouldn't break his word. Or rather, even if he did, Takeru wasn't afraid. His formidable defense and various abilities were his trump cards. If Hisoka intended him harm, Takeru would definitely make him regret it. "Alright, Takeru, take off your jacket and turn your back to me," Hisoka said with a sinister smile. Hearing this, Takeru simply nodded, took off his jacket, and turned his back without any guard up. "You really do trust me," Hisoka remarked, showing a hint of surprise. "Of course. In a way, I'd say I understand you fairly well, Hisoka," Takeru replied with a smile. "Oh? That's truly interesting. We haven't met before, have we?" Hisoka inquired. "No," Takeru answered decisively. "Is that so?" Hearing Takeru, Hisoka nodded casually and said no more. He placed his hand near Takeru's back. As his hand approached, Takeru felt a wave of warmth. Though Hisoka's hand wasn't directly on him, Takeru felt a pushing sensation. However, after focusing his energy, Hisoka couldn't help but frown. He discovered that once his aura tried to enter Takeru's body, it met with immense resistance, as if Takeru's body was instinctively defending against it. Moreover, Hisoka sensed this defense wasn't Takeru's active doing, but rather his muscles inherently offered great resistance. This meant that under normal circumstances, if someone attacked Takeru with aura, his physical defense alone would likely negate a large portion, with even less actually harming him. Though shocked, Hisoka remembered his task. He was a man of his word. Having promised Takeru, he wouldn't go back on it. If a small amount of aura was ineffective, then... Thinking this, Hisoka widened his eyes. A massive surge of Nen erupted from his body, flooding toward Takeru. As Hisoka increased his aura output, Takeru frowned slightly. The pushing and burning sensations became much more pronounced. Though puzzled, Takeru didn't act rashly. Before long, Takeru felt as if some lock within his body had been opened, bringing an indescribable sense of relief. He could clearly see a special gaseous energy dissipating from his body. It somewhat resembled telekinesis but was fundamentally different. Simply put, telekinesis felt more like a derivative of spiritual energy, while Nen was born from the body's life energy, influenced most by the constitution attribute, but also by defense and spirit. Huff. Huff. After helping Takeru open all his aura nodes, Hisoka showed signs of fatigue, looking at Takeru as if he were a monster. The amount of aura emanating from Takeru's body was far too vast for someone who had just awakened Nen. Meanwhile, Takeru, still experiencing his new Nen ability, was unaware that the examiners aboard the airship were in a state of shock. Even Netero frowned, looking toward the room Takeru was in. First, Hisoka had released a terrifyingly massive aura. Then came Takeru's. Since Takeru hadn't yet used Ten to contain the aura around his body, Nen masters like Netero could sense his extraordinarily powerful aura. For an untrained individual to possess such volume and density was truly startling. Examinees like Gun and Killua, who hadn't learned Nen, also showed signs of discomfort. They possessed great potential and were very sensitive to Nen, so even without it awakened, their bodies instinctively warned them of danger. Meanwhile, Takeru, after briefly sensing his new ability, began to control the continuously dissipating aura. The control method was similar to telekinesis, simply by will. And it worked smoothly. Guided by his will, the dispersing aura began to circulate within him like blood, flowing from his head, down his right shoulder to his arm, through his legs to the left side, then halting, finally swirling around his body. In less than a minute, Takeru had gained complete control over his Nen. What delighted him most was that Nen control was largely similar to telekinesis. Even as a beginner, he could manipulate it skillfully, thanks to his regular training with telekinesis. Then, Takeru used his Nen to quickly form the numbers 1 through 10 above his palm, manipulating them swiftly and precisely. Truly astonishing. You've really never been exposed to Nen before. Watching Takeru effortlessly handle Nen, Hisoka showed genuine surprise, followed by excitement. He trembled slightly, itching for a fight. Clearly, in his mind, Takeru had ripened into a perfect, delectable apple. Chapter 92, Testing Nen Affinity. The Third Hunter Exam. 1,315 words. Of course, I had no prior contact. Also, Hisoka, I don't want to fight you right now. But once you've learned armament haki and still wish to fight, I'd be happy to oblige. Seeing Hisoka's excited expression, Takeru spoke matter-of-factly. Is that so? What a shame, Hisoka said, showing genuine disappointment. However, he was quite exhausted from helping Takeru open his aura nodes. After saying that, he went to a corner to rest. Takeru glanced at Hisoka calmly before leaving the room. He was very pleased with his newly acquired Nen. Since fully activating it, he could clearly feel his strength had increased significantly once more. It was an improvement in various aspects, even in his already formidable defense. Though it was just a guess, Takeru felt that as long as he maintained 10, even if someone of Netero's caliber attacked him continuously, it would be difficult to inflict serious damage. In other words, after awakening Nen, Takeru's defense had risen to another level. Furthermore, possessing armament haki allowed Takeru to use both abilities in tandem for defense, making his resilience even more lasting. After some thought, Takeru quickly fetched a glass of water and placed a leaf on it. He was preparing to test his Nen affinity. Nen is divided into 6 major categories: enhancement, emission, transmutation, manipulation, conjuration, and specialization. Due to differences in talent, personality, and upbringing, each person belongs to a different category. People can easily master the Nen abilities of their own category, while abilities of other categories are harder to learn. Takeru was currently using the water divination method for identification. He placed his hands around the cup and began to release his aura. Soon, the water in the cup began to overflow. Just as Takeru thought he might be an enhancer, the leaf started to move. Then the color of the water changed, and finally, a special crystal formed inside. Seeing this, Takeru tasted a bit of the overflowed water and found it had a slightly sour taste. Specialist. Almost instantly, Takeru realized his affinity was the rarest type, specialization. He was well aware that this type, like Kurapika's in his Scarlet Eye state, could potentially utilize all other categories with 100% efficiency. Upon confirming his affinity, Takeru fell into deep thought, considering what kind of ability he should develop. After all, he could theoretically maximize the power of any category. He briefly considered ideas like a spiraling energy ball, a shuriken made of energy, or a Kamehameha-like wave. He quickly dismissed these thoughts. Now was not the time for that. The most important things were the fundamentals, increasing his potential aura and achieving perfect mastery of Ken and Ryu. Compared to offense, Takeru's foundation was predominantly defense-oriented. With this in mind, Takeru sat down and began meditating, aiming to make his nen more practice and increase the quantity of his aura through meditation. While Takeru was meditating, in another room, Killua and Gun had been invited by the chairman for a ball-catching game. Kurapika and Leorio were sleeping exhaustedly. As for Yumaru, she was also contemplating her next steps. To be honest, without Takeru, she would have struggled to pass even the first phase of the Hunter exam. Coming to this world made her realize just how powerful humans could be. While she and the others came from entirely different worlds with different world views, so not being as strong wasn't surprising, being chosen by the reincarnation space gave them a potentially brighter future than the natives. The competitive Yumaru was determined to become stronger. Having always strived for perfection since childhood, she naturally didn't want to fall behind in this reincarnation game, especially in an area she considered herself good at. Takeru was unaware of Yumaru's renewed resolve to grow stronger, but had he known, he would have been happy for her. In the other parallel Hunter worlds, aside from Ui and Yukino, everyone else had been eliminated. Stranded in a foreign world with no money, they began a rather pitiful struggle for survival. Although each possessed decent abilities, they weren't the type to harm innocent people recklessly. Or rather, after realizing most people in this world were far from ordinary, they didn't dare act carelessly. They could only quickly find jobs or use their points to materialize some supplies they had prepared in their original world for survival. However they managed, life wasn't easy. Of course, they were ultimately not ordinary people. Though caught off guard initially, they adapted quickly. As everyone struggled, time swiftly passed. Good morning, everyone. My apologies for making you wait. This airship will soon arrive at our destination. As the announcement played through the ship, Takeru, who had been meditating, opened his eyes. After a night of sensing and practice, he had become even more familiar with Nen, using it more smoothly than before. Soon, the airship landed atop an incredibly tall tower. Takeru and the others followed the guide and disembarked. Takeru! Yumaru quickly noticed him and waved. Morning, Yumaru, Takeru replied with a smile. He then saw Killua, Gun, and the others, exchanging greetings before settling down to wait for the third exam to begin. All examinees, the starting point for the third Hunter exam is here, the top of the tower known to the world as Trick Tower. The condition for passing is to descend alive from the top of the tower to the ground. The time limit is 72 hours. The third exam now officially begins. May you all pass smoothly. Beans quickly announced the rules, signaling the start. Meanwhile, inside Trick Tower, the examiner for this phase squinted his eyes, munching on potato chips while monitoring Takeru and the others through surveillance devices. As the airship flew away completely, Gun and the others curiously looked down. Sensing the distance from the top to the bottom was easily 100 meters or more, they were shocked. Don't tell me we have to climb down from here. Leorio exclaimed, looking down in shock. That's practically suicide. Hearing Leorio, Kurapika frowned. Seems most can't do it, but for a first-class rock climber, this should be a piece of cake. As they discussed, a confident man walked up behind them with a smile. He then proceeded to demonstrate his climbing skills, using cracks and imperfections on the tower's sheer surface to descend rapidly. Even on a completely vertical surface, his speed didn't slow. So cool. He's really going all the way down. Gun and Killua watched in amazement. HMPH, looks like the first to pass the third exam will be me. After descending a fair distance, the man grew even more confident. However, just as he was feeling triumphant, several strange sounds echoed. To everyone's shock, several monstrous creatures resembling giant babies appeared, snatched the man off the wall in one bite, and swiftly flew away. Guess we can't count on climbing down, the man's experience made Gun and the others refocus. Takeru, I found a hidden hatch big enough for 2 people. Should we go down now? Yumaru approached Takeru curiously. No, Yumaru. Do you trust me? Takeru glanced around and found about 30 people remained on the tower top. He shook his head and looked seriously at Yumaru. Of course. Though slightly puzzled, Yumaru answered firmly. Good. Then listen to me. I will get you through this. After saying this, Takeru sat cross-legged on the ground and entered a meditative state again. Hearing Takeru's words and seeing his actions, Yumaru was momentarily stunned. But trusting him, she quietly sat down nearby. As the sun rose higher, the area became increasingly hot. However, none of the present examinees were ordinary, so they weren't bothered by the sun. As time passed, the number of people on the tower top dwindled rapidly. While Kurapika and Leorio were still analyzing the situation, the number of remaining examinees had already fallen below half. Chapter 93 Trick Tower Speedrun. 1177 words. Kurapika, Leorio, Takeru, Yumaru. Gun's excited voice suddenly called out to them. What is it, Gun? Hearing Gun, Kurapika asked curiously. Takeru and Yumaru also approached. I found a hidden door to go down, Gun announced, pressing down on a section of the floor. It sank slightly, but when he released it, it returned to its original position. I see. So it's designed as a mechanism where flipping the stone slab creates a passage downward, Kurapika mused. Well done, Gun. Then let's hurry down. Leorio praised. Takeru and Yumaru, thanks to their observation haki, had already known the secret and had even found several other hidden doors. But I'm hesitating. Over there, and over there. I found similar hidden doors too. Gun expressed his concern. 5 doors quite close together. It's possible some are traps. Kurapika immediately understood the worry. These doors seem like they can only be used once. Earlier, we tried to open a door someone else had used, but it wouldn't budge, Killua added. Judging by the door size, only one person at a time. So, that means the 6 of us have to split up here, Killua concluded. As the group analyzed, Takeru spoke up. You all go ahead. Yumaru and I will stay here for a while. He glanced at the others. Why? There are 5 doors. I could find another one. Then we could all go down together, right? Gun looked at Takeru, confused. Gun, if it's about hidden doors, I'm fully aware of how many are currently available on this roof, Takeru said with a slight smile. Who? Why? Everyone was puzzled. If Takeru knew all along, why didn't he go down? You're kidding. Leorio looked at Takeru with suspicion. Well, you should go ahead. We'll wait here a bit longer, Takeru replied, ignoring Leorio's doubt and shaking his head. With 72 hours, Takeru didn't plan to waste much time inside the trick tower. In that case, we'll go first. Gun and I have already picked 2 doors from the 5. Killua gave Takeru a deep look before speaking. Yeah. Even if we hit a trap, we won't blame anyone. What about you, Leorio and Kurapika? Gun asked curiously. Why not? Luck is part of strength too. Leorio stated seriously. I have no other opinions either. Let's do it, Kurapika agreed with a smile. Soon, the 4 each chose a door. After bidding farewell, they jumped down one after another on the count of 3. However, upon landing, they found themselves in the same secret room. It was a very brief separation. They soon discovered the trap required 5 people to pass. Without a 5th person, they couldn't proceed. Without much thought, they began shouting for Takeru. But the soundproofing was excellent, and their calls couldn't reach above. In truth, Takeru was aware of their situation but chose not to intervene. Meanwhile, fewer than 20 examinees remained on the tower top. Takeru still sat calmly, meditating. Yumaru, following Takeru's earlier instruction, trusted him despite her confusion and waited quietly with him. Soon, another hour passed. Now, only 15 people remained. As the number of hidden doors was limited, finding one became increasingly difficult the later it was. All right, Yumaru, it's time for us to go too. Seeing the time was about right, Takeru stood up. Okay. Should we join Gun and the others? Yumaru asked, puzzled. No, let them wait for a teammate on their own. Takeru shook his head with a light smile. Because the 5th door remained unused, Gun's group was stuck waiting idly. I see. Then how do we go down? Yumaru asked again. From here. Takeru walked to the very edge of the trick tower and pointed outward. From here? Yumaru was stunned. It might be a bit thrilling, but it's safe. Should I carry you in my arms or on my back? Takeru asked with a light laugh. Who? Hearing this, Yumaru's face flushed slightly. On your back, I guess. After a moment's hesitation, Yumaru said shyly. She had mostly figured out that Takeru must have a way to get down directly from here, so she chose the piggyback option. All right, hop on. Hearing her, Takeru crouched down. Though a bit embarrassed, Yumaru had chosen to trust Takeru and didn't hesitate much longer, quickly climbing onto his back. With Yumaru on his back, Takeru didn't give her much time to prepare. He stepped off the edge. The fall was extremely fast. From the nearly 200-meter-high trick tower, they would reach the ground in about 8 or 9 seconds. Feeling the intense weightlessness, Yumaru could only instinctively hold Takeru tighter. When they were about halfway down, Takeru activated his telekinesis. Instantly, their descent speed buffered, though they continued to fall. When they were less than 10 meters from the ground, their bodies came to a complete stop mid-air before slowly lowering the rest of the way. The entire process took about 40 seconds. Takeru and Yumaru had safely descended from the top of the trick tower to the bottom. At the very moment Takeru landed, a door on the trick tower opened, and a voice echoed from within. Examinee number 406, Takeru. First to pass the third phase. Time elapsed, 1 hour, 37 minutes. Hearing the announcement, Takeru nodded slightly. Yumaru, however, was still immersed in her fear. Even though they had landed, she hadn't realized it, her eyes still tightly shut. Yumaru, we're down. Seeing this, Takeru found it somewhat funny and spoke gently. Who? Only when she felt the strong wind cease and heard Takeru's voice did Yumaru dare to open her eyes, discovering they were indeed at the bottom. All right, get down now. Crouching slightly, Takeru looked at her seriously. Right. Reminded, Yumaru quickly and somewhat awkwardly jumped down. Examinee number 407, Yumaru. Second to pass the third phase. Time elapsed, 1 hour, 38 minutes. As Yumaru's feet touched the ground, the voice announced again. Yumaru, you go inside first. I'm going to train here for a bit. Looking at the open door, Takeru said calmly. Who? Train. Yumaru looked puzzled. That's right. Nodding lightly, Takeru quickly pondered what to focus on. Physical training could wait. Having just gained Nen, he was very curious about it. He had basically grasped Ten, Zetsu, and Hatsu. He hadn't tried Ren yet, but he felt it shouldn't be a problem. He then recalled Wing's teachings to Gun and Killua. First, visualize the energy accumulated within the body. Then, let each cell begin gathering that energy, gradually increasing it, and finally release the accumulated power outward all at once. Releasing more aura than usual and maintaining that state, that was Ren. It was a technique that consumed a lot of aura. Maintaining this state was also called Ken. The longer one could maintain Ken, the greater the advantage in Nen combat, as it indicated a larger aura capacity. Takeru succeeded on his first try, which pleasantly surprised him. Ken consumed aura much faster than Ten. Takeru now wanted to test how long he could maintain it. Chapter 94, Ken and Ryu. 1249 words. Sensing Takeru's burst of energy, Yumaru didn't understand what was happening, but she could feel an extremely terrifying presence emanating from him, making her instinctively want to step back. Unable to comprehend Takeru's actions, Yumaru began her own training in stamina and observation haki outside. Meanwhile, the examiner watching through the surveillance monitors showed a grave expression. Even through the screen, he could faintly sense a trace of pressure coming from Takeru. Takeru paid no mind to this, simply continuing to maintain his Ken. A full 38 minutes passed before he stopped, utterly exhausted and unable to emit any more aura. Aura was different from mana. Mana was a special form of energy, while aura was life energy. The two had no connection. Takeru remembered from Greed Island when Gun trained with Biscuit. In an exhausted state, Gun could only maintain Ken for 2 minutes. Roughly estimating, Takeru felt that even at full strength, Gun at that time probably couldn't maintain Ken for more than 15 minutes. It was only after a month of arduous training that Gun could sustain Ken for over 30 minutes. This meant Takeru, having just activated his aura, being able to maintain Ken for so long was already impressive. After using up all his aura, Takeru felt incredibly weary. Clearly, to maintain combat effectiveness under normal circumstances, even without relying on aura, he couldn't drain his aura completely at once. Otherwise, even if he had physical strength left, he wouldn't be able to use it effectively. Once his aura was depleted, Takeo immediately used Zetsu to speed up his recovery. He then cast Advanced Heal on himself. However, the effect on aura recovery was only slightly faster, lasting just a few minutes before returning to normal speed. Seeing this, Takeo could only let it recover naturally and shifted to tempering his body through physical training. Yumaru, watching Takeo train so diligently, began to understand why his strength far surpassed everyone else's. Aside from his skill at uncovering mission details, there was also his constant daily training. While Takeo and Yumaru trained, the other examinees continued to tackle the trick tower. Leorio's group, after learning the rules from the examiner, waited a full 2 hours for their fifth teammate, the rookie crusher, Tonpa. The remaining time was now 69 hours and 20 minutes. Though unhappy about Tonpa's arrival, Gun's group now had the required number to proceed. Upon hearing the rules, Tonpa instantly grasped the treacherous aspect of the majority rule. To cause trouble from the start, he specifically chose the option not to proceed to the next stage. Of course, since Leorio and the others chose to proceed, the door still opened. However, it successfully planted a seed in the straightforward Leorio's mind that Tonpa was there to sabotage. Later, Tonpa frequently played the contrarian. During a 5-on-5 match against prisoners, after spouting a bunch of nice-sounding words, Tonpa promptly chose to surrender. As time passed, Takeo felt he had mostly recovered and resumed his Nen training. This time, he focused on Ryu. This meant using Ken while simultaneously employing Gaio, allowing his aura to move swiftly according to his will. If Ken was considered a value of 100, under normal circumstances, attack might be 50 and defense 50, a balanced distribution. But attacking in this state was highly inefficient, hence the need for Ryu. It allowed one to swiftly move their aura according to their will, greatly improving efficiency. For example, one could concentrate 80 towards attack and 80 towards defense. The remaining 20 served as a buffer against mistakes, preventing one's defenses from becoming too weak. With greater combat proficiency, one could even use KO for attack. KO involved concentrating the full value of 100 on the attack without leaving any for defense. In this regard, Takeo actually had a significant advantage over others in this world, his innate physical defense. Even without using aura for defense, ordinary Nen attacks would struggle to breach it. If faced with a truly terrifying attack, Takeo could, while maintaining Ken, also activate armament Haki, further enhancing his defense. Relying on these skills and continuously increasing his defense, Takeo was confident that before long as he wasn't in a world with utterly unfair powers, he could walk without fear, becoming an existence that no one could break through. As he trained relentlessly, another 4 hours passed. By this time, Hisoka was facing his final trial. His opponent was the examiner he had disliked the previous year. After enduring the examiner's flashy attacks, Hisoka quickly regained the initiative. He effortlessly caught the knives thrown at him, causing the examiner's mental state to fluctuate greatly, then cleanly sliced off his head. Third place. Examinee number 44, Hisoka. Time elapsed, 6 hours, 17 minutes. Takeo noticed the third qualifier had emerged. It was the familiar Hisoka. "Hey, you're injured?" Noticing the wound on Hisoka's shoulder, Takeo asked in surprise. "I ran into an old opponent. I didn't use Nen, so this happened. Though I didn't expect you to come down faster than me, and with that woman too," Hisoka replied calmly. "You're really something." "As for coming down fast, I just used a little trick," Takeo said with a smile before returning to his solo training. Takeo hadn't expected Hisoka to be so overconfident, facing a pro hunter without using Nen for defense, only relying on combat skill. Seeing Takeo show no interest in further conversation, Hisoka began his own training in armament Haki. Unlike Nen, there were no shortcuts with armament Haki. It could only be acquired step by step, similar to the gradual method of learning Nen. Though he couldn't use it yet, Hisoka felt he wouldn't have much problem learning armament Haki before the hunter exam ended. As the three trained diligently, time slowly passed. Soon, over 12 hours had passed since Takeo and Yumaru arrived. After qualifying, they weren't short of food. One of the doors in the room was open, containing prepared meals which they could simply take and eat. Fourth place. Examinee number 301, Gitaraka. Time elapsed, 12 hours, 2 minutes. Just as Takeo was still training hard, another announcement sounded. The fourth person had cleared the tower. "I guessed you would have reached the finish line already," the disguised Illumi said to Hisoka with a slight smile. Hearing Illumi, Hisoka showed him a faint smile in return and continued trying to activate his armament Haki. "Yay! I'm first!" "Ooh?" Strange. The bald Hanzo emerged excitedly, only to freeze upon seeing Hisoka and the recently emerged Illumi beside him. 5th place. Examinee number 294, Hanzo. Time, 12 hours, 3 minutes. Hearing he was 5th, he stared dumbfounded at Takeru, who was training outside, feeling even more confused. He clutched his head. How could this be? I'm 5th? Takeru paid no mind to the bald man's antics. His recent training had made his use of Ryu very smooth, mainly due to his previous experience with psychokinesis. He had also tried using KO. Sensing its destructive power, Takeru was startled, not expecting he could unleash such terrifying force. Besides using KO, Takeru had also employed armament haki. When Takeru tested this attack, Hisoka had been watching thoughtfully from the side. Meanwhile, Gun's group, though they passed the prisoner obstacle stage, lost 50 hours of time. They were now confined to a special room, unable to leave until 50 hours passed. 6th place. Examinee number 384, Jureta. Time elapsed, 12 hours, 27 minutes. Chapter 95, the 4th test. Hunter and hunted. 1,409 words. In the blink of an eye, it was already the 2nd day. After resting for 4 hours, Takeru woke up early again and went outside as the sky was just beginning to lighten. First, he went to the edge of the area and found a huge boulder. With a light press, the boulder instantly split into numerous broken stones under the immense force. Takeru then gathered all the broken stones and brought them next to the trick tower. He then began striking stones with stones. This was the method Biscuit had taught Gun and Killua to train their enhancement abilities and practice Shu. The principle was to wrap a stone with aura, then use it to strike other stones. The minimum requirement was to use one stone to shatter over 1,000 other stones consecutively in a day to be considered qualified. If the aura-wrapped stone broke due to fatigue or lack of skill, one had to start over from the beginning. Bang! 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 As the sound of shattering stones rang out, Takeo entered a state of intense concentration. However, he was still somewhat inexperienced at first. On his first attempt, he only managed to shatter 312 stones before the stone in his hand broke because his aura coverage wasn't concentrated enough. Seeing this, Takeo sighed and began readjusting before starting the challenge again. Watching Takeo's actions, Hisoka observed with interest. Illumi also watched Takeo with slight seriousness, recognizing Takeo's strength even without having fought him. Hanzo and the others, however, looked at Takeo with confusion. Some even tried imitating him by striking stones with stones. But for them, it was mostly one stone for one stone, and they couldn't possibly achieve what Takeo was doing, hitting multiple times. Puzzled, Hanzo wanted to ask Takeo about his method, but Takeo paid him no mind. Hanzo hadn't learned Nen yet, so explaining would be useless. Takeo could clearly sense that Hanzo hadn't learned Nen yet, as was evident from his later match with Gun. He possessed decent stamina and physical strength. However, the fact that he bled after being knocked down by Gun's sneak attack showed that if he had been maintaining 10 with aura, he wouldn't have been injured so easily. Time continued to flow. Takeru spent each day tirelessly training himself. Hisoka, too, became engrossed in armament haki. While enhancing Nen wasn't something achieved overnight, the emergence of armament haki offered him the possibility of another significant leap in power, which Hisoka naturally wouldn't pass up. Moreover, haki could be combined with Nen to enhance it further, making Hisoka feel his own potential ceiling could be raised as well. Soon, over 71 hours had passed since Takeo and the others arrived for the third test. Gun's group was now facing their final trial, to either fight among themselves, with only 3 advancing, or to act as a group of 5 but lose 45 hours of time, which meant failure. At the last moment, Gun thought of a solution. While choosing the 5-person option, he used the provided weapons to break the wall. At 71 hours and 59 minutes, the entire group successfully escaped. Seeing the 5 emerge battered and exhausted in the final few seconds, Yumaru was quite surprised. In comparison, she and Takeo had reached the tower base in less than a minute. That seemed rather impressive. Hey, Gun, Kurapika, Killua. Looks like you had a really tough challenge. Takeo said with a smile to the 3 who came out first. Tonpa and Leorio were about 10 seconds behind. With his extremely powerful observation haki, Takeo was fully aware of everything they had gone through, which matched the original work quite closely. Hey, Takeo, Yumaru. Seeing Takeo had also passed smoothly, Gun showed a happy smile. Though their interaction wasn't extensive, the straightforward Gun had already considered Takeo and Yumaru friends, even if just ordinary friends. This time, a total of 26 examinees had cleared the tower. Everyone, congratulations on successfully escaping the trick tower. Next, only the fourth phase and the final phase remain. The examiner, who had been hiding in the shadows, revealed himself and addressed the group. Still 2 more phases. A candidate sighed upon hearing this. The venue for the fourth phase is on that island over there. Zevel Island. Now, please cooperate. For the next phase, everyone must draw a lot. The examiner said with a smile as an assistant cooperatively wheeled out a box. What is that for deciding? Someone quickly asked. Hunters and the hunted, the examiner replied with a sinister smile. This box contains 26 numbered tags. In other words, the tags inside are the examinee numbers of the current candidates. Next, according to the order of your escape from the tower, please come forward to draw one. First, the first place. The examiner gestured politely. Takeo walked forward. Everyone was shocked to see Takeo was first. Gun and the others were incredulous, as when they had gone down, Takeo was still waiting up top. Takeo approached the box. Although the tags were concealed, he used his observation haki to check and directly pick the tag belonging to examinee number 89. 362, Takeo whispered to Yumaru as she approached the box after him. Yumaru, understanding his hint, picked out tag number 362 belonging to an extra character, and returned to Takeru's side. The third to draw was Hisoka. After everyone had drawn, it was finally Tonpa's turn. As Tonpa picked his card, the examiner spoke again. Everyone has drawn, right? Next, please remove the sticker on the card together. That is your prey. The examiner looked at everyone with a sinister smile. Hearing the examiner, many immediately concealed their number tags. Takeo, however, remained calm as usual, showing no intention of hiding his. Besides him, Hisoka, Illumi, and others confident in their strength also showed no signs of concealment. The number each of you drew was recorded in this box's memory at the moment of drawing. Therefore, how you handle that card is your freedom. What you must snatch is the number tag from your prey, the examiner explained with a smile. I see. So we don't have to risk our lives against people, the youngest of the 3 brothers sighed in relief. The methods for seizing the number tags are unrestricted. Do as you please. Even if you want to kill your target first and then easily take their tag, that's up to you, the examiner added the crucial point. That should be the most straightforward method, right? The second brother of the trio said with a confident smile. Idiot, what are you afraid of? The eldest brother bumped the youngest. Listen up, everyone. The number tag of your assigned target is worth 3 points. Your own number tag is also worth 3 points. Any other tags are worth 1 point. To advance to the final phase, you must collect a total of 6 points. Your primary task on the island is to collect number tags totaling 6 points. That is the passing condition for the 4th hunter exam phase. As the examiner finished explaining the conditions, a boat arrived nearby. Takeo and the others followed the examiner onto the boat and headed straight for the island. On the boat, an assistant acting as a guide explained the rules. He also mentioned that survivors who passed the 3rd phase this year but failed this one would be unconditionally invited to the exam venue next year if they wished to participate again. However, faced with the guide's explanations, everyone showed serious expressions, eyeing each other warily. No one paid attention to the guide, making him feel somewhat awkward. It couldn't be helped. For the ordinary examinees, although there were still 2 hours of travel ahead, the battle had already begun. They were all wary of those around them while also glancing covertly at their own targets. Of course, there were also those who were completely in the dark about who their target was. For instance, Killua and Lia Rio didn't know who their targets were. Gun had drawn the fateful Hisoka. Despite the interference from Takeo and Yumaru, it seemed not much had changed. For example, Killua drew 189. Though it wasn't the original 199, his opponent was still one of the 3 brothers. As for Takeo, to avoid trouble, he had directly chosen number 89, mainly to resolve his opponent quickly and then have time for quiet training. Chapter 96, Chapter 96 Nen Ability Concept. 1,325 words. After 3 days of training, Takeo had gained excellent control over his foundational Nen techniques. Combined with his already immense aura capacity from the start, he was now ready to begin conceptualizing his unique ability and had already made some headway. Therefore, during these 7 days, Takeo planned to initially develop this ability. Of course, besides ability development, he would also continue to improve himself. Sorry to keep you waiting. We have arrived at Zevel Island. Next, starting from the person with the shortest clear time in the 3rd phase, please disembark one by one. Upon reaching the destination, the guide announced with a smile. The disembarkation method is as follows: after the previous person disembarks, wait for a 2-minute interval before the next person goes. The guide explained seriously. So it'll be a long time before it's our turn, Killua said boredly. The stay duration is 1 week. During this period, after collecting 6 points worth of number tags, please return to this location. Now, let the first person to clear the exam begin. Hearing the guide, Takeo walked straight into the island. After moving a short distance in, he stopped and waited on a tree for number 89 to arrive. Takeo naturally didn't plan to waste too much time on hide and seek. Instead, he would directly target number 89, subdue him the moment he entered, collect the tag, and then find a good spot to train. Upon arriving, Takeo also noticed many special presences hidden in the shadows. Knowing the story, he understood these were the Hunter exam's covert review personnel. Therefore, he paid them no mind. Over on the boat, after Takeo's figure disappeared, the others realized something. I see. The ones who disembark first have an advantage. Kurapika remarked. Yeah. They can hide in advance and secretly confirm the movements of their hunting target. Leo Rio added. Next was Yumaru. After walking in a bit, she sensed Takeo was not far away and headed straight for his location. Takeo's target was the 13th person to clear the tower. Sensing his target had disembarked, Takeo used observation haki to firmly lock onto him. The target, number 89, was very cautious. After nervously observing his surroundings, he quickly chose a direction and started running. Yumaru, wait here for a bit. I'll be right back. Sensing his target's rapid movement, Takeo spoke softly to Yumaru. Understood. I'll be careful of the surroundings. Hearing Takeo, Yumaru realized his target must have landed and nodded. Although she could currently only maintain a 20-meter observation haki range, it was sufficient for vigilance for her. Coupled with her various special abilities, her combat power ranked in the middle among this group of hunter candidates. Her base attributes were slightly low, and her practical experience couldn't match those who trained frequently. But in terms of overall combat capability, she wasn't weak. So as long as she survived the first hurdle, and if her luck wasn't terrible and she remained calm, her chances of passing the trial were quite high. Like in the other parallel world, Yukino and UI, after passing the first phase's test, sailed smoothly through the later trials, mainly because observation haki was incredibly useful. Especially in the trick tower phase. Both found single-person passages and used observation haki to detect and carefully avoid traps, completing the trial in just over 10 hours. During the draw, they weren't foolish either. They also used observation haki to find a weak character as their target and knew in advance who was hunting them, allowing them to be on constant guard. Back to Takeo. After informing Yumaru, he moved at extremely high speed, leaping through the trees. In less than a minute, he found number 89. Then, before his target could react, Takeo activated telekinesis. An invisible telekinetic force punched the target's head. Struck by the heavy blow, number 89 fainted without any resistance, never knowing who his opponent was or what attacked him. Takeo then used telekinesis to swiftly bring the target's number tag to his hand. Clutching the tag, he stored it in his item inventory. After a thought, he also removed the tag on his chest and stored it away. After finishing this, Takeo leaped back through the trees, returning to Yumaru. Soon, it was number 362's turn to land. Led by Takeo, Yumaru quickly found him and similarly easily subdued this weakling. After taking his tag, Takeo and Yumaru headed towards the other side of the forest. To avoid trouble, Takeo planned to go directly to the far side of the island to train. Although he might still be sought out later, few would likely bother going that far. As they moved through the forest, Takeo soon selected a very nice spot. There was a pure river with fish, fruit trees, a nearby mountain, a small grassland, and small animals. Takeo wasted no time. He threw several punches at the mountain face. Under his control, a cave quickly appeared in the mountain. Yumaru, we'll be living here for the next 7 days. Takeo said with a smile, looking at their surroundings. Okay. I've caused you too much trouble on this journey. Hearing Takeo, Yumaru said gratefully. Hearing her, Takeru simply nodded and didn't say much more, instead returning to researching his Hatsu. Takeru's current concept wasn't anything else, but something similar to a Nen beast. Due to his specialist type affinity, he could utilize a Nen beast's abilities to their fullest potential, as Nen beasts primarily utilize emission, manipulation, and conjuration. Transmutation can also be used, though it's less common for Nen beasts. A Nen beast created by Takeru utilizing 5 categories at 100% efficiency would undoubtedly be extremely powerful. Most importantly, combined with Takeru's other abilities, he could create a very unique Nen beast. The main reason he thought of a Nen beast was the increasing occurrence of special events in the real world. He wanted someone to protect Mayu when he wasn't by her side. While Takeru was still researching Nen beast development, Gun was facing a dilemma. Having personally experienced Hisoka's terrifying malicious aura, Gun, who hadn't activated his Nen yet, felt like he was standing naked in extremely cold ice when faced with Hisoka's malicious aura. That bone-chilling cold made Gun shiver just thinking about it. Of course, despite being afraid, the straightforward, stubborn enhancer Gun wouldn't easily admit defeat. What should I do? There's no way I can directly attack and steal his tag. Just as Gun was worrying, he noticed a confrontation. It was Pockle hunting his target. Watching Pockle approach his target almost without a trace, then strike, though the killing intent alerted the prey, he still managed to wound him, and then a paralysis arrow immobilized the opponent. Gun found inspiration. Gun then began practicing swinging his fishing rod diligently. He planned to use it to fish away the number tag from Hisoka's person. However, after practicing, Gun realized how difficult this was. For stationary or predictably moving objects, he could hit them every time. But against freely flying birds, Gun had no chance. Meanwhile, Rio, after entering the forest, wandered alone, lost. So far, he didn't know who his target was or where they had gone. It's getting dark. Until dawn tomorrow, I shouldn't move recklessly, Kurapika decided, looking at the sky. As for Takeru, after several more hours of training, he was already able to summon a special Nen beast. However, the summoned creature was currently like a doll, unable to move and possessed no abilities. It could only become stronger as Takeru continuously added settings to it. While Takeru busied himself, Yumaru prepared dinner for him. The dinner was simple: fish, a spider eagle's egg, and a noggin-lugging tortoise's strawberry. Although she had never grilled fish before, after a few attempts, Yumaru quickly grasped the basics. While not particularly delicious, it was at an edible level. The spider eagle's egg was very simple, just boil it. Chapter 97, Shadow Core. 1406 words. Wow, it's really delicious, Takeru. Your decision was fantastic. Enjoying the spider eagle's egg and the massive strawberry, Yumaru showed a happy smile. Seeing Yumaru's smile, Takeru couldn't help but smile himself. It seemed having a companion by his side was really nice. After enjoying dinner, Takeru lay down on the soft grass, looking at the unique night sky of the hunter world, feeling incredibly peaceful. Seeing Takeru's casual action, Yumaru imitated him and lay down as well. I wonder how my brother is doing, if he's doing all right. Looking at the night sky, Yumaru felt worried about Taihei. Having experienced so much on the journey, especially the scene in the Milsey wetlands during the first test, Yumaru felt it was extremely dangerous. If one got eliminated early, it was fine, but if eliminated later, with Taihei's strength, he could very likely be killed. Though I don't know how everyone is doing, having mastered observation haki, they probably shouldn't have any major problems. Hearing Yumaru, Takeru comforted her softly. That's true. Hearing Takeru, Yumaru could only silently pray. After resting a bit, Takeru stood up again and began setting special abilities for his Nen beast. Although Yumaru hadn't mastered Nen, she could faintly sense the shape of the Nen beast Takeru was creating through her observation haki. She was very curious about it but didn't know how to ask. Meanwhile, Gun, with no birds around at night, helplessly lay down on the grass and began psyching himself up again. What Gun didn't know was that a dark figure had been watching him from a distance the entire time. Although Gun had exposed many openings today, the figure's owner seemed to be contemplating something, merely watching the hard-working Gun calmly without choosing to act. At dawn, when sunlight touched him, Gun woke up. After washing his face with water from the small river, he picked up his fishing rod again and started training with enthusiasm. After blindly practicing for several hours, Gun once again lay down exhausted on the grass. It's no good. It really is too difficult. Is there really no way to lock onto birds flying freely in the sky? Gun said helplessly. However, he then noticed a bird catching a fish. Why can birds accurately catch fish swimming around? Seeing this, Gun began carefully observing the bird's movements. Soon, Gun witnessed a scene of a mantis stalking a cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. The moment a fish ate a bug near the water's edge, the bird precisely snatched the fish. Seeing this, Gun instantly understood. Excitedly, he picked up his fishing rod and became the final hunter. After successfully catching birds several times in a row, Gun began his operation. Using the island's blood-sensing butterflies to lead the way, he followed them and found Hisoka, who was injured and sitting quietly. At this moment, Hisoka seemed engrossed in researching something, paying no attention to his surroundings. However, even though Hisoka appeared unguarded, seeing him still made Gun nervous and tremble. Fortunately, having grown up in the forest and possessing strong innate talent, Gun had a natural Zetsu-like quality, so Hisoka didn't detect his presence. Gun could only wait for Hisoka to take action. As for Leorio, he was like a headless fly, searching everywhere for his target, unaware that the cunning Tonpa had already set his sights on him. Later, due to Kurapika's unexpected involvement, Leorio and Kurapika formed a cooperation agreement, taking the opportunity to deal with Tonpa and a monkey-controlling examinee. Killua, on the other hand, was targeted by the youngest of the three brothers. However, compared to Killua, the three brothers were practically cannon fodder level. Killua handled them with minimal effort, took their number tags, kept the one he needed, and simply threw the other two away. In the blink of an eye, 6 days had passed. Many events had occurred during these days, but none affected Takeru. He had successfully developed his Nen beast. Shadow Person, also called Shadow Core by Takeru. Normally, its form is similar to Takeru's, composed entirely of shadow. It completely inherits Takeru's own attributes, can execute simple commands, and can use a portion of Takeru's abilities. It can also merge into shadow or darkness. A shadow person can exist forever. However, correspondingly, as long as it exists, the upper limit of Takeru's own aura capacity will be reduced by the amount used to create it. Only when the shadow person disappears will Takeru's aura capacity slowly recover. The drawback is that shadow persons consume stamina. Receiving light injuries will cause them to dissipate. Stamina recovery rate depends on the aura used during creation. If the aura is exhausted, it will also dissipate. Moreover, once the core uses aura, it will be in a state where it can never be recovered. This means if a shadow person uses aura to fight, it will dissipate quickly. When a shadow person dissipates, it will transmit back the last scene it saw. Additionally, although shadow persons can merge into shadow or darkness, they are not invincible within it, they can still be harmed if attacked. While there are quite a few weaknesses, because Takeru is extremely powerful even without relying on aura, this Shadow Core Nen ability suits him very well. Under normal circumstances, a shadow person's existence doesn't consume aura, it only consumes aura when using it to fight. In this case, as long as Takeru orders it not to use aura, the opponent would have to injure it to make it dissipate. But Takeru's defense itself is over 500 points. Combined with inheriting Takeru's absolute defense skill, injuring it is not easy. Add armament haki to that, and it's essentially Takeru's simple clone. Of course, skills requiring mana won't be available, nor will telekinesis. The inherited abilities are a weakened version of the Rokushiki, observation and armament haki, and finally the special talent absolute defense. Looking at his creation, Takeru showed a satisfied smile. He directly spent 2/10 of his aura to create 2 shadow persons, having them normally merge into his shadow and come out to protect him at critical moments. Although his aura capacity's upper limit decreased by 2/10, he could still currently maintain Ken for about 40 minutes. Under normal circumstances, if Takeru created shadow persons meant for consumption, he could create 40 or 50 at once. However, because those would use too little aura, their stamina would basically be in an unrecoverable state. That means, similar to aura, once used, it cannot be recovered, they can only be dismissed, and Takeru would have to wait for his aura to recover to summon them again. The 2 Takeru just summoned are different. Even if their stamina is consumed, they can recover it by resting a bit. Over these days, besides developing this Nen beast-like shadow core, Takeru hadn't neglected other abilities. His use of Ryu and KO had also become very proficient. He also trained in the various categories, enhancement-type stone striking, shattering 1,000 stones with 1 stone within a day. Transmutation type, changing aura's form, making the numbers 1 through 9 with aura within 1 minute, with the ultimate goal being within 5 seconds. Emission type, emitting aura from the fingertips to form a sphere for 1 minute, then shooting it at a target several meters away. Manipulation type, floating using hand power, keeping the body still, using emitted aura to make the body float. As for the final conjuration type, there wasn't a set method, so Takeo just continuously conjured ordinary utensils, furniture, and shadow persons for practice. Today was the 7th day since Takeo and the others arrived on the island. During this time, 2 extra characters had come to cause trouble for Takeo and Yumaru, but Yumaru dealt with them easily. However, neither of them had their number tags, clearly having been taken by someone else. Yumaru merely gave them a good lesson without taking their lives, and Takeo didn't mind this. Heading towards the starting point, Takeo and Yumaru heard the guide's voice coming from the cruise ship. The 4th phase is now officially over. Please return to the starting point as soon as possible to report. Starting now, there is a 1-hour buffer time. Please return to the starting point within that time. Additionally, any exchange of number tags after returning to the starting point will be invalid. Once such behavior is determined, immediate elimination will follow. Please be careful. Chapter 98. Chapter 98. The final test begins, Hanzo vs. Gun. 1232 words. Alright, now let's begin verifying the number tags starting with those who have already returned. The guide, who was also the examiner's assistant, smiled and took out a notebook to register everyone. First, examinee number for 06, Takeo. Next, examinee number for 07, Yumaru. Number 44, Hisoka. Looks like the current 7 examinees are qualified, right? Looking around, the guide said curiously. Just then, Gun and the others' exhausted figures emerged from the forest. Oh. Now 3 more examinees have timely reached the starting point. Seeing this, the guide was shocked. The number of qualifiers this time was really not small. Takeo looked at the people who had passed. Aside from Pockle being missing, it was just himself and Yumaru added, while the others remained unchanged. After Gun arrived, he greeted Killua, then nodded to Takeo and Yumaru, before finally looking at Hisoka with a serious expression. Takeo noticed their exchanged looks. Clearly, many things likely still happened between them similar to the original work. The above 10 examinees are the qualifiers for the 4th phase. After quickly registering, the guide swiftly relayed the results back to the chairman. Ha ha! 8 out of 10 are rookies. What a great harvest! Looking at the list sent back, Netero chuckled. Has something like this happened before? Bahara asked curiously between bites of food. There's usually a precursor. Typically, for about 10 consecutive years, no rookies manage to qualify. Then, promising young people gather like bamboo shoots after rain. This is the 4th time since I became chairman, Netero explained with a laugh. By the way, what exactly will the final test examine? Satot suddenly asked curiously. Yes, we still don't know the content. Bahara also curiously chimed in. Regarding that, I want them to have a special duel. For now, I'd like to talk with those 10 personally. Attention, all examinees. Next, the chairman wishes to have a personal interview with each of you. When your number is called, please proceed to the reception room on the 2nd floor for a personal interview with the chairman. First, examinee number 406, Mr. Takeo, please come for your interview. Hearing the broadcast from the airship, Takeo, who was chatting with Gun and the others, headed towards the reception room. Please have a seat first. Seeing Takeo enter, Netero politely said. Hearing Netero, Takeo sat down. I'd like to ask you a few questions for reference for the test. First, why do you want to become a hunter? Netero asked directly. Because being a hunter allows for convenient action. Also, I have reasons why I must obtain a hunter license. Hearing Netero's question, Takeo replied with a smile. Reasons you must obtain it. Netero became even more curious. That's right. But I can't say. You can just assume it's for action convenience. Takeo continued. There was no need to lie, as the perceptive Netero could easily see through it. Give me an example. For instance, free use of 95% of public facilities in various countries, along with various other rights, Takeo stated calmly. I see. Next question. Among the other 9 examinees, who are you most concerned about? Examinee number 407, Yumaru. Next question. Who are you least willing to fight right now? Also number 407. I understand. Thank you for your time. Netero nodded thoughtfully and let Takeo leave. He then summoned Yumaru. Yumaru, based on the Mission World introduction, mentioned the benefits of being a hunter. The chairman then had her choose who she was most concerned about and least willing to fight. She also directly chose Takeo. Next were Hisoka, Killua, Bodoro, and the others. After the interviews, Netero quickly drew up a special tournament diagram. Satots and the others were shocked when they saw it. Time quickly moved to the next day. Takeo and the others were summoned again. Everyone, did you rest well last night? This is a hotel operated by the examination committee. You may use it freely until all matches are over. Now, regarding the final test, we will have you 9 seated here compete in one-on-one elimination matches. Netero had someone bring out a special panel. Upon opening it, Takeo and the others saw all the matchup pairings. Though the participants weren't clear yet, it seemed like only one person could achieve final victory. Not exactly. You only need to achieve one victory to qualify. Facing everyone's confusion, Netero explained seriously. Just one win. Everyone was stunned. The person who wins will advance and qualify directly. The loser will move up the chart until the last person. In other words, the highest position on this chart signifies disqualification. Is that clear to everyone? Netero pointed seriously at the highest position. Simply put, ultimately, only one person will fail, right? Hanzo said, understanding. Correct. And this is your tournament bracket. Netero tore off a covering cloth, and everyone could finally see the fight opponents. Takeo quickly scanned it and saw he had 5 fight opportunities, while Yumaru only had 3. Clearly, in Netero's mind, Yumaru's score wasn't very high, but not the lowest either. Like Leorio, who only had 2 opportunities. Takeo's first opponent was Kurapika. Looking at Kurapika, Takeo showed a thoughtful expression. Kurapika, looking at Takeo, frowned deeply. Some then questioned why people like Hanzo, Gun, Takeo, and Kurapika had as many as 5 opportunities. Netero directly explained, this arrangement was based on everyone's performance and response methods during the previous phases. Simply put, the more outstanding one performed in the earlier phases, the more opportunities they were given. Hearing this, Killua frowned immediately. According to Netero's arrangement, Killua's performance only earned him 3 opportunities, which was difficult for his arrogant nature to accept. He couldn't compare to Takeo or Hisoka, but even being inferior to his close friend Gun was unacceptable. He asked about the scoring. But Netero said the scoring was top secret, but it was primarily composed of 3 items: physical ability, mental ability, and, additionally, impression value. Physical and mental ability could be considered qualified based on passing the first 4 phases, so the most important was impression value. The match rules are also very simple and clear. Weapons are allowed. No rules. You just need to make your opponent surrender. However, if you cause your opponent's death during the match, you will be immediately disqualified. The remaining person will unconditionally pass the test, and the examination will end immediately. After announcing this, Netero said no more. Now let the final test begin. First match, Hanzo vs Gun. Hanzo started by chatting with the referee, reconfirming that the only winning condition was getting the opponent to personally surrender. Even if they were knocked unconscious, there was no countdown, no time limit. If the opponent never surrendered, he couldn't win. Begin. As the referee announced the start, Gun immediately exploded into action, trying to create distance from Hanzo. But Hanzo exploded as well, easily catching up. You're probably very confident in your speed. I admit that. Hanzo first praised him, then suddenly landed a heavy blow on Gun's back, instantly making him feel like he'd been electrocuted, his consciousness thrown into chaos. Seeing what looked like an instant victory, everyone was shocked, realizing the huge gap in strength between Gun and Hanzo. They weren't on the same level at all. Killua, seeing Gun get hit like that, felt helpless and held even more resentment towards Hanzo. Chapter 99, Chapter 99 Gun's Perseverance, Hanzo's Surrender. 1,377 words. However, all of this was only the beginning. Though in a normal duel, this would decide the winner, but alright, wake up quickly. Looking at the fallen Gun, Hanzo helped him sit up, even using his knee against Gun's back, causing him immense pain. It must feel terrible, right? After all, my last move left you dizzy. My strength is worlds apart from yours. I think you should just surrender quickly. Hanzo advised. No way. Gun stubbornly replied. What greeted him was another slap, making his head spin even more. Hanzo then urged him to surrender again, saying he could preserve his strength for the next match. But the single-minded Gun naturally wouldn't just obediently give in. he was punched again by Hanzo. Seeing this, the spectators couldn't bear it. Kurapika and Leorio, who were closer to Gun, watched Hanzo with gritted teeth. Killua also unconsciously released killing intent towards him. Yumaru also felt sorry. After all, Gun was someone she was relatively familiar with in this world, and Gun was a very kind and sunny person. Seeing him being abused like this, she felt uncomfortable. Takeo, seeing this, had nothing much to say. Everyone needed to take responsibility for their actions. He wouldn't judge whether Gun's persistence was right or wrong, but the consequences had to be borne by oneself. Soon, as Gun persisted in standing up, Hanzo delivered a heavy blow to his abdomen, making him curl up again. Seeing this scene, Leorio really couldn't take it anymore. Gun, stop being stubborn. You still have another match later. For now, just... Leorio, if it were you in Gun's position today, would you surrender? Before Leorio could finish, Kurapika's words interrupted him. I'd die before surrendering. Leorio instinctively replied. Gun is the same. I know, but right now, surrender is the only way. Leorio naturally understood but still retained a shred of rationality. I know it's contradictory. I understand how you feel, but... Kurapika also said through clenched teeth. On the field, Hanzo continued to abuse Gun. Since he couldn't kill or fully knock him out, Hanzo had to restrain his actions. Below the ring, Kurapika also prayed for Gun to surrender, but he clearly knew Gun's personality made it very difficult. Kurapika also understood that Hanzo wasn't like him, he wouldn't go easy on Gun. Just mentioning Chairman's nasty personality, it's something we can't compare to. Menkai couldn't help but complain upon seeing this. What do you mean? Bahara asked, surprised. Everyone who has made it to the final test, who would surrender in this situation? Menkai said directly. That's true. Rather than calling it a special duel, this duel system is too much. That kid's situation is dangerous. Menkai also saw through the chairman's twisted hobby. On the central area, Hanzo's one-sided beating continued relentlessly. As time passed, 3 hours went by. Even so, Gun still gritted his teeth, refusing to surrender. The onlookers couldn't help but be moved by Gun's persistence, even if it seemed a bit foolish. Leorio and Kurapika, who were closer to Gun, kept trembling. As for Takeo, he simply closed his eyes and began meditating. This situation, for Takeo, had little to do with him regardless. If Hanzo killed Gun, Takeo and the others could win without fighting. Though he might feel some regret, he would also respect Gun's spirit. You should stop there, or I'll kill you. Let me fight you instead of Gun. Below, Leorio's veins bulged as he glared angrily at Hanzo. Hanzo, however, paid Leorio no mind, instead coldly mocking him to leave if he couldn't watch, saying it would only get more cruel. Because Leorio and Kurapika seemed inclined to attack, they were directly warned. Due to this interruption, Gun persisted in standing up again, but Hanzo lightly touched his leg, making him fall again. Hanzo then threatened to break his arm, demanding surrender. A crisp bone-breaking sound followed. Gun's left hand was ruined. Seeing this, the atmosphere in the venue became even heavier and more oppressive. Since ancient times, people easily sympathize with the weaker side. Gun, compared to Hanzo, was in an absolute disadvantage. Combined with Gun's unique personal charm, he directly stirred the entire venue's atmosphere. Leorio's anger was maxed out, and Kurapika was also almost losing control. Both had received great kindness from Gun, making the current situation hard to accept for them. Leorio even told Kurapika not to stop him, because if Hanzo did something even more outrageous next, Leorio would attack Hanzo even if it wronged Gun. On the other side, after seeing Gun's continuous 3 hours of persistence, Hanzo also felt somewhat mentally tired and involuntarily felt a touch of recognition. But to win, he began describing the terrifying training he received as a ninja from childhood, and how he had already killed people at Gun's age. HMPH, what's there to be arrogant about? Killua thought disdainfully, looking at the bald man. Compared to Hanzo, as the most talented member of the Zoldyck family, Killua had received even more inhuman training at a younger age and killing was commonplace for him. Just as Hanzo was doing a one-handed handstand, Gun suddenly stood up and kicked him flying away. Damn it! Because of the pain and your long lecture, my thoughts are clearer now. Gun said loudly, holding his arm. Great! Go for it, Gun! Seeing the sudden change, Leorio cheered excitedly. You're 18, only 6 years older than me. And this match isn't about who is stronger, but about whether you can make your opponent surrender in the end. Gun said seriously. The suddenly attacked Hanzo quickly got up, stubbornly telling Gun he had intentionally let him attack, then swiftly wiped his nosebleed and dirty face. You really don't get it. This isn't me giving you advice, it's an order. Is my order hard to understand? Then let me be clearer, I'm going to cut off your leg, so you can never use it again. As he spoke, Hanzo took out the blade hidden on his arm. Once you see an irreversible wound, you should understand better. Before that, I have a request, please surrender quickly. That would trouble me, Gun said seriously. Hearing Gun's words, everyone in the venue was stunned. No one expected Gun to say he would be troubled by such a thing. I don't want you to casually cut off my leg, but I also don't want you to surrender. So, let's try deciding with another method. Gun said seriously. Damn it, do you even know your own position? Looking at Gun's appearance, Hanzo was extremely angry. The people in the venue also couldn't help but laugh because of Gun's words. Killua especially didn't understand why the heavy atmosphere vanished in an instant, even though Gun was still in an absolute disadvantage. After another exchange between the two, Hanzo couldn't help but stab at Gun's forehead with his sword. Instantly, blood began flowing down from his forehead. In the end, you still understand nothing. If you die, you have nothing. Even if I make you unfortunately lose your life now, I can just try the hunter exam again next year. My position is different from yours. Hanzo said darkly, looking at Gun. Everyone naturally understood this logic. Though just amused by Gun's words, Hanzo made it clear he might just lose an opportunity, while Gun would lose his life. The cost was completely unequal. However, facing Hanzo's words, Gun looked at him calmly. Hanzo couldn't help but roar, not understanding why he had to be so persistent. If he had recognized the strength gap and surrendered at the start, he would have had at least 4 more chances. But now, he insisted on risking everything on this one chance. Gun then gave his reason, he wanted to find his father, wanted to become a hunter like him. He believed he could find him, but giving up now might mean never seeing him again. Facing Gun's determined expression, combined with his earlier actions, Hanzo thought for a moment and finally decided to give up. I surrender. I surrender this match. Hanzo said with complex emotions to the referee. 3 continuous hours of abuse had, unintentionally, made the strong-willed Hanzo recognize Gun. Chapter 100 Takeru vs Kurapika. 1217 words. Watching the events unfold just like in the original work, Takeru sighed. Was it the protagonist's halo, or simply charisma? Takeru couldn't say for sure. But if he really encountered such a situation, perhaps he would choose to inflict absolute heavy damage on the opponent first, then surrender. To make them understand that life isn't a game. While the hunter exam is important, becoming a hunter without legs or arms would pretty much ruin one's life. Of course, while this world possessed special nen abilities that could restore missing limbs, it wasn't absolutely without after effects. Facing Hanzo's surrender, Gun became willful again. He pointed out Hanzo's cunning, saying they could have changed the duel method. But Hanzo, who understood Gun somewhat, pointed out that Gun simply wouldn't surrender no matter what. Even if they agreed on another duel method, if Gun lost, he would absolutely refuse to surrender, reflecting a shameless mentality. And Hanzo would have to accompany him until he found a way for Gun to win to his satisfaction. Hanzo, infuriated, punched him flying, knocking him out. After knocking Gun out, Hanzo knew that with Gun's mindset, upon waking up, he would absolutely refuse to accept the hunter license. But this duel was about eliminating one person. If Gun refused, wouldn't their subsequent fights be meaningless? Even if Gun, after waking up, kills me out of dissatisfaction with the result, we will not cancel his qualification after he passes the test, Netero said seriously. I see, Hanzo said, satisfied, and left. Why did you purposely lose to Gun? Killua asked, somewhat unable to understand. On purpose? Even without killing Gun, you should have plenty of methods to make him surrender, right? Killua said seriously. Others also looked at Hanzo curiously. When I interrogate people, I'm already mentally prepared to be hated by others. It's more practical and easier for me that way. After being tortured, most people show a negative light when seeing their abuser. That light of hatred in their eyes cannot be erased by any amount of training. But there is no such light in Gun's eyes. Can you believe it? Even though I just broke his hand not long ago, his eyes seem to have already forgotten it. Most importantly, I quite like that kid, Hanzo said with emotion. Facing these reasons, both Killua and Hisoka accepted them. Second match, Kurapika vs Takeru, begin. Kurapika, I suppose we are friends, right? Looking at Kurapika across from him, Takeru said calmly. I suppose so, Kurapika replied hesitantly. In that case, let's choose a duel that both sides can accept. Once you lose, you move to the next match. That way, we don't have to hurt our friendship. What do you think? Takeru showed a confident smile. I agree, Kurapika said after a moment's hesitation. The duel would be decided by battle. If one lost, they would actively surrender. Takeru very much agreed to this arrangement. Then, Takeru simply looked at Kurapika calmly, indicating he could attack first. The heir of the Kurta clan, and the somewhat unfathomable Takeru. This match will definitely be interesting. Really something to look forward to, Menkai thought to herself, watching Takeru and Kurapika face off. Next, I will go all out. Don't die, Takeru. Kurapika took out his weapons, holding the sheaths with his teeth, gently drawing out the twin blades inside. Feel free to come at me with all you've got. In response, Takeru took out the moonwhite Twilight Moon. The reason for using Twilight Moon wasn't that Takeru feared Kurapika's blades could harm him, but to let Kurapika display his full strength. If Takeru didn't use a weapon, Kurapika might hold back, worrying about causing Takeru too much harm, which would be uninteresting. Seeing Takeru was ready, Kurapika crossed his twin blades, looking at Takeru. Takeru still patiently waited for him to attack first. As Kurapika slowly approached Takeru, everyone present watched intently. Hisoka, however, seemed bored. Having some idea of Takeru's strength, he already knew the result. Kurapika quickly slashed at Takeru with one blade. But the movement was too slow. Though the angle seemed tricky, with his super high reflexes, Takeru easily used Twilight Moon to block it. Clang! A clear sound rang out as the two blades collided. Kurapika's other blade immediately attacked again, but Takeru still easily blocked it. So fast! Seeing Takeru easily block his second attack, Kurapika was surprised. However, with good combat awareness, he didn't get distracted and launched another attack at Takeru. Clang! Clang! The sounds rang out continuously. Blade light flashed constantly on the field. Kurapika fully utilized the advantage of twin blades, his unceasing attacks seeming overwhelming. Yet Takeru, relying solely on Twilight Moon, easily deflected all of Kurapika's attacks, appearing completely at ease. Kurapika, go for it! Outside the ring, Leorio still shouted encouragement for Kurapika. In his view, Kurapika was suppressing Takeru. However, the more discerning Netero, examiners, and some examinees noticed that although Takeru's blade movements looked clumsy, he was easily blocking all of Kurapika's attacks. No matter how Kurapika attacked, Takeru seemed to have foresight, always defending in advance, never making a mistake. After the brief exchange, Kurapika also realized. Takeru's godlike prediction, agile movements, and terrifying strength made him understand he likely couldn't win this fight. Even so, Kurapika wasn't someone who gave up easily. Whether for now or the future, he had reasons not to lose. Thinking of his clansmen dying with eyes wide open, Kurapika's eyes turned red again. His attacks rose a level, becoming even more fierce, each strike aiming directly for Takeru's vital points. Takeru sensed Kurapika's change but didn't pay too much attention, still simply using Twilight Moon to block attacks without any intention to counterattack. In truth, through fighting Kurapika, Takeru discovered he could learn his combat techniques. It was undeniable that Takeru's strength was absolutely above Kurapika's, but in terms of combat techniques, Takeru was far inferior. In past battles, Takeru had basically relied on absolute strength to crush opponents. If he encountered evenly matched opponents in the future, lacking practical combat experience would absolutely put him at a disadvantage. As time passed, Kurapika's attacks still continued, and Takeru still simply defended. But Netero and the others noticed that Takeru's combat posture was becoming more fluid than at the start. Then everyone realized, Takeru was just using Kurapika for rapid growth. This made everyone feel somewhat emotional. Clang! Clang! Soon, two more clear sounds, even sharper than before, rang out. Everyone saw two blade fragments fly up. After Kurapika's frenzied attacks, his two blades finally couldn't withstand it, breaking upon colliding with Takeru's Twilight Moon. The sudden change left everyone unable to react. Even Kurapika was stunned for a moment. Takeru sighed inwardly, then swiftly turned Twilight Moon, pointing it directly at Kurapika's neck. Feeling the blade less than a centimeter away, Kurapika showed a bitter smile, dropped the blade hilts, and softly said, "I lost. I declare, in the second match, contestant Kurapika surrenders. Contestant Takeo advances, the referee loudly declared. Well fought. Hearing Kurapika, Takeo smiled lightly and sheathed Twilight Moon, returning to the spectator stands. Takeo then closed his eyes to contemplate the recent battle. Undoubtedly, he had gained a lot. Once properly digested, it would significantly improve his own strength. Chapter 101, Chapter 101 Killua and Illumi. 1240 words. Kurapika, don't feel down. It was just that your blade was a little inferior. Otherwise, you definitely could have won. Seeing Kurapika somewhat dejected, Lirio comforted him softly. However, upon hearing Lirio, Kurapika glanced at him and shook his head lightly, saying nothing more. In truth, halfway through the fight, Kurapika already knew the result, but he was just somewhat unwilling to accept it. Why didn't you counterattack the whole time? Kurapika asked Takeo with a complex expression. Why? Because your attacks gave me pressure, allowing me to use it to improve my skills, Takeo replied with a smile. So that's it. Hearing Takeo, Kurapika felt slightly better. At the very least, Takeo didn't not counterattack because he looked down on him. He also understood that apart from the beginning, where Takeo was forced back by his attacks, later on, no matter how he attacked or moved, Takeo always stayed within a very small circle dealing with his attacks, which was very defeating for him. The carefree Lirio never saw through this, as Kurapika always held the absolute upper hand. Alright, the third match is Bodoro facing Hanzo. As the fight began, everyone noticed their strength was not on the same level at all. Though Bodoro appeared extremely dominant, he gained no advantage against Hanzo's attacks. After being continuously attacked for over an hour, Bodoro could only despairingly choose to surrender. Next was Hisoka against Kurapika. After some exchange, with Hisoka holding the absolute upper hand, he whispered something to Kurapika's ear and then chose to surrender. This left everyone in disbelief, but due to the rules, they could only accept the result. The next fight was Yumaru versus Killua. Without waiting to see what Killua thought, Killua directly chose to surrender. This left everyone extremely surprised. Even Yumaru didn't expect to win by default like this. According to Takeo, Killua's strength was very high, and she was mentally prepared. Since Killua surrendered, Yumaru softly thanked him and then waited on the side for the final hunter license. Next was Hisoka against Bodoro. After beating the already injured Bodoro again, Hisoka whispered something to him, and Bodoro again chose to give up. After that, it was Killua against Gitaraka. Match begin. As the referee spoke, Killua began slowly walking towards Gitaraka. Just as he was about to launch an attack, Gitaraka spoke. Long time no see, Killua. After greeting Killua, Gitaraka began removing his disguise, pulling out the special nails from his head. As the nails were continuously pulled out, Gitaraka quickly regained his true appearance. Big brother. Seeing Gitaraka's appearance, Killua showed extreme shock. Hi. I heard you stabbed Mom and Miluki. Illumi looked somewhat blankly at Killua. It was nothing much. Hearing Illumi mention this, Killua said quietly. Mom even cried, you know. Illumi said flatly. Of course she'd cry. Her son did something so excessive to her. Lirio said seriously. She was super touched. She said seeing her son grow like that made her so happy. But letting you go out alone inevitably worried her a bit, so she asked me to check on you if I had time. What a coincidence, I never thought Killua would want to become a hunter and participate in the exam. The different thought process of the Zoldyck family wasn't something Lirio could understand, so the moment he said super touched, Lirio was stunned on the spot. Illumi then explained he was taking the hunter exam because of an upcoming job, but didn't know Killua would also be interested. Hearing this, Killua, with a hint of timidity, quietly said he wasn't doing it because he wanted to, but because it seemed interesting. Is that so? Then I'm relieved. That means I can give you advice without worry. You are completely unsuitable to become a hunter. The most suitable profession for you is assassin. You are a dark puppet. You have nothing you want. As he spoke, Illumi used aura to hypnotize him. Illumi had always implanted this thinking in Killua, constantly repeating and instilling it to make him the ideal assassin. Takeo clearly knew that Killua had been implanted with Nen needles by Illumi. When facing powerful or evenly matched enemies, he would instinctively flee, unless he had absolute certainty of victory. These Nen needles could protect Killua well, but similarly weakened his strength significantly. Of course, once Killua awakened and could remove the Nen needles himself, he would undergo a great transformation. I indeed didn't come to the exam because I wanted to be a hunter. But, even for me, there are things I want. Killua said seriously. You don't. I do have. Right now, there is something I sincerely desire. Then tell me what you are desiring. Seeing Killua's state, Illumi looked at him calmly. I want to be friends with Gun. I'm tired of killing. I want to be friends with Gun, to play and fight normally. Under Illumi's repeated urging, Killua trembled and said what he wanted. At this moment, Killua finally understood what he wanted most. Thinking of his experiences with Gun, being around Gun felt so relaxed and happy, unrestricted. Impossible. Someone like you, how could you possibly make friends? Illumi mocked. Hearing Illumi's words, Killua instantly felt doubt. Could someone like him really be worthy to be friends with Gun? Enough. That's really too much. Aren't you his older brother? Why are you like this to your younger brother? Yumaru couldn't help it and spoke out angrily. As for older brothers, Yumaru had one and knew how happy it was to have one. But after hearing the conversation between Illumi and Killua, she couldn't help but shout out. However, Illumi, upon hearing Yumaru's words, gave her a faint glance before turning back to brainwash Killua. Killua, what Yumaru said is right. That guy is just a scumbag. Don't listen to his nonsense. You said you want to be friends with Gun? What are you thinking? Aren't you already friends? No matter what, Gun definitely thinks so too. So, right now, you just need to defeat the guy in front of you. Leorio said excitedly. Hearing Leorio's words, Killua's spirit shook. So, he and Gun were already friends? Is that so? Then that's troublesome. So the other party considers Killua a friend. Well then, let's kill Gun. Hearing that, Illumi thought for a moment and reached a conclusion, stating it flatly. Upon hearing Illumi's words, many on the field were shocked, looking at Illumi with a hint of hostility. An assassin fundamentally doesn't need friends. They will only be a hindrance in the future. Where is he now? Illumi paid no heed, directly turning around to look for Gun. Please wait, the match isn't over yet. The referee tried to stop him, but before finishing, Illumi used special needles to control him, making him involuntarily say Gun's location. As Illumi almost reached the door, several figures directly blocked him. What a headache. Because of work, I absolutely need a hunter license. If I kill them now, I'll be disqualified, and Killua will pass the exam. Illumi said flatly about his troublesome matter. Right. I'll kill Gun after passing the hunter exam. Once I pass, even if I kill everyone here, my hunter license won't be revoked, correct? Illumi calmly asked Netero. According to the rules, there's no problem. Hearing him, Netero didn't have any change of expression and looked at him calmly. Chapter 102, Chapter 102 Becoming Hunters. Preparing to head to the Zoldyck estate. 1,306 words. Did you hear that, Killua? Illumi asked, giving Killua a meaningful look. If you fight me and don't win, you won't be able to save Gun. Can you bring yourself to fight your older brother for your friend? You can't, right? No matter what you say, right now you care more about whether you can actually defeat me here than any friend. Actually, deep down, you already have the answer. With your current strength, you're simply no match for me. Illumi approached Killua, subtly applying his specialized Nen influence. Never engage an opponent you aren't confident you can beat. I've told you that several times, haven't I? Don't move. If you dare move recklessly, I'll take it as a declaration of war. And once the fight starts, there's only one way it stops. You understand, right? Even your precious Gun might lose his life because of it. Illumi continued, his words laced with threat. I give up. I forfeit this match. Weighed down by years of conditioning and without having mastered Nen yet, or even being aware of the Nen needle, Killua could only feel overwhelming terror. Ah, wonderful! That means no match needs to be fought. Ha ha, just kidding, Killua. How could I possibly kill Gun? With Killua's surrender, Illumi let out a fake laugh, patting Killua's shoulder. But this confirms it. You have no qualifications to go around making friends, nor is there any need for it. Just continue to obey orders as you always have. As for the hunter exam, you don't need to pass right now. I'll command you when necessary. Understood. Illumi said, once again stroking Killua's head with a dark expression. Later, just as Rio was about to face Badoro, Killua, in an unstable mental state, prepared to kill Badoro. At the critical moment, Takeru, who had been observing without acting, finally moved. He reached out and blocked Killua's attack. The situation unfolded too suddenly. Killua's speed was extraordinary, and apart from Takeru who was prepared, no one else reacted in time. Only Illumi frowned as he looked at Takeru. Takeru met his gaze fearlessly before turning his attention to Killua, whose eyes seemed to have lost their light. Unable to kill Badoro, Killua broke free from Takeru's grasp and walked straight out of the arena, leaving the hotel and vanishing from the city. Takeru understood. Influenced by Illumi, Killua was likely heading home. In the end, due to Killua's voluntary withdrawal, the remaining 9 examinees passed. Rio and Kurapika were furious upon hearing this news and protested vehemently. However, with Killua already gone, there was nothing they could do. Later, while Netero was explaining the uses of the hunter license, Gun, now conscious, barged in. Furious, he confronted Illumi, demanding an apology and accusing him of being unfit to be Killua's brother. "What qualifications do you need to be brothers?" Illumi asked Gun, as if genuinely puzzled. Hearing this, Gun grew even angrier and attacked Illumi, grabbing his arm and yanking forcefully. However, Illumi's skills far surpassed Gun's. With a simple backflip, he landed gracefully. "Then, people don't need qualifications to be friends either," Gun declared, then squeezed Illumi's arm with immense force. To Illumi's surprise, Gun's strength was enough to crush his arm. Although Illumi was using Zetsu at the moment, not defending with Ken or Gaio, his body, forged through rigorous training, wasn't something an ordinary person could damage so easily. "If you won't apologize to Killua, that's fine. Just take me to where Killua is," Gun demanded. "What will you do once you're there?" "What else?" "I'm bringing Killua back," Gun stated firmly. "You make it sound like Killua was kidnapped." "He left here on his own 2 feet, Illumi calmly corrected. "That wasn't his true will. Killua is being manipulated by all of you. What's the difference between that and being kidnapped?" Gun argued. Later, Netero mentioned the appeals filed by Kurapika, Rio, and Yumaru. However, after some discussion, Gun showed no interest in them. There's no point arguing about how others passed the exam. If you're unhappy with your own result, you just have to work harder until you are. Killua, if he takes the hunter exam again, he'll definitely pass, Gun said earnestly. Hearing this, Takeru gained a higher opinion of him, as did Satots nearby. Clearly, with Satots' guidance, Gun had grown significantly from this experience. But most importantly, if you force Killua, who doesn't want it for himself, to become an assassin, I will never forgive you. After a pause, Gun stared intently at Illumi. "Never forgive me? And what will you do?" Illumi asked impassively. "I won't do anything. I'll just take Killua away from you all and make sure you never see him again," Gun replied without hesitation. Hearing this, Illumi attempted to hypnotize Gun with a hand infused with Nen. However, Gun sensed the danger and leapt away first. At that point, Netero spoke again. Because of Gun's earlier words, no one protested further about Killua's situation. As Gun said, if you're dissatisfied, just strive to improve. While Killua's situation was regrettable, for Killua himself, he could simply take the exam again. Good, let's continue with the briefing. First, this is the hunter license. With this card, you can freely enter approximately 90% of countries that are normally inaccessible to the general public, as well as 75% of areas typically off limits. Therefore, please take good care of your cards. Never lose them. Lost licenses are not reissued. According to our statistics, on average, 1 out of every 5 successful hunters loses their license in various ways. So the first task upon becoming a hunter is to protect your license. Beans explained quickly. Now, let me announce once more, the 9 of you present are this year's new hunters. Gitaraka, please tell me, where is Killua now? After the meeting, Gun immediately approached Illumi. You're still so determined to bring him back? I suggest you give up. I will never give up. Killua is my friend. I will definitely bring him back, Gun stated firmly. Are the 4 of you behind him the same? Illumi suddenly looked at Takeru and the others. Of course, Rio declared. I owe him a favor, Yumaru said directly. I'm quite interested in the Zoldyck family, Takeru added with a smile. Fine. Even if I tell you where he is, you won't be able to get there. After giving Takeo a deep look, Illumi quickly revealed Killua's whereabouts and the location of his family estate. Indeed, despite being an assassin family, the Zoldycks didn't hide their base like others. On the contrary, in their country, their estate was quite a famous tourist attraction. After confirming the destination was Kukuru Mountain, Takeo's group made brief stops, exchanged farewells with the others, and then embarked on their journey. It's worth noting that during this period of training, Hisoka had finally succeeded in developing armament haki. Feeling the enhancement it brought, he was utterly fascinated. Of course, he was still only at a beginner level, so continuous, rigorous training was needed to grow stronger. Takeo's reason for joining Gun's group to Kukuru Mountain wasn't solely to find Killua. More accurately, Takeo's targets were Killua's father or grandfather. Since the airship journey would take 3 days, Takeo didn't plan to stay too long at the mountain. He intended to settle his business there and then head straight for Heaven's Arena. After all, it was already the 12th day in this world, and Takeo's time was running short. While confident in his ability to quickly defeat opponents and level up, reaching level 200 would still require some time. Gun was now eager to find Killua, so the group quickly booked their tickets. With hunter licenses, Takeo and Yumaru didn't need to worry about money, as travel was free. Chapter 103, Chapter 103 The Testing Gate. 1,352 words. After purchasing the tickets, Takeo and the others began heading toward Kukuru Mountain in the afternoon. However, they encountered massive traffic congestion. Undeterred, the group simply abandoned their vehicle and ran towards the airport. That evening, they smoothly boarded the flight. Thanks to their hunter licenses, everything went very smoothly. They were even provided with complimentary dinner on the plane. 2 days passed in the blink of an eye. On this evening, they were only 1 night's journey away from the Republic of Padokia. During these 2 days, Takeo continued refining his shadow person, attempting to use less nen to make them more powerful. Besides the shadow person, Takeo was also developing a new ability primarily based on emission-type nen, the Kamehameha. He had also taken the opportunity to fully heal Gun's injuries. Now, it was their last night on the plane. "Gun, don't be so gloomy," Leorio said, holding a box of fries. "When dawn breaks, we'll arrive in the Republic of Padokia. You'll be able to see Killua right away." Kurapika also comforted Gun. "MHM." Hearing their words, Gun regained a bit of his energy. "You're being too naive," Takeo sighed lightly, looking at the three. "Who? What do you mean, Takeo?" Hearing this, everyone looked at Takeo curiously. It's simple. The Zoldyck family, being a top-tier assassination family, openly reveals their headquarters without hiding it. "Do you really think getting in will be easy?" Takeo said seriously. "But we're just here to see a friend," Gun said innocently. "Indeed, Killua is your friend. But his family doesn't know you. Not to mention you intend to take Killua away from his family completely. Judging by his older brother's attitude, how likely do you think it is you'll be welcomed?" Takeo said calmly. Hearing Takeo, Leorio and Kurapika beside him also frowned. "I don't care. I will bring Killua out," Gun declared with unwavering determination. "Good. Having that resolve is what matters. Also, when the time comes, I might enter first," Takeo said with a smile, seeing Gun's firmness. "What do you mean? You won't be acting with us, Takeo?" Leorio asked, puzzled. "I won't be acting together with you. But Yumaru will stay with you for a while," Takeo stated. "Who? Me, with them?" Yumaru was taken aback. "That's right. As I said before, I'm quite interested in the Zoldyck family. My purpose for going there isn't to visit a friend. It's to issue a challenge," Takeo continued. "A challenge?" Everyone looked at Takeo in surprise. Time flew by, and the next day arrived. Today, they finally reached the Republic of Padokia. After disembarking, they took a light rail, and finally boarded a once-daily sightseeing bus. "Welcome aboard the Lamentation Tour bus. It's an honor to serve you again. From now on, this bus will head towards Kukuru Mountain, the stronghold of the infamous assassination family, the Zoldycks." The tour guide on the bus began her introduction. "Takeo, those two in the back seem to be seeking revenge," Yumaru whispered curiously to Takeo. Leorio had also noticed the 2 men earlier. As for Takeo, he was no stranger to them either, having observed them with his observation haki. However, he had no intention of paying them any mind. "Attention, passengers, please look to your right. What you see now is Kukuru Mountain, where the Zoldyck family resides. This mountain, surrounded by a sea of trees, stands at 3,722 meters. It's said the Zoldyck mansion is located somewhere on the mountain, but to this day, no one has truly seen it. The Zoldyck family consists of 10 members. By noon, the sightseeing bus stopped in front of the Zoldyck estate's main gate. The overwhelmingly grand gate left everyone in awe. Takeo looked at the testing gate with great interest. If he remembered correctly, the current Killua could push a gate weighing 16 tons. While a pushing and a lifting are different concepts, pushing it was still no easy feat. Takeo wasn't sure if his current pure strength could push the first 2 gates, requiring an output of 4 tons of force. However, one thing was clear: if he used Nen, Takeo could likely push it easily. Using his telekinesis on the gates would also pose no problem. This, everyone, is the main gate of the Zoldyck estate, also known as the Gate of Trials. It's said no one who enters this gate has ever come out alive. To enter, one must pass through the door beside the guardhouse. However, from here onward is private property, so further sightseeing is impossible. After everyone got off, the tour guide continued her dutiful explanation. Hey, this is the main gate. But the mountain is still far away. Leorio exclaimed in shock upon hearing the guide. Yes. The sea of trees you see before you, and even the entirety of Kukuru Mountain, are all the private property of the Zoldyck family, the guide replied with a smile to Leorio's question. You mean, all this is their yard? Leorio muttered, dumbfounded. Hey, Miss Guide, how do we get inside? Gun asked, looking at the guide. Little boy, didn't you understand my explanation earlier? The guide gave Gun a forced smile. Who? But I? Once you go in, you won't come out alive. This is a hideout for assassins, you know. Faced with Gun's natural attitude, the guide felt a vein throbbing on her forehead. HMPH, nothing but bluffing. An assassination family whose faces no one has ever seen. I heard the bounty for their photos is nearly 1 billion, with tons of people fighting for it. At that moment, the 2 men who had been emitting a vicious aura on the bus stepped forward. Really? I should have taken a few photos of Killua earlier. Leorio said regretfully upon hearing them. As the 2 men headed toward the guardhouse, Takeo walked directly to the testing gate. Takeo, what are you doing? Seeing Takeo's action, Yumaru asked in confusion. Gun and the others also looked at Takeo puzzledly. The tourists split their attention between Takeo and the 2 men arrogantly approaching the guardhouse. Takeo, standing before the testing gate, took a deep breath, placed both hands on the door, and pushed with all his might. As Takeo exerted force, the door trembled slightly. Then, as Takeo continued pushing, a crack appeared. However, he found that relying on pure strength alone was becoming difficult to proceed further. Seeing this, Takeo released his grip, and the door quickly returned to its original state. Hearing the sound of the door opening and closing, everyone's gaze shifted to Takeo. The tour guide stared blankly at him. She never knew this door could be opened. Hey, didn't you say earlier that door absolutely couldn't be opened? A tourist who had visited several times asked the guide. M.I. The guide was at a loss for words. Just as the guide was flustered, 2 screams came from inside, the 2 men who had gone looking for trouble. They had snatched the key from the doorman and entered through the small side gate, leading to this outcome. Hearing the screams, everyone rushed toward the side gate. Shortly after, a massive beasts threw out 2 skeletons from the side gate. Judging by their clothing, they were clearly the 2 men who had just entered. Witnessing this scene, everyone was shocked. The tourist group, terrified out of their wits, scrambled back onto the sightseeing bus. Really now? I specifically told him not to eat before the main meal. Mike, if you get fat, it's your own problem, the old gatekeeper said towards the inside. Kurapika and Leorio swallowed hard as they looked inside. You 5 over there, what are you standing around for? Hurry back to the bus. Seeing Takeo and the others not boarding, the guide shouted at them. You can go ahead. The 5 of us are staying here, Gun said with a smile in response to the guide's urging. Seeing this, and unable to resist the other tourists' urge, the guide had no choice but to quickly drive the bus away. Chapter 104, Chapter 10 for invading the Zoldyck estate. Destructive evolution. 1,266 words. The old gatekeeper, upon hearing Gun's words, looked at him curiously. So, Takeo, are you really planning to go in there and issue a challenge? Seeing the fate of the two unfortunate men earlier, Kurapika asked with a furrowed brow. Of course. But as for you all, you can train hard right here, Takeo replied without turning his head. Then, Takeo activated Ken, swiftly transforming it into Gaio, and slowly placed his hands on the testing gate. A loud boom echoed as 3 consecutive doors were effortlessly pushed open by Takeo. However, instead of entering, he released his grip with a thoughtful expression on his face, so, my current maximum force output with Gaio is only about the same as Killua's. It seems my strength attribute is still somewhat lacking. But if I add telekinesis and armament haki, I should be able to push the 4th gate. That would mean an output of 32 tons of force. Deciding to act on his thought, Takeo ignored the gatekeeper's astonished gaze and unleashed all his abilities, pushing against the testing gate once more. This time, as the doors slowly opened, the 4th gate also began to move. Witnessing this, the gatekeeper was utterly shocked. Takeo, however, could easily maintain this state. He wasn't sure how far he was from the 5th gate, but based on his own calculations, his maximum combined force output should be around 40 tons of thrust. After a rough test, Takeo released the doors again, letting them swing shut. Who are you people? Seeing Takeo push the 4th gate, the old gatekeeper asked with a grave expression. Us? I'd consider myself somewhat of a friend to Killua. As for Gun, his Killua's good friend, Takeo answered with a smile. Killua-sama's friend. The gatekeeper was taken aback. Gun, from now on, I'll be proceeding ahead. As for you all, work hard here. Once you successfully pass this trial, then go find Killua. I'll inform Killua that you've arrived. And you Maru, you stay with Gun and the others for now. Glancing at the sky, Takeo decided not to waste any more time and addressed the group. Wait! What are you planning to do? Hearing Takeo, the gatekeeper frowned deeply. To invade the Zoldyck estate, of course. Takeo chuckled lightly, then performed a great leap into the air, landing atop the massive gate. Wait! The gatekeeper tried to stop him but realized he was powerless. Although he had awakened Nen, he was a very weak Nen user. Roar! As soon as Takeo entered, the group outside heard a furious roar. Inside, Takeo was now fully armed. His twilight armor manifested on his body. TN, changing from Twilight Knight to just Twilight. Takeru's purpose for coming here was singular, to evolve his equipment. This had been his plan since arriving in this world. Initially, Takeo had considered Hisoka as his target. But later he realized Hisoka could likely break his Twilight set twice, but achieving a 3rd or 4th break might be difficult. As for Netero, Takeo wasn't acquainted with him, and asking him to seriously attack Takeo wasn't realistic. After seeing Killua and thinking of the Zoldyck family, Takeo immediately set his sights on them. By playing the role of an invader, they would be forced to attack him, even if they didn't want to. As for whether the Zoldicks could kill him, Takeo had hesitated at first. But after over 10 days of rigorous training, his Ken was highly proficient. Combined with armament haki, he didn't believe they could harm him. Even if his estimation was wrong, they certainly couldn't kill him instantly. And if the situation truly turned dire, he could simply use his psychokinesis to fly away. Now, Takeo faced the gigantic beast, Mike. Though Mike's eyes were as cold as a killing machine's, Takeo showed no fear. Facing its gaping maw, Takeo made no move to dodge, allowing Mike to bite down on him. Under the crushing force of the bite, Takeo's shield, armor, and the short sword he intentionally allowed to be caught all shattered. After shattering Takeo's equipment, Mike's teeth soon met Takeo's body. However, Mike found its teeth met with agonizing pain, unable to pierce Takeo's skin at all. It could only spit Takeo out. As Takeo emerged from Mike's mouth, a strange light enveloped his shattered equipment. The broken shield, armor, and short sword were restored to their original state. Seeing Takeo still alive, Mike snarled and swiped at him with a massive paw. Takeo simply raised his shield calmly. This time, the shield that had been broken once before suffered no damage from Mike's attack. Takeo sighed softly. Still, the fact that Mike could break his Twilight set once was quite satisfying. Then, Takeo leapt high into the air and delivered a powerful punch to Mike's head, knocking the beast unconscious. After dealing with Mike, Takeo landed on its body and checked the status of his Midnight set. Twilight Shadow, Defense plus 40, Additional Skill, Destructive Evolution. This equipment grows stronger with each destruction and instantly repairs itself. Bonuses remain active even when broken. Times broken, 1. Twilight Armor, Defense plus 50, Additional Skill, Destructive Evolution, Times broken, 1. Twilight Moon, defense plus 30, strength plus 60, additional skill, destructive evolution. Times broken, 1. Seeing the attribute bonuses had doubled, Takeo was momentarily stunned, then broke into a delighted smile. Without further ado, he continued deeper into the estate. Moving at full speed, he soon encountered Canary, a trainee butler of the Zoldyck family. Who are you? This is private property. You cannot proceed without permission. If you are here on business, please wait here, Canary said, frowning at Takeo. Sensing the nen emanating from Takeo and noting he seemed unharmed by Mike, Canary addressed him directly. My apologies. I am an intruder. Also, that guard dog has been dealt with, Takeo replied with a faint smile. Hearing this, Canary instantly entered a state of high alert. However, Takeo continued walking forward calmly. Seeing his actions, Canary swung her heavy staff at Takeo without hesitation. Since he declared himself an intruder, she naturally wouldn't hold back. Bang! The sound of impact rang out. But to Canary's surprise, Takeo made no move to dodge her full power strike, and the attack didn't even make him flinch. How unfortunate. Your attack is somewhat stronger than the dog's, but it's still not enough, Takeo said lightly, seeing her shocked expression. Undeterred, Canary didn't retreat. Instead, she swiftly moved behind Takeo and attacked the back of his head. Takeo still made no move to dodge. He didn't believe her attack could breach his defense. If someone like her could break through his defense, then his trip here would have been pointless. Another impact sound echoed as her staff connected solidly with the back of Takeo's head. But before Canary could feel any satisfaction, she was shocked to see Takeo completely ignore her and continue walking forward. Stop! Seeing Takeo utterly disregard her, Canary shouted. Tiring of her persistence, Takeo considered for a moment, then swiftly delivered a blow, knocking her unconscious. This entire scene was observed by Kikyo Zoldyck and Kaluto Zoldyck, hidden in the bushes. However, they made no move to assist Canary. Only after Takeo knocked Canary out did an attack resembling a rifle shot fire towards Takeo's head. Takeo's observation Haki naturally detected it, but he still chose not to dodge. Throughout his approach, he had been testing the limits of his own defenses. After all, if an attack of this level could harm him, there would be no point in proceeding further. Chapter 105, Chapter 105 The Clash with Goto. 1223 words. The result was clear. Although the attack hit Takeo squarely, it failed to inflict any meaningful damage. After casting a brief, indifferent glance in the direction of the attack, Takeo continued walking deeper into the estate. Seeing Takeo completely ignore her, Kikyo felt a surge of anger. Her ability activated, and a dense barrage of projectiles shot towards Takeo. Yet, it was all utterly futile. Paper blizzard. Wind. Under his mother's orders, Kaluto, seeing Takeo disregard them, unleashed his nen ability, launching a direct attack. Takeo, surrounded by a storm of paper shards, stopped and allowed the onslaught to continue unimpeded. However, all the paper shards merely fluttered off upon contact with Takeo, who felt no pain whatsoever. Your attacks are completely useless, you know, Takeo said with a cold smirk as he slowly advanced toward the two. Hearing him, Kaluto didn't respond, merely fanning his paper fan with greater force. With his movement, the fallen paper shards on the ground seemed to be pulled by a strange force, forming a chaotic vortex that rushed towards Takeo. Unfortunately, the result was much the same as before. The shards barely touched Takeo before falling away once more. Witnessing this, the expressions of Kikyo and Kaluto darkened further. Kaluto rapidly fanned his paper fan repeatedly, gathering a massive swarm of paper shards that surged toward Takeo as a concentrated stream. Snakebite dance, Kaluto's voice drifted over after the paper stream had already struck Takeo. What an overconfident fool! Kikyo sneered upon seeing this. Clearly, she didn't believe Takeo could survive such an assault. Yet, her smile quickly vanished. As the paper shards scattered, Takeo's completely unharmed form was revealed once again. Though his equipment had been damaged, it instantly repaired itself. Go! Subdue them! Looking at the two, Takeo summoned the shadow persons hidden within his own shadow. At his command, the shadow persons materialized and immediately launched attacks at Kaluto and Kikyo. Using Gaio to focus nen in their eyes, the two saw the figures of the shadow persons and quickly distanced themselves from Takeo. However, the shadow persons, following Takeo's orders, attacked expressionlessly with simple, straightforward punches and kicks. Their fists were coated in armament haki, though their naturally dark forms made the distinction less obvious. The shadow person's attacks were basic, simple punches and kicks. While their speed was decent and they instinctively used observation haki, Kikyo and Kaluto were no pushovers, skillfully dodging the attacks and launching counterattacks. Do not dodge. Endure the attacks, Takeo ordered again. Hearing this, the shadow persons pressed their attacks without evading, disregarding any potential damage. The result was predictable. Kikyo and Kaluto couldn't breach the shadow person's defense, while the clone's attacks could injure them. Without further thought, the two retreated, fleeing towards the mansion. Seeing them leave, Takeo recalled the pursuing shadow persons, allowing them to fade back into his shadow. He then checked his equipment. The defense values had increased again. Twilight Shadow's defense rose from 40 to 60, the armor's from 50 to 75, and finally, Twilight Moon now provided an additional 45 defense and a staggering 90 strength. Sensing the increase in his own power, Takeo threw a plain punch at a nearby tree, unleashing no special energy. The tree was effortlessly sent flying. After briefly experiencing his enhanced strength, Takeo resumed his journey toward the mansion. As he neared the butler's quarters, his observation haki detected several figures lying in ambush within the forest, led by Goto. However, unlike the others, Goto stood directly in Takeru's path. "What is your business here? Have you come seeking revenge?" Goto asked solemnly, a serious look on his face as he deftly manipulated special coins in his hands. "Well, how to put it? I've come to find Xenozoldyck and Silverzoldyck. I wish to test my skills against them. Of course, you are free to treat me as an invader, that's perfectly fine," Takeru replied with confident composure. "I understand," Goto said, nodding. Then, with a swift motion of both hands, he launched a barrage of coins at Takeru. Simultaneously, from the forest, the 4 other butlers in ambush sprang their attack. Takeru, however, remained utterly calm. He simply used his shield to block Goto's coin assault. "Shadow Core," Takeru murmured softly. For shadow persons were summoned, and Takeru's aura capacity diminished by about 10%. Unconcerned, he assigned 1 clone to each of the attacking butlers. Goto, seeing Takeru easily block his attack with a shield and then summon Nen constructs, frowned deeply. But having already labeled Takeru an invader, he had no intention of backing down. The speed of his coin attacks increased, a relentless stream of spinning projectiles pouring toward Takeru. Yet, the outcome was similar to before. The coin striking the shield, which had now evolved twice, could only leave faint marks, far from triggering the destructive evolution skill. "Ah, what a pity. Your attacks are completely ineffective," Takeru sighed, observing the marks on his shield. "Oh, is that so?" Goto's expression remained unchanged as he continued his assault. This time, he used coin collisions to alter trajectories, sending coins arcing around Takeru's shield to strike his body directly. "Oh? Because I carry a shield, you assume my personal defense is weak." Takeru sneered, perceiving the tactic through his observation haki. "Then let me show you despair," he stated flatly. He lowered his shield, allowing the high-velocity, spinning coins to strike him directly. Takeru's sudden action surprised Goto. Then, as the coins impacted Takeru without causing any injury, shock replaced surprise on Goto's face. "Soru!" In that moment of Goto's astonishment, Takeru used Soru to appear directly behind him. Sensing danger, Goto instinctively threw a punch behind him. Takeru met it with a fist cloaked in Gaio. Boom! A loud impact echoed as Goto was sent flying. Though he had used Ken for defense and wasn't severely injured, he was undoubtedly left in a disheveled state. Quickly getting to his feet, Goto wiped blood from the corner of his mouth, glaring at Takeru with a grim expression. He truly hadn't expected someone so young to have developed his Nen abilities to such an extent. Most baffling was that bizarre defensive capability. Goto was certain Takeru hadn't been using Ten or Ken to protect himself when he lowered the shield. "You should realize the gap between us now, shouldn't you?" Takeru said coolly, watching Goto stand. Takeru naturally hadn't used his full strength in that strike. While it wouldn't have killed Goto, getting up wouldn't have been so easy otherwise. Perhaps. But as a butler, I have no reason to retreat, Goto replied firmly, glancing at his colleagues still locked in combat with Takeru's shadow persons. As he spoke, another set of coins appeared in his hand. Even knowing they might not inflict significant damage, this was his strongest form of attack. "That's enough, Goto. Leave the rest to me." Just as Goto prepared to risk his life to stop Takeru, a figure appeared silently beside him and spoke. "We haven't met before, have we?" Your actions don't seem like those of someone seeking revenge against our Zoldyck family, Zeno said, looking at Takeo with curiosity. Correct. I have no other purpose here. I merely wish to spar with you, Takeo replied, nodding in agreement with Zeno's words. Chapter 106, Chapter 106 Giant Killing. Zeno and Silver. 1,191 words. Is that so? Although I'd prefer not to take on extra work, in this situation, it seems I have no choice but to intervene, Zeno sighed. The moment his words faded, Takeo sensed his presence vanish. No, he had moved with extreme speed, appearing right before Takeo. A hand infused with potent nen was already aimed at Takeo's heart. Though Takeo's observation haki had perceived the movement, his body couldn't react fast enough. The speed disparity was too great. Takeo could only instinctively activate Ken. In an instant, Zeno's hand collided with Takeo's armor. Bang! The sound of impact echoed. The Twilight armor, evolved twice, couldn't withstand Zeno's strike. His fingers pierced through the armor and quickly met Takeo's skin. However, upon contact, even though they had already broken through Takeo's Ken, much of their force had dissipated. Just as Zeno thought Takeo had no chance of survival, he was shocked to discover his fingers could not penetrate Takeo's now unprotected skin. Boom! By the time Goto and the others registered what happened, Takeo had already been sent flying. Despite launching Takeo, Zeno's face showed no trace of triumph. Instead, he looked at Takeo with a grave and deeply puzzled expression. Takeo, unable to be pierced, had been sent flying by the subsequent explosive force of the impact. Though hurled back, he felt no actual damage. Moreover, Takeo realized that the moment Zeno attacked him, his strength, speed, and other attributes had dramatically increased. He understood now, with Zeno's level of power, breaching his defense would likely be even more difficult. The reason was simple: besides absolute defense, Takeo possessed the giant killing skill. Giant killing, when 4 or more ability values, excluding HP EMP, are lower than the opponent's, all abilities except HP MP are doubled. Takeo's current base defense was 544. With absolute defense doubling it, and giant killing doubling it again. So, when facing Zeno, Takeo's defense had reached 2176. Combined with his equipment bonuses, even with Zeno's more ferocious attacks, breaching Takeo's defense would be exceedingly difficult. Realizing this, Takeo quickly stood up, a faint smile playing on his lips. His Twilight armor had already repaired itself, its evolution count now at 3. Something strange. Zeno frowned, seeing Takeo clearly unharmed. Of course, he wouldn't retreat because of this. Seeing Zeno's confusion, Takeo didn't hesitate. He lunged forward, thrusting Twilight Moon at Zeno. To make it easier for the weapon to break, he didn't coat it with armament haki or use Shu to reinforce it. Seeing Takeo's displayed speed, Zeno was momentarily surprised but quickly reacted, moving away from his original position with even greater speed. Dragon Head! After creating some distance, Zeno stopped underestimating Takeo and unleashed his signature technique. Soon, a nen construct resembling a purple dragon took form in Zeno's hands. After swirling it twice, he sent it hurtling toward Takeo with an unstoppable momentum. Takeo, seeing this, simply continued reinforcing his body with nen and armament haki, then raised his shield and crescent moon to meet the attack. As the shield and sword made contact with the purple dragon phantom, they shattered like paper. The dragon slammed into Takeo, sending him flying once again. This time, the purple dragon carried Takeo a great distance, smashing through numerous trees along the way. Goto and the other butlers looked at Zeno with awe. This level of power was something they could never hope to achieve in their lifetimes. Probably not over yet. What an extraordinary young man! Zeno murmured, watching Takeo being carried away by the dragon, yet feeling that Takeo couldn't possibly have died from that attack. Rankiku! While Zeno was reflecting, a white shockwave slash flew directly at him. Seeing this, Zeno quickly used Ken to defend against the Rankiku. Takeo wasn't surprised. He closed the distance with Zeno at high speed, then used Soru for a burst of acceleration, thrusting Twilight Moon mercilessly towards Zeno's abdomen. Takeo's use of Soru increased his speed drastically, making it difficult for Zeno to dodge. While evasion was tough, defense was still possible. He instantly activated Ken and used Ryu to concentrate about 80% of his aura at his abdomen. As Twilight Moon struck, it couldn't penetrate Zeno's defense. Seizing the momentary pause, Zeno created distance again. Takeo, however, pressed relentlessly, swinging Twilight Moon in pursuit. Encountering such a formidable opponent was rare, and Takeru found himself captivated, his innate combat instincts driving him to attack. Relying on his near-impenetrable defense, Takeru only needed to maintain Ken for protection. If his Nen ran low, he could switch to armament haki. Boom! Boom! As time passed, the battle between Takeru and Zeno continued. Of course, compared to Zeno, Takeru was mostly on the receiving end. Though Takeru occasionally surprised Zeno with unexpected abilities, Zeno, experienced and cunning, suffered little actual damage. "Father, I'll assist you." About half an hour later, a powerfully built figure suddenly appeared between Takeru and Zeno. By now, after half an hour of high-intensity combat, Zeno was slightly winded. Takeru was in a similar state, and although his defense held, constantly maintaining Ken and launching attacks had taken a toll on his stamina. Seeing Silver appear, Takeru paid no mind and even used the provocation skill on him. Affected by the provocation, Silver felt an inexplicable urge to attack Takeru. However, his mental fortitude was strong. He quickly calmed himself, appearing unaffected. Takeru hadn't expected such composure, but then again, as a top-tier assassin, emotional control was fundamental. With Silver joining the fray, Takeru had even less opportunity to attack and could only focus on defense. As his potential aura dwindled, he switched to full-body armament haki coverage. After exchanging blows with Takeru, Silver also sensed something odd. Takeru's defense was strangely robust. While his other abilities were nothing special to them, Takeru himself hadn't sustained any real damage despite taking numerous hits. Furthermore, Takeru's equipment was bizarre. It had shattered several times but instantly repaired itself. Each time it repaired, breaking it again became more difficult. Finally, after another 10 minutes, when Silver's strongest attacks failed to break Takeru's shield and armor, Takeru created distance between them. Noticing Takeru's move, Silver halted his attacks, looking at him curiously. He could now sense Takeru seemed to have lost his will to fight. Facing a turtle-like opponent whose defense they couldn't crack, Silver, if possible, also had no desire to continue. Besides, even if they killed Takeru, it held no benefit for them. As for using Nanaka to wish Takeru dead, that was even more impossible. If even they struggled to kill him, the cost of such a wish might far exceed thousands of lives. Your strength is truly impressive. Actually, I came here to find Killua. I hope you'll allow me to see him. Despite the life-and-death struggle moments ago, Takeru now spoke with a cheerful smile, as if the entire fight had been nothing but a dream. You're here for Killua. Hearing this, Silver frowned at Takeru. As for the battle just now, although it had consumed considerable energy, they had suffered no real losses. Therefore, they wouldn't outright reject Takeru's proposal without consideration. Chapter 107, Chapter 107 The New Attributes of the Twilight Set. 1190 words. That's right. How should I put it? I have a few things I'd like to say to Killua. I trust the head of the Zoldyck family isn't so petty. Takeru continued. How can I be sure you don't mean Killua harm? Silver asked impassively. We're somewhat friends, you know. And if I truly intended to harm him, he would have died long ago during the hunter exam. You can ask Illumi. There were plenty of opportunities during the exam, Takeru replied with a calm smile. I see, Silver said, exchanging a glance with Zeno before nodding slightly. Through the previous battle, both had acknowledged Takeru's strength. Considering Takeru's proposal now, they thought it wouldn't be a bad thing for Killua to have a friend like him. While they generally disapproved of Killua making friends, it was mainly because ordinary people were unworthy of being their friends. Takeru's displayed strength had earned their recognition. Much like Zeno's relationship with Netero, as long as one's strength reached a certain level, even if they didn't become friends, the Zoldycks would strive to avoid becoming enemies. Seeing their agreement, Takeru smiled and followed them towards their residence. The journey was swift, and Takeru maintained a composed demeanor. Soon, he saw their home, a place shrouded in gloom, exuding an oppressive atmosphere. After traversing a long corridor, Takeru encountered Kikyo and Kaluto again. He waved cheerfully at them, ignoring Kikyo's subsequent hysterical screeching, and continued following Zeno towards the cell where Killua was confined. Upon entering, Takeru saw Maluki, the chubby brother, whipping Killua with a leather strap. Hey, Killua! You're looking quite rough, aren't you? Takeru teased, seeing Killua bound by chains and covered in welts. You? Takeru! Why are you here? Killua exclaimed, utterly bewildered. He never imagined Takeru could come here, especially seeing Zeno behind him, clearly having escorted him. Who are you? Miluki, on the other hand, held his whip cautiously, eyeing Takeru. Miluki, step back, Zeno ordered calmly. But grandfather, Miluki started to protest but fell silent under Zeno's gaze. Excuse me, old master, could I have a private word with Killua? It won't take long. And I won't be taking him with me, Takeru said, turning to Zeno. 1 minute, Zeno stated after a moment's thought, giving a slight nod. Much obliged, Takeru replied with a light smile. Hey, Takeru, seriously, why are you here? Killua pressed, frowning. Of course, I came with Gun to find you, Takeru shrugged. Gun? Hearing this, Killua was stunned, a wave of warmth flooding his heart. Yeah. After you left, Gun was worried sick when he woke up. He even injured Illumi's arm over it. Then, right after getting his hunter license, he rushed here, Takeru continued. And where is Gun now? Killua asked eagerly. Gun? He's probably still at the main gate. I came ahead. They're likely still undergoing the trial, Takeru explained. I see. But why didn't Gun come in with you immediately? Killua questioned further. Because my method of entry was a bit aggressive. If Gun had followed, he'd probably be a corpse by now, Takeru stated bluntly. Anyway, I came in mainly to tell you that. I believe you'll see each other again soon. Do you have any message for Gun? Takeru asked with a light smile. While Takeru had liked Killua in his previous life, his actual interaction with him in this world hadn't been extensive. After all, he only had a month here and little time for making friends. Please tell him to be careful. And I'm doing fine. I can't come out to see him right now because of some matters, but I will go find him later. Killua said earnestly. Understood, Takeru nodded. Knock knock. Soon, the door was knocked. Miluki, Zeno, Kikyo, and Kaluto appeared in Takeru's view. Well then, Killua, see you next time, if fate allows. Takeru waved and walked out without looking back. As he passed Kaluto, Takeru playfully patted his shoulder with a mischievous grin. Your ability isn't bad. But you still need to work hard in the future. With that, he left without a backward glance. Simultaneously, Takeru checked the attributes of his Twilight set. Twilight Shadow, Defense plus 180, Additional Skill, Destructive Evolution. Times Broken, 8. Twilight Armor, Defense plus 225, Additional Skill, Destructive Evolution. Times Broken, 8. Twilight Moon, Defense plus 120, Strength plus 240, Additional Skill, Destructive Evolution. Times Broken, 7. Compared to the shield and armor, the weapon had been broken one fewer time. After leaving the estate, Takeru swiftly departed from Kukuru Mountain, soon reaching the outside. By the time Takeru emerged, night had fallen. As he approached the testing gate, he could hear Leorio's astonished voice. You just said this door weighs 2 tons? And that's just the first one. Leorio exclaimed in horror. Correct. You see there are 7 gates in total, right? The larger the number, the heavier the gate, with the weight doubling each time. By pushing this testing gate, the number of doors that open corresponds to your strength. By the way, when Killua-sama returned home, he opened the 3rd gate by himself. The 3rd, so that means he pushed 12 tons. Gun calculated. That's 16 tons. Kurapika corrected, breaking into a cold sweat. And Takeru opened for gates earlier, meaning he has a pushing strength of 32 tons. Yumaru added, equally shocked. That's right. Your companion is truly extraordinary, the old gatekeeper, Zebro, remarked with a sense of awe. Just then, Takeru placed his hands on the gate again. As it swung open, his figure appeared before everyone. Takeru! Seeing Takeru safe and sound, Yumaru beamed with relief. Hey there! Takeru greeted the group with a smile. Takeru! Did you see Killua? Where is he? Gun rushed over excitedly. Of course. I'll relay his message now, Gun, be careful. And I'm doing fine. I can't come out to see you right now because of some matters, but I will go find you later. Takeru conveyed Killua's words directly. Takeru, what matters? Why can't he come now? No, I want to go find him. Gun insisted, growing agitated. Gun, with your current strength, entering would be a suicide mission. You wouldn't even get to see Killua, let alone find him. If you truly want to see Killua, start by pushing this gate open. I've said all I need to. The rest is up to you. We'll be leaving here soon, heading for a place called Heaven's Arena. We'll meet again if fate allows. Takeo looked at Gun seriously, then waved for Yumaru to follow. He had discussed this plan with her beforehand, so she wasn't too surprised by the sudden departure. As for Takeo, unconcerned by the dark night, he returned to the town. Though he had no money, he easily dealt with two individuals harboring ill intentions, then redistributed wealth a bit, securing some funds for himself. While Takeo still carried crystal coins manifested from the previous world, he preferred not to waste them unless necessary. With money in hand, he found a cheap inn to rest. The next day, Takeo and Yumaru embarked on their journey towards Heaven's Arena. Chapter 108, Chapter 108 Heaven's Arena. 1137 words. In the blink of an eye, 3 more days passed. On this day, Takeo and Yumaru finally laid eyes on this world's 4th tallest structure, a 251-story, 991-meter-tall combat-focused tower. Yumaru, from now on, we'll likely be training here, Takeo said to Yumaru, gazing at the towering building. Yumaru nodded with determination. Meanwhile, in parallel Hunter worlds, Yukino and the others had also made their way to Heaven's Arena, each using their own methods. After all, there was a clear side mission here, and none were willing to give it up easily. However, lacking funds, people like Hashiman had only managed to arrive around this time. Yukino and UI, possessing Hunter licenses, were already challenging floors around the 120s. Now, 18 days had passed since everyone entered this world, meaning only 12 days remained before they would have to leave. Upon entering, Takeo and Yumaru saw a long registration line. Unlike the Hunter exam, Heaven's Arena didn't require particularly difficult conditions. One simply had to defeat their opponent. And the higher one climbed, the more money they could earn. Based on Takeo's memory of what Killua once mentioned, by the time Killua reached the 200th floor, he had accumulated nearly 200 million Jenny, which is a substantial sum, considering a valuable Hunter license sold for about the same price. Welcome to Heaven's Arena. Please fill out your personal information on this form. After a relatively long wait, it was finally Takeo and Yumaru's turn. The receptionist politely handed 2 forms to Takeo and Yumaru and spoke gently. Takeo quickly filled out a simple registration. Mr. Noro Takeo is contestant number 1405. Ms. Doto Yumaru is contestant number 1406. On the 1st floor arena, you will be called by these numbers. Please make sure to remember them. Please proceed inside, the receptionist said, gesturing for them to enter. Inside, a chaotic crowd greeted them. The 1st floor had 16 rings labeled A through P currently, all 16 rings had ongoing matches, and the stands were packed with people cheering loudly. Soon, over 20 minutes passed, and Takeo was called. Contestants number 1326 and 1405, please proceed to ring B for preparation. Hearing the announcement, Takeo walked toward the ring. Since weapons weren't allowed below the 200th floor, Takeo had stored his sword and shield in his inventory. Eh? It's a pretty boy. Ha ha, this is no place for you. You should run while you still can. Some spectators jeered as Takeo stepped onto the ring. Takeo remained expressionless, calmly observing the muscular bald man before him. Compared to Hanzo, this man was merely strong in appearance but weak in reality. During 1st floor matches, contestants will be judged based on their performance. Please demonstrate your strength within the 3-minute time limit. The match begins now. The referee announced with a wave. Kid, you're out of luck. But this isn't a place for kids. Let me knock you out with one punch. The muscular man cracked his knuckles and threw a heavy punch at Takeo. Takeo didn't dodge. He simply stepped forward and gave a gentle push. The man instantly flew back as if hit by a truck, slamming into the wall and getting stuck there. How could that kid have such strength? Some spectators exclaimed in shock. Contestant 1405, you may proceed directly to the 50th floor for your next match. Seeing Takeo effortlessly defeat his opponent, the referee gave him a deep look before handing him a ticket. Thanks, Takeo said with a smile, accepting the ticket. Soon, it was Yumaru's turn. Like Takeo, she knocked her opponent flying with one punch and received a ticket to the 50th floor. In Heaven's Arena, up to the 200th floor, levels are divided into units of 10 floors. So, a 50th floor contestant can advance to the 60th floor with 1 win. Conversely, 1 loss will drop them to the 40th floor level, the elevator attendant explained patiently to Takeo and Yumaru. I see, thank you, Takeo nodded in appreciation. Also, if you reach the 100th floor, you'll be assigned a private room, the attendant added kindly, noting Takeo's politeness. Is that so? We understand, Takeo smiled. Takeo and Yumaru then followed instructions, exchanging their winning tickets for money at a counter. A first-floor win earned only 152 jenny, roughly the price of a juice. Winning on the 50th floor, however, earned 50,000 jenny. Higher floors offered exponentially more, with the 100th floor offering over 1 million. Since Takeo and Yumaru had won their first matches so easily, they would likely have another match soon. After waiting in the rest area, Takeo soon heard his number called. Contestants 1405, Takeo, and 796, Yamada, please proceed to ring A on the 56th floor. That was quick. I'll wait for you on the 60th floor then, Takeo said lightly. Go ahead, Yumaru nodded seriously. Soon, Takeo arrived on the 56th floor and headed toward the ring. Unlike the first floor, the 56th had only 1 ring. Upon arrival, Takeo saw a man dressed like a Bossako, a motorcycle gang member, already waiting. Facing the intimidating Bossako, Takeo remained calm and stepped into the ring. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for waiting. Next up are Takeo and Yamada. Both displayed outstanding performances in their first floor matches, rising directly from the 1st to the 50th floor in one go. Please enjoy their exciting match. Takeo achieved an instant victory with a single push. Yamada, through relentless attacks, also defeated his opponent without taking damage. Now, place your bets. Based on odds, Yamada has the advantage, likely due to his more imposing physique. The commentator provided an enthusiastic play-by-play. This match follows a 3-minute, 3-round points knockout system. Begin. The referee soon announced the start. Ha ha, kid. Let me show you the strength of the Yamadagumi boss. Yamada sneered, bursting forward with surprising speed. He threw a powerful double-fisted punch aimed at Takeru's head. But facing his attack, Takeru merely glanced at him, then pushed him away with even greater speed. Oh. Takeru uses his signature push again, sending Yamada flying. Yamada is unable to continue. The winner of this match is Takeru. The commentator shouted excitedly as the referee confirmed the result. After winning, Takeru headed to the 60th floor to exchange his ticket for money. Not long after, Yumaru also successfully defeated her opponent, advancing to the 60th floor and earning 50,000 jenny. Since the 60th floor didn't offer private rooms yet, Takeo and Yumaru used their earnings to rent a room nearby. Normally, 2 matches per day were the limit for each contestant, so Takeo and Yumaru wouldn't have another match today. After discussing with Yumaru, Takeo decided to work on developing his nen abilities alone at the inn. Yumaru, however, chose to stay at the arena to observe matches, aiming to gain more combat experience. Chapter 109, Chapter 109 The End of the Hunter World. 1,124 words. Time flowed on, and another 9 days passed in the blink of an eye. Takeo successfully defeated his opponents, rising to the 200th floor, earning a private room and accumulating over 200 million jenny. As for Yumaru, she was currently on the 150th floor. In terms of pure strength, Yumaru's current level was likely around the 150th floor. Using all her abilities, she might rise a bit higher, but was still prone to defeat. After being defeated, Yumaru trained even more diligently, slowing her pace of combat instead of fighting daily. Checking on her progress, Takeo didn't comment on her choice. Over these 9 days, through continuous training, Takeo's aura capacity grew significantly. Whether due to high base attributes or natural talent, his nen increased rapidly. Of course, Takeru knew his current level wasn't exceptionally high yet. At most, he could maintain full body ken for just over 2 hours. Reaching 3 hours would require much more training. His shadow core was now highly proficient, with no issues like instability, making it suitable for protecting others in his absence. Besides that, his pure physical attacks and the emission-type Kamehameha were now in a preliminary, functional state. However, unleashing their full power required some charging time. As for helping Yumaru develop nen abilities, Takeru had no immediate plans. It wasn't out of stinginess, but because Yumaru wasn't like him. Forcibly awakening her nen could be fatal. It was better to let her progress slowly. Moreover, Takeo suspected the reincarnation space rewards might include Nen. After all, a side mission was to obtain a hunter license, but with only about 10 days left after getting it, there was no time to learn Nen in this world. So, the reincarnation space might offer it. Or perhaps, Nen exchange would become available after everyone returned this time. Takeo believed the Nen system had a very high ceiling. Most importantly, it seemed compatible, able to blend with other systems without conflict, which he valued highly. Now, Takeo headed to the 200th floor to register. After easily enduring a baptism, he reached the registration desk. As Takeo ascended to the 200th floor, 3 individuals took notice. A newcomer. One of them, sitting in a wheelchair, smirked. It seems that guy can use Nen. Probably. Welcome to the 200th floor level. Please fill out this form with the required information. Would you like to apply for a match immediately? On this floor, matches operate on a declaration system. Each contestant has a 90-day preparation period. Within that period, contestants can specify their desired match date. Of course, if a contestant wishes to fight daily, that's fine too. After participating in one match, you receive another 90-day preparation period. However, if you don't fight within the period, you are immediately eliminated. All previously registered records will also be erased. Please remember this. The registrar explained patiently as Takeo registered. Understood. I'd like to register. I plan to fight for the next 3 days. Is that possible? Takeo asked the receptionist with a smile. Of course. But are you sure you don't want to wait and observe the situation? If you're injured on the first day, you cannot cancel the second day's match once registered, the receptionist kindly reminded. No need. Please register me, Takeo replied, shaking his head lightly. As Takeo finished speaking, Gaido, Realvelt, and Sadaso quickly appeared behind him. After Takeo registered and left, the 3 also approached the desk to register. Takeo saw this but only offered a mocking smile before returning to his private room, 2202. Compared to the 100th floor rooms, the 200th floor room was more luxurious and spacious, offering a scenic view through the window. Later, Takeo saw on the room's TV that his match applications for 3 consecutive days had been approved. His opponents were precisely the newbie hunters, Gaido, and the others he had just encountered. Time flew, and the next day arrived. Amidst great anticipation, Takeo stepped onto the ring first. Having risen from the first floor to the 200th without a single loss, he was a highly watched newcomer. Gaido, on the other hand, had a record of 4 wins and 1 loss in 5 matches. The match begins. As Takeo and Gaido were ready, the referee announced the start. Gaido smirked at Takeo, quickly activating his Nen ability, a skill leaning towards manipulation. His chosen weapon was a top. Watching him create numerous high-speed spinning tops, Takeo showed no panic. Go! Battle Waltz! As Gaido released his skill, the tops scattered across the ring, spinning rapidly. They would occasionally collide, making their trajectories increasingly unpredictable. Yet, facing the top attacks, Takeo simply stood calmly. When the tops attacked, Takeo easily dodged them. Whether from the front, back, or sides, Takeo avoided the tops with simple, graceful movements. Takeo wasn't in a hurry to finish Gaido. Instead, he used this opportunity to hone his evasion skills. Time passed, and soon 30 minutes had gone by. During this time, Takeo hadn't attacked once, and Gaido's attacks hadn't hit him either, filling Gaido with a sense of foreboding. If their positions were reversed, Gaido doubted he could completely evade those chaotic tops. All right, I've practiced enough. Thanks for the training. But now, it's time for you to leave. Speaking lightly, Takeo tilted his head to dodge a top charging from behind and walked straight toward Gaido. HMPH. You might dodge the tops, but you can't possibly attack me. Take this. Tornado top. Seeing Takeo approach, Gaido felt uneasy but quickly began spinning himself. This move made him both offensive and defensive. Usually, this prevented opponents from getting close, forcing them to endure attacks from the smaller tops on the ring. Not a bad tactic. But this only works against weaklings. Takeo sneered, Nen swirling around his hand as he activated Ken. Using Gaio might kill Gaido with one punch. Considering Gaido's role as a sparring partner, Takeo held back. With that thought, Takeo threw a punch. Boom! Gaido, still spinning, flew back as if struck by a tremendous force and fell unconscious. Contestant Gaido is unconscious. The winner is Takeo. The referee quickly announced the result. Hearing this, Takeo left the ring with an air of boredom. The gap between them was too vast. Still, today's evasion practice was useful. Sudaso and Realvelt, watching from the stands, stared in shock. They realized they might have hit a wall this time. Time flowed on, and another 3 days passed. In his matches against Sudaso and Realvelt, Takeo easily defeated them both. They lost before even using their skills. On the final day, Takeo didn't fight. Instead, he and Umaru explored the city, spending almost all their money before finally departing this world in a flash of light, satisfied. Chapter 110, Chapter 110 Settlement. Special Treasure Chest. 1,233 words. Congratulations on clearing the Hunter world. Beginning settlement. Main Mission 1, survive for 1 month. Completed. Side Mission 1, become a pro hunter. Completed. Side Mission 2, Heaven's Arena. The higher the floor you reach, the higher the rating you will obtain. Reach the 200th floor. Side Mission 3, visit the Zoldyck family. Completed. Passing Mensch's test, rating increased. Saving Bedoro, rating increased. Defeating 3 opponents on the 200th floor of Heaven's Arena, rating increased. Influencing certain individuals, rating increased. Settlement complete. Congratulations on obtaining an S-rank rating. Rewards, 1 S-rank evaluation, 100,000 points, and an S-rating treasure chest. Would you like to open the S-rating treasure chest now? When Takeo regained his senses, the most prominent information was the stream of messages from the reincarnation space. Open the chest. Without hesitation, Takeo chose to open it. Congratulations on obtaining 50,000 points. Congratulations on obtaining 100 attribute points. Congratulations on obtaining an intermediate character manifestation card. Congratulations on obtaining Nen Seed X1. Congratulations on obtaining Inventory Expansion Permit X3. Congratulations on obtaining an Advanced Skill Enhancement Scroll X1. Congratulations on obtaining a Nen Fruit. Seeing the items from the chest, Takeo was momentarily stunned, then quickly examined them. Intermediate Character Manifestation Card can manifest 1 instance world character to the main world to become the user's ally. Can be summoned using points during reincarnation mission worlds. Note, the manifested character's individual attributes must not exceed 300 points at the time of manifestation. Requires a minimum of 80 favorability towards the user. Nen Seed, after consumption, gradually awakens Nen in the human body with no risk. The time required varies from 1 week to 1 month depending on individual aptitude. Advanced Skill Enhancement Scroll raises 1 skill from intermediate level to advanced level. Nen Fruit greatly increases the amount of Nen within the body. Also provides deeper understanding and mastery of Nen. Slightly increases Nen recovery rate. No side effects. Note, requires Nen to already be awakened. Seeing these item descriptions, Takeo paused briefly. These items were clearly more valuable than those from the previous S+ rank reward, likely because the Hunter world was a higher level world than Grimgar of Fantasy and Ash. This aligned with Takeo's speculation, as long as he continued achieving high ratings, the rewards would keep improving. Besides these, another notification caught his attention. Ding! Congratulations to Reincarnator number 3, Noro Takeo, for obtaining an S rank or higher rating 3 times in a row. You have received a special treasure chest. Would you like to open it now? Special treasure chest? Open it. Takeo nodded without hesitation. Ding! Congratulations on opening the special treasure chest. You have obtained a talent enhancement potion. Talent enhancement potion. Seeing only 1 item from this special chest, Takeo was puzzled. He then casually took out the potion. Looking at the blue vial, he wondered if something this valuable should have come from 3 consecutive S-rank ratings. Talent enhancement potion enhances personal aptitude and possesses special effects. Must be consumed orally. With this brief description, Takeo couldn't fully gauge its value, but one thing was clear, any item that improved aptitude was extraordinary. Without further thought, he opened the vial and drank it. As the potion entered his system, Takeo felt a pleasant warmth spread through his body. An indescribable relaxation washed over him, like soaking in the most luxurious hot spring after an exhausting day. Comfort continued to well up within him. Simultaneously, he felt his power subtly increasing, a sensation so soothing it was almost lulling him to sleep. However, Takeru's mental fortitude was strong. He quickly resisted the drowsiness induced by the comfort. It wasn't the time to fall asleep during the settlement. Congratulations on obtaining an S-rank rating. You may manifest 4 pieces of equipment or 20 items from the instance world. Will you manifest? Manifest 10 noggin-lugging tortoises strawberry and 10 spider eagle's eggs. Takeru replied directly upon hearing the system's prompt. The hunter world didn't have many unique pieces of equipment or items. It was a pity he hadn't entered Greed Island, where he could have obtained better gear. Manifestation requires 1,000 points. Confirm manifestation. Confirm. Manifestation complete. Remaining points, 295,000. System, use inventory expansion permit X3. Checking his items, Takeru spoke again. Expanding inventory requires C rank evaluations X3 and 15,000 points, plus inventory expansion permit X3. Confirm. Confirm. Deduction successful. Expansion complete. Remaining, S rank evaluations X2. B rank evaluation X1. Points, 280,000. System, if I use the Nen fruit and the advanced skill enhancement scroll now, will they conflict with the talent enhancement potion? Ding! They will not. Receiving confirmation, Takeru took out the Nen fruit. Looking at the apple-sized, peculiar white fruit, he ate it in a few bites. The Nen fruit was tasteless, but upon entering his mouth, it quickly dissolved into a liquid that flowed down his throat. Immediately, Takeru felt another change. A new wave of heat surged within his already warm body. Most notably, even though Takeru was using Zetsu, his body began emitting vast amounts of aura as if he were actively using Ren. The powerful aura kept pouring out, slightly raising the temperature around him. Seeing this, Takeru understood it was the effect of the Nen fruit. Simultaneously, he felt his aura capacity rapidly increasing. Though he couldn't quantify the increase, the sensation of continuous growth was unmistakable. As for the advanced skill enhancement scroll, after some thought, Takeru decided to use it on his armament haki. Compared to observation haki and rokushiki, he felt armament haki was currently more suitable as his mainstay. Upon using it, a massive influx of information rapidly poured into his mind. Since his body was already undergoing transformation, the specifics weren't entirely clear. Uncertain how much time had passed, by the time Takeru fully absorbed the advanced knowledge of armament haki, the aura constantly emanating from his body had also ceased. Clearly, the Nen fruit's transformation had concluded during that period. Only the talent enhancement potion continued its slow work, though the warm flow had diminished considerably. System, display my status panel. Reincarnator number 3, Noro Takeru. Race, human. Talents, abilities, photographic memory, telekinesis, absolute defense, perseverance, gluttony, giant killing, Nen. Strength, 168, 5, average human, 20. Constitution, 175, 8. Defense, 575, 258. Speed, 158, 4. Spirit, 188, 38. Magic power, 150, 376, average human, 0. Cultivation method, none. Skills, meditation, bomb devourer, armament haki, advanced, observation haki, intermediate, rokushiki, intermediate, light healing, advanced, advanced healing, intermediate, illuminate, advanced, purification, intermediate. Evaluations and points, S rank evaluations X2. B rank evaluation X1. Points, 280,000. Seeing the significant changes in his status, Takeru broke into a happy smile. He then allocated all 100 attribute points into defense, raising it to 675. With absolute defense doubling it, that became 1,350. Adding the 258 from equipment bonuses brought it to a staggering 1,608. After this round of upgrades, Takeru decided to hold off on further improvements for now and headed to the reincarnation hall. Upon entering, he noticed not many people were present. However, Umaru, Yukino, Tsumuji, Mayo, Hashiman, and Taihei were still there observing. Besides them, Takeru saw several unfamiliar faces and noticed one reincarnation watch displaying the number 22 foot. Clearly, the reincarnation space had recruited new people again. Takeru! Seeing Takeru emerge, Umaru waved. Takeru simply nodded in acknowledgement. While they had agreed not to openly display their close relationships here, ordinary conversation was still permissible. Chapter 111. Chapter 111 Conception of a New Nen Ability. 1185 words. Mr. Interested in a dagger? This hound's tooth dagger increases strength by 6 and speed by 3. I'll sell it to you cheap, just 1 D rank evaluation and 2,000 points. What do you say? A man, seeing Takeru emerge, brightened up and pulled out a dagger, hoping to make a deal. Not interested. Without even glancing at the dagger, Takeru replied flatly. Trying to sell trash for a D rank evaluation and 2,000 points? Did this guy think Takeru was an idiot? However, due to the small number of people and the fact most hadn't been through many reincarnation worlds yet, items were still scarce. Most exchanges had to be done directly with the reincarnation space. After scanning the reincarnation hall briefly, memorizing the unfamiliar faces, and finding no one selling anything special, Takeru checked the exchange area. He discovered that items from the Hunter world weren't available for purchase at all. This meant Takeru and the others couldn't acquire the Hunter world's unique abilities through the exchange system. This prompted Takeru to ponder. This likely wasn't limited to the Hunter world. Apart from the One Piece and Naruto worlds, which might have been introductory gifts from the reincarnation space, acquiring other special abilities probably required obtaining them personally within the reincarnation worlds or through post-mission rewards. But now wasn't the time for deep thought. Since nothing he wanted was available, Takeru decided not to linger. After exchanging brief nods with the others, he chose to exit the reincarnation space. Seeing Takeru leave, Umaru and the others exchanged glances and also left the space. When Takeru's consciousness returned, he found himself back in the newly rented single apartment. He quickly took out his phone and noted the time, 21:48. Without delay, Takeru tied it up and left, heading swiftly home. The distance wasn't far, and with Takeru intentionally speeding up, it took only 6 minutes to reach the apartment. I'm home, Takeru announced, opening the door. You're too slow, Oni-chan, Mayu said, puffing up her cheeks when she saw him. Ha, sorry about that. Takeru smiled at her expression. HMPH. In that case, shouldn't Oni-chan compensate me? Hearing Takeru, Mayu replied with a sly smile. Well, I suppose that's fair. Here, take this as compensation. Takeru thought for a moment, then took the nen seed from his pocket. He's using the pocket as cover while he actually retrieved it from his inventory. What is this? Curious, Mayu came closer and saw the white, grape-like object in Takeru's hand. This is something really good. Open your mouth, Takeru instructed. Eh? It's not something weird, is it? Mayu looked at him suspiciously. HMPH. This is a very precious treasure. Do you want it or not? If not, I'll sell it, Takeru retorted, feigning annoyance. Just kidding. Remembering the previous strengthening potion, Mayu took the seed without further hesitation and bit into it. Instantly, her face contorted into a bitter expression. What's wrong? Does it taste bad? Even if it's bad, you have to swallow it. Seeing her face, Takeru urged. Hearing this, Mayu forced herself to swallow the bitter-tasting seed. Only after seeing her swallow did Takeru relax. If she had spat it out, she would have had to pick it up and eat it anyway. Oni-chan, what was that? It was awful, Mayu complained after swallowing. That is a secret. But it will take about 7 to 30 days to fully take effect. You'll know what it is then, Takeru explained after a moment's thought. There was no easy way to explain Nen to her now. It would be simpler to guide her after her Nen awakened. What? That long? Mayu stared at Takeru in disbelief. Of course. All right, I'm going to take a bath. You should get some rest too. Takeru waved his hand dismissively. I don't want to sleep this early, Mayu protested, returning to the couch to continue watching TV. Takeru didn't object, as it was Saturday, with Sunday being a day off. In the bathroom, Takeru ran water for a relaxing soak. Simultaneously, he summoned the 2 previously created shadow persons, dismissed them, and resummoned new ones, instructing them to hide and protect Mayu. After finishing this, Takeru checked his own consumption and began recovery. As for testing how much his Nen had increased, there wasn't enough time now. The method Takeru knew was using Ken, seeing how long he could maintain full-body Ken. While not precise, he could compare it to his previous duration of about 100 minutes. As he recovered, the bath filled. Takeru quickly rinsed off and settled into the tub. About 30 minutes later, Takeru got up, used Nen to evaporate the water droplets from his body, put on his pajamas, and stepped out. "You're so slow, Onii-chan. Did you fall asleep in there?" Mayu complained upon finally seeing him. "What? I didn't ask you to wait." Takeru replied, slightly exasperated. "HMPH. I wanted to wait." Mayu retorted, then pulled Takeru to sit on the couch with her, making him watch a movie. Watching the film, Takeru found it somewhat boring. Compared to the special effects used to create cinematic spectacles, Takeru could easily replicate such feats now. However, since he was accompanying Mayu, he didn't leave. Instead, he began brainstorming a new Nen ability in his mind. Perhaps due to the Nen fruit or the talent enhancement potion, Takeru found using Nen much smoother now. For instance, the shadow persons he just summoned required less Nen to create and had greater resilience. Also, while in the bath, he casually condensed Nen, finding the process faster and the resulting aura much larger than before. Since the Shadow Core and Kamehameha were now under good control, Takeru could proceed to develop some unique Nen abilities. In Takeru's view, while Nen could potentially achieve one-punch invincibility like a certain bald hero if focused solely on physical enhancement, pure strength alone couldn't solve every problem in normal circumstances. You couldn't just punch someone to death when they were trying to reason with you. The most fascinating aspect of Nen was its flexibility. It could be tailored with various conditions to achieve highly specialized effects, as seen in the unique abilities of many characters in Hunter x Hunter. Take Knucklebind's ability, Hackerware, Chapter 7 Bankruptcy. It lends aura to the opponent with compound interest calculated by the puppet, Pot Clean. Within the loan period, neither party can harm the other. If the borrowed amount exceeds the opponent's maximum aura, they go bankrupt, and the collector appears, forcing the opponent into a state of zetsu for 30 days. Takeru could adapt this concept into something equally formidable. For example, changing the borrowed resource from aura to stamina. Once the opponent goes bankrupt, they would be forced to provide Takeru with a continuous stream of stamina for a period. After all, worlds with Nen are likely rare, but stamina is crucial in virtually any world. This ability would weaken opponents while continuously strengthening Takeru. It would also be highly useful in daily life, providing a stamina battery for more intense training sessions. Chapter 112, Chapter 112 Mayu Surprise, Inheritance in a Dream. 1193 words. Apart from this, Maliran's Nen ability was also highly practical. Perfect plan, and God's accomplice. However, Takeru's chances of developing such abilities were relatively low, as they somewhat resembled the unique wish-granting talent of Killua's younger brother, Nanaka. Furthermore, Illumi and Shiapoof's Nen abilities were also quite excellent. Forced control and hypnosis abilities would be highly suitable in the real world. With proper development, Takeru could easily achieve these two abilities. After roughly conceptualizing them, Takeru began considering how to develop these abilities. Perhaps due to the Nen fruit or the talent enhancement potion, as Takeru contemplated these Nen abilities, sparks of inspiration began surfacing in his mind. Seizing this inspiration, Takeru started experimenting. Hypnosis and control-type Nen abilities clearly fell under manipulation, so Takeru needed to focus on that category. As for Knuckles' Nen ability, he could simply adapt the concept from his shadow persons, making some modifications. Having decided on his approach, Takeru remained seated on the couch and began developing his abilities. Time flew by, and the next day arrived. Since it was Sunday, Takeru didn't need to go to school. Waking at 5:30 a.m., he washed up briefly and headed to the guest room. He then spent points to enter the reincarnation space. Once inside, he spent more points to open the training space. Upon entering, Takeru began testing his current Nen level. Without hesitation, he unleashed his aura, using it to test how long he could maintain Ken. As time passed under continuous exertion, soon 2.5 hours had elapsed. Though feeling slightly fatigued, Takeru sensed he could still maintain Ken comfortably. Seeing this, he didn't stop but continued pushing. Only after about 3.5 hours did Takeru exhaustedly deactivate Ken and enter a state of Zetsu. This meant Takeru could now maintain Ken for 3.5 hours, giving him a greater advantage in combat. And this was while maintaining 2 shadow persons. If he recalled them, he estimated his duration could reach around 4 hours. Thinking this, Takeru felt excited. Having possessed Nen for less than a month and already achieving such capacity was immensely satisfying. Of course, compared to characters like the Chimera and King or the Royal Guards later in the series, there was still a vast gap. But for a normal human, Takeru's progress in 1 month was monstrous. Although he had used some external aids, these were now his solidly possessed Nen capacity. After confirming his progress, Takeru quickly began recovering his Nen on the spot. Simultaneously, he altered the training environment and started physical conditioning. After another 6 hours or so, Takeru's figure vanished from the training space and returned to the main world. Checking the time, which is still before 8 a.m., Takeru left the guest room and headed to the kitchen. Seeing Mayu still asleep, he took out the strawberry and spider eagle's egg. He simply boiled the egg in water, heated some milk, and toasted 2 slices of bread. Then, he carefully sliced the strawberry like a watermelon, arranging the pieces neatly on a plate. Just as he finished, Mayu slowly awoke in the bedroom. Rubbing her eyes, she noticed Takeru was already up. Unconcerned, she quickly got out of bed, neatly made it, and headed to the living room. "Morning, Mayu. Breakfast is ready. Go wash up." Sensing movement behind him, Takeru spoke without turning. "Got it." Mayu nodded and went to the bathroom. After washing up, she soon arrived at the dining table. Seeing the vibrant, crimson strawberry slices and the prepared egg, her curiosity was piqued. "Oni-chan, what are these?" Mayu asked, full of curiosity. "These? They're top-tier ingredients. Try them first." Takeru smiled. "Really? Wow, so delicious." Taking a bite of the egg white, Mayu couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. She then tried the yolk and found it equally delicious. "What kind of animal's egg is this? Why is it so big?" After experiencing the spider eagle's egg's taste, Mayu grew even more curious. "That's a secret." Takeru just smiled. Telling her it was a spider's egg would only make her disbelieve him. "This is delicious too." After the spider eagle's egg, Mayu turned to the strawberry slices. Taking a bite, her eyes closed in pleasure. Compared to ordinary strawberries, this giant one completely outclassed them in texture. Most importantly, its flavor was far sweeter and fresher. The satisfaction of taking big bites made her place her hands on her cheeks in enjoyment. "Oh no, oh no." Mayu suddenly cried out. "What's wrong?" Takeru asked, puzzled. "After eating such delicious strawberries and eggs, what if I can never have them again?" Mayu looked at Takeru pitifully. "Well, that depends on your behavior. If you behave well, I might reward you with these occasionally." Takeru replied with a mischievous grin. To be honest, Takeru also felt it was a bit of a pity. The reincarnation space was quite stingy, not only were there limits on manifestation, but it also cost points. Now, only 9 strawberries and 9 spider eagle's eggs remained in his inventory. Getting more would depend on future opportunities. "Really?" Hearing Takeru, Mayu's eyes sparkled with delight. "Of course. But don't get your hopes up too much. These things are extremely rare." Takeru reminded her plainly. "I know." Though aware these were precious, knowing there was still a chance to get more filled Mayu with anticipation. Seeing her expression, Takeru smiled and nodded. One thing he appreciated about Mayu was that she never made unreasonable demands for things. Because time seemed frozen within the inventory, the strawberries and spider eagle's eggs stored there would never spoil. They would remain exactly as they were when stored. Takeru had tested this before by placing a bowl of steaming hot soup inside for a week. Upon retrieval, it was still piping hot, with no change in flavor. "Oh, right, Oni-chan. I had a strange dream last night." Mayu suddenly mentioned. What dream?" Takeru asked curiously. "In the dream, a peculiar person was teaching me to train. It was about practicing something called Nen. They talked about the 4 major principles. Ten, Zetsu, Ren, Hatsu, and also Shu, Ko, Ken, Ryu. They kept urging me to meditate." Mayu said, tapping her cheek with her finger. "And it's so weird, even after waking up, I still remember everything clearly." She added, looking confused. Hearing this, Takeru was momentarily stunned, then realized this was likely the Nen seed's effect, transmitting knowledge through dreams to the consumer. "Is that so? Then you should train diligently according to the dream. And you mustn't tell anyone else, understand?" Takeru said seriously, looking at her. "Eh? Oni-chan, you obviously know what this is, don't you?" Mayu's eyes lit up. "Of course. Remember that special thing you ate yesterday? That was a Nen seed, an extremely precious item that awakens Nen within a person. As for what Nen is, I'll explain later. For now, just follow the training methods from your dream precisely. Hearing her question, Takeru saw no need to hide the truth and explained directly. I understand. Seeing Takeru's serious expression, Mayu nodded obediently. Chapter 113, Chapter 113 Gathering. 1,246 words. At the same time, it wasn't just Mayu. Umaru, Ui, and Yukino, who had also consumed Nen seeds, experienced dreams similar to Mayu's during the night. Perhaps because all three had passed the hunter exam, they had all obtained Nen seeds from their reward chests. As for the Nen fruit, only Takeru had received one. As for Taihei and the others who hadn't passed the exam, they didn't obtain these items. Moreover, spending the month primarily focused on earning money to survive resulted in low ratings and consequently meager rewards. Although they later participated in Heaven's Arena, their ratings didn't improve much, mostly hovering around C rank. Those who passed the hunter exam, like Ui, Yukino, and Umaru, achieved at least B rank ratings. Umaru, who also visited the Zoldyck estate with Takeru, saw her rating increase significantly, ultimately achieving an A rating. Of course, Takeru wasn't aware of these details yet. After breakfast, Takeru received an invitation from Yukino to visit her home, mainly to discuss yesterday's reincarnation mission experiences. Since this wasn't a formal team meeting, everyone could simply attend at their convenience. The location was Yukino's rented upscale apartment. Will Takeru-senpai be going? Originally, Takeru considered not going to spend time with Mayu, but Ui inquired in the group chat. Sorry, I'll probably be with my sister today, Takeru replied directly upon seeing Ui's message. Eh? Is it Mayu-chan? I think you could bring Mayu along. Soon after Takeru's message, Tsumuji chimed in. I agree. Yui and Ui quickly added their support. Well, Takeru, if you don't mind, I'd also like to meet your sister. Seeing everyone's messages, Yukino quickly replied. Although Mayu wasn't a reincarnator and her presence might be slightly inconvenient, being Takeru's sister ensured she would be treated respectfully. My sister is also curious about everyone. Would it be alright if she came along? Soon after, Hashiman hesitantly sent a similar message. Actually, Hashiman's younger sister, Komachi, was both happy and worried that her usually solitary brother suddenly seemed to have a group of friends. Fearing her brother might be the one getting bullied or that they were bad influences, Komachi had been pestering Hashiman to introduce them. Oh? Hashiman-kun has a sister too. Seeing Hashiman's message, Ritsu asked curiously. Though they hadn't known each other long, being in the same team naturally sparked curiosity about each other's lives. Yes. Her name is Hikigaya Komachi. She's also in her third year of middle school and will attend Sobu High next year. Hashiman explained. Is that so? Please bring your sister along, Hashiman-kun. Yukino replied promptly. Understood. Thank you. What about you, Yuta-kun? Since Takeru, Hashiman, and Taihei were bringing their sisters, everyone's curiosity turned to Yuta. It seemed all the male team members with younger siblings belonged to that has a little sister club. Well, my mom asked me to look after my sister today. But Yumeha is only 5 years old, so I think it's best not to bring her, Yuta replied somewhat awkwardly. I don't see any problem with that. Please bring her along, Yuta-kun. Yukino didn't mind at all. Since she had extended the invitation, she wouldn't play favorites. A few more people wouldn't make her apartment feel crowded. In fact, having the sisters chat together might make discussing reincarnation space matters easier for the main group. Soon, everyone agreed to gather at Yukino's apartment after 10 a.m. Yukino would prepare some refreshments, and everyone could stay and enjoy themselves for a while. After finalizing the plans, Yukino, in her neat apartment, glanced around, then headed out to a nearby large supermarket to shop. As the host, she needed to ensure proper hospitality. Money wasn't an issue for her, so hosting Takeru and the others was simple enough. Come to think of it, she hadn't done this sort of thing much before. The first time was inviting everyone to her home to enter the reincarnation world together. But casually inviting friends over was a first, stemming from her childhood lack of friends. However, since the reincarnation space appeared, her life had changed dramatically. She gained strength, witnessed various extraordinary things, and acquired a group of friends she never imagined having before. Takeru, unaware of Yukino's thoughts, looked at Mayu, who was eagerly awaiting their day out. Oni-chan, where are we going later? How about the amusement park again? Or the aquarium? I heard many aquariums are closing too. Maybe they'll be gone soon. Mayu looked at Takeru expectantly. Later, I'm going to a classmate's house. Takeo stated plainly. Oh, I see. Mayu's expression fell slightly. Of course, if you'd like, you can come along. Seeing her disappointment, Takeo smiled. Eh? Really? Mayu's face lit up. Of course. Takeo nodded, amused by her happiness. Ooh? Are we going to Yui's or Mayo's house? Mayu suddenly asked, as if remembering something. No, it's another classmate's place. You'll see when we get there. And remember, don't say anything strange once we're there. Takeo shook his head. I understand. Mayu nodded. Soon, time passed, and Takeo led Mayu toward Yukino's apartment building. Wow, Oni-chan. This is where your classmate lives? It looks so luxurious. Mayu exclaimed, observing the opulent building decor and the obviously high-end security. It's all right. If you wanted to live somewhere like this, it wouldn't be impossible. Takeo remarked lightly. Though these places looked extravagant, the monthly rent wasn't exorbitant, probably around 100,000 yen or so. Takeru's book sales were doing quite well. This month, he should receive substantial royalties. With the second and third volumes published later, his earnings would only increase. So, Takeo wouldn't be short on money in the future. At the very least, as long as he didn't spend recklessly, he wouldn't lack funds. Thinking this, he felt it was a pity about the over 100 million jenny left in the hunter world. Unbeknownst to Takeo, Yumaru was even more heartbroken. If only she could have brought that money back to the main world. Think of all the snacks she could buy. Never mind. Our current place is just fine. Besides, if the place was too big, I'd feel even lonelier when you're not home. Mayu replied without hesitation. You? Takeo was both touched and amused. Soon, Takeo rang the intercom. Even from the ground floor, they needed permission from the resident to enter. Quickly, after Takeo buzzed, Yukino opened the door remotely. Yukino's apartment was on the 15th floor, unit 1507, so they needed to take the elevator up. Takeru-kun, is this your sister? Hashiman asked curiously in the elevator. Yes, this is my sister, Mayu. Takeo smiled and nodded. However, Komachi was momentarily stunned upon seeing Takeo. She never imagined her brother could be friends with someone who was clearly a top-tier, socially adept person like Takeo. Logically, her brother shouldn't be able to blend into Takeru's social circle at all. Ah, this is my sister, Hikigaya Komachi. Seeing Takeru's gaze shift to Komachi, Hashiman quickly introduced her. Nice to meet you. I'm Noro Takeo. Pleased to meet you, Komachi. Takeo extended his right hand with a friendly smile. Nice to meet you, Takeru-senpai. Komachi replied with slight hesitation. How nice. You seem quite different from your brother. Takeo remarked meaningfully. Yes. Thank you for looking after my brother. Komachi said sincerely. Hearing the exchange, Hashiman rolled his eyes, feeling like not talking to Takeo for the moment. However, Komachi wasn't wrong, he had indeed learned much useful information from Takeo. Chapter 114, Chapter 114 Disaster Strikes. 1,178 words. Mayu quickly warmed up to the Hikigaya siblings. Soon, they reached Yukino's door, which was already open. Sorry for intruding. Takeo called out as they entered. Takeru-kun, Hashiman-kun, please come in. There are disposable slippers in the Genkan. Yukino, busy in the kitchen, could only call out from within. We'll take you up on that. Takeo smiled, taking the prepared slippers. A few other pairs of shoes in the entryway indicated some guests had already arrived. Hey, Takeo! Mayu! And Hashiman! Ritsu, who had arrived earlier, greeted them cheerfully. Oh? Is that Hashiman-kun's sister? She doesn't look much like him. Ritsu remarked with a smile upon seeing Komachi. Takeo, please have a seat. Here's some tea. Yukino soon brought out tea. Sorry to intrude. Another voice soon came from the entrance. Yumaru and Taihei. Please come in. There are slippers in the Genkan. Yukino quickly went to greet them. As time passed, Yukino's once quiet home was now filled with 15 people. The Hirasawa sisters, Mayo, Tsumuji and Ritsu, Takeo and Mayu, the Hikigaya siblings, Yumaru and Taihei, Yuta, Rika, Yumeha, and Sylphin. Everyone was present. With the addition of Mayu and the other younger siblings, they didn't directly discuss the reincarnation space. Instead, they socialized like a normal gathering, chatting and strengthening bonds. However, they soon began conversing in veiled terms. Through these conversations, Takeru learned about everyone's gains from the previous world. He also learned that some had participated in a highly dangerous bomb-based game. Hearing their description, Takeru was momentarily surprised, but upon realizing it was the world of Beatum, he nodded in understanding. He had some knowledge of that world. Hearing that Ritsu had nearly died there, he looked at her in astonishment. According to her account, if not for Mayo's decisive action, she would have perished. She only received treatment back in the reincarnation space, spending 500 points. This experience made her more acutely aware of death's shadow and deepened her cautious respect for the reincarnation space. Mayo and Sylphin had obtained several impact detonation and timer-based bombs, meaning they could use these as support items in future missions. With proper use, they could yield significant advantages. Later, Yukino began preparing lunch to host everyone. Seeing this, Takeru, Taihei, and Ui offered to help. With their assistance, lunch was soon ready. Everyone gathered happily to enjoy the meal. For some reason, Yumeha seemed to take a liking to Takeru, constantly pulling at him to play. Takeru simply smiled and indulged her. This made Yuta feel a bit betrayed, as his own sister was clinging to someone else. They continued enjoying themselves at Yukino's place until around 3 p.m. before starting to say their goodbyes. Oni-chan, I never knew you knew so many girls. On the way back, Mayu walked with her hands behind her back, speaking thoughtfully. Glancing at her, Takeo simply nodded without comment. Oni-chan, you all really aren't ordinary people, are you? I overheard your conversation earlier. Even though it was veiled, I could tell. Mayu pressed further. Just pretend you didn't hear anything about that. Takeo replied seriously. Yeah, I know. Mayu replied dismissively, though being sensible, she understood such matters shouldn't be discussed carelessly. So, Oni-chan, can I join you all someday? Mayu suddenly asked curiously. Why would you want to join? It's not some fun game. Takeo sighed, somewhat exasperated. It doesn't seem boring at all. It sounds super exciting. Mayu countered eagerly. Well, we'll see about that later. Takeru gently shook his head. After chatting a bit more, Takeru and Mayu didn't go elsewhere but headed straight home. With their new goals, both focused on training. Takeru worked on developing Nen abilities, while Mayu practiced meditation to accelerate her Nen awakening. A week passed in the blink of an eye. Nothing particularly special happened during these 7 days. Takeo and Mayu went to school as usual, chatted with friends, and participated in activities. Progress on Nen abilities was smooth. Hypnosis and control abilities were now usable, though the hypnotized or controlled individuals appeared somewhat dazed, requiring further refinement. Additionally, the adaptation of Hackaware showed some promise and could be preliminarily used in combat, though it still lagged behind Knuckles' version in some aspects. For instance, the Nen beast stopped calculating interest if the opponent moved beyond 100 meters. The interest was calculated based on stamina, accruing every 10 seconds. Furthermore, once an opponent went bankrupt, Takeo couldn't leave them completely without stamina. That wasn't realistic. However, he could make their stamina recovery continuously supplement his own for a period of 3 days. This meant for the next 3 days, a portion of the opponent's recovered stamina would transfer to Takeo, leaving them highly prone to extreme fatigue. Another limitation was that Takeru could currently only use this ability on one person at a time. Only one collector could exist. To solve this, Takeru dedicated himself to further research. If he could find several individuals to continuously provide stamina, he would never lack it again. Whether for training or combat, this was an incredibly powerful ability. However, today, as Takeru was about to take Mayu out for fun, emergency sirens blared. Clearly, something unusual had occurred in their area. From the balcony, Takeru saw crowds frantically fleeing toward shelters. Although there had been drills before, when real disaster struck, panic was inevitable. Oni-chan, what should we do? Mayu looked at Takeru worriedly, watching the people scrambling below. It's all right. Just stay home and don't go anywhere. Seeing her concern, Takeru said after a moment's thought. He then summoned 5 additional shadow persons, instructing them to protect Mayu from all angles. After this, Takeru sat on the floor, expanding his observation haki perception to its maximum. Soon, every detail within a 600-meter radius centered on Takeru flooded his mind. Screams and shouts overwhelmed his senses, causing significant discomfort. However, relying on his strong mental fortitude, Takeru quickly filtered out the chaotic sensory input, searching for the source of danger. He soon detected several enormous eagle-like creatures circling high above. One clutched a person in its talons, and the victim had only a breath left, struggling instinctively. "Mayu, stay inside!" Having identified the threat, Takeru quickly left the apartment and rushed to the rooftop. Using telekinesis to unlock the secure door, he looked up at the circling giant eagles. They were currently quite distant. Takeru glanced at a taller adjacent apartment building. Without hesitation, he first materialized several nen needles and inserted them into his own face. Instantly, his appearance transformed into that of another person. This ability was something Takeru developed while practicing control techniques. Compared to controlling others, altering his own appearance was relatively simple. With a new face, he donned a distinctive outfit. Then, with a powerful leap followed by a jeppo, he landed on the neighboring apartment building. Repeating this maneuver, he soon positioned himself directly beneath the giant eagles. As Takeru arrived beneath them, one eagle immediately noticed him. With a fierce glare, it began a swift dive, aiming to seize him with its talons. Chapter 115, Chapter 115 Dealing with the Monsters, the Monitored School. 1192 words. Perfect timing. Seeing the giant eagle closing in rapidly, Takeru smirked and stood his ground, waiting for it. Soon, the distance between the eagle and Takeru shrank to 10 meters. Paralysis roar. Takeru murmured softly. A peculiar wave emanated from him, swiftly spreading toward the eagle. Upon contact, the eagle's body stiffened instantly. Its dive turned into a free fall. Takeru quickly used his telekinesis to catch the falling creature, preventing it from being harmed. Gazing at the massive eagle with a wingspan of 5 to 6 meters, Takeru couldn't help but marvel. He then leapt onto the eagle's back, placed a hand on its head, and activated his hypnosis ability. Soon, the light faded from the eagle's eyes. But that wasn't all. While the eagle was in a dazed state, Takeru materialized several nen needles and inserted them into its head, forcibly taking control. "Get up. Return to your flock." After gaining control, Takeru immediately issued a command. This command wasn't conveyed through language but via a wave-like ability that allowed the eagle to instinctively understand the intent, regardless of language comprehension. This type of command worked better on creatures or humans with higher intelligence. It was utterly useless against creatures with little to no intelligence, like ordinary poultry or insects. Fortunately, this mutated giant eagle possessed considerable intelligence and quickly grasped Takeru's meaning, beginning to take flight. Takeru held on tightly as the eagle ascended. He hadn't killed it precisely to use it as transportation to reach the others. While he could have used telekinesis and jeppo, that would have been far too conspicuous. After a bumpy flight, Takeru soon reached the other 4 giant eagles. Seeing them, Takeru had no intention of conversation. He simply leapt onto the head of another eagle and, before it could react, delivered a powerful punch cloaked in Gaio. Boom! An explosive sound echoed as the eagle died instantly, its body beginning to plummet. Takeru used his telekinesis to halt its fall in mid-air. He then scanned the ground below, found a deserted area, and hurled the carcass toward it. The remaining 3 eagles met the same fate. There was no helping it. While these creatures were formidable threats to ordinary people, to Takeru, they were no more troublesome than infants. After swiftly dispatching them all, Takeru sent each carcass hurtling toward the same deserted spot. As for the last remaining eagle, the one he initially controlled, Takeru commanded it to fly toward a wooded area near his apartment. After landing it there, he finished it off and swiftly made his way back home. In a secluded spot, Takeru removed his disguise and extracted the nen needles. After completing these steps, he hurried back home. Upon returning, he immediately dismissed the 5 extra shadow persons he had summoned earlier. "Oni-chan, are you all right?" Seeing Takeru return, Mayu rushed over, worry evident on her face. "Don't worry, I'm fine. A mysterious person dealt with the monsters." Takeru reassured her gently. "Is that so? That's great." Hearing this, Mayu sighed in relief. She didn't doubt Takeru's words at all. While part of her wished Takeru had been the one to solve it, his safety was what truly mattered. Takeru, however, was deep in thought. He had considered keeping the giant eagle under his control for future use but decided against it for several reasons. First, his control techniques weren't yet fully polished and lasted only about half a day. Second, the eagle's enormous size would only attract unwanted attention and trouble if kept nearby. While Takeo resolved the crisis, the police quickly cordoned off the eagle carcasses. Seeing the brain damage resembling a bomb blast, but without any burn marks, left all onlookers speechless. When the eagle attacks were detected, the police had swiftly implemented emergency measures, including evacuation orders. The military had even dispatched fighter jets. However, before the jets could provide support, the eagles were already eliminated. Satellite footage revealed an unidentified man, but database searches yielded no matches. A few similar-looking individuals were quickly ruled out. Subsequently, the police began an investigation, aiming to locate Takeo and potentially recruit him. In the past, the military might have attempted to control such individuals. However, after an incident where they tried to interrogate and subdue a suspected ability user using special methods, resulting in several police casualties and the individual's death, they became far more cautious. Following that incident and the increasing frequency of worldwide disasters, authorities dared not act rashly. Through continuous intelligence gathering, the government had long realized that the world was undergoing a significant transformation. What most terrified nations was the failure of certain powerful thermal weapons. Currently, the most potent weapons might be those mounted on fighter jets and tanks. Peaceful weapons had completely ceased functioning over a month ago. This recent event further solidified the government's belief that the key to resolving these global disasters lay with these suddenly emerging ability users. Takeo was unaware of these developments. He knew that national authorities would eventually discover them, but their attitude remained uncertain. If they adopted a recruitment policy, Takeo and the others wouldn't oppose the government. However, if they took a hard-line stance, Takeo would make them understand the consequences when individual power surpasses that of a state. Of course, Takeo realized his current defensive capabilities, while strong, couldn't withstand humanity's most powerful thermal weapons. Yet, he wasn't afraid because he wasn't stationary, he could move. His focus on hypnosis and control was precisely to have a means of counterbalance should conflict arise. Naturally, Takeo couldn't predict the government's actions. He sent a warning in the group chat, advising everyone to avoid exposing their special abilities. Details would be discussed at school the next day, as he feared electronic communications might be monitored. The next day arrived swiftly. When Takeo left home, he noticed something amiss in the surroundings. Several men in business suits were conspicuously present. Under normal circumstances, Takeo might not have thought much of it. However, Takeo could tell these individuals were no ordinary people. Each likely had physical attributes of 25 points or higher, exhibited heightened alertness, and, while appearing to chat casually, were constantly vigilant of their surroundings. Initially, Takeo thought they might be targeting him or that security had been tightened due to yesterday's incident. But he soon realized their target wasn't him. Takeru-kun, is something wrong? Abina, walking beside him, asked curiously, noticing his distraction. It's nothing. Just lost in thought. Takeo replied with a smile. Is that so? Abina didn't press further and continued walking to school with Takeo. Upon arriving at school, Takeo expanded his observation haki and quickly noticed that Sobuhai was surrounded, discreetly, but undoubtedly encircled. Seeing this, Takeo understood someone had likely been exposed. This operation was probably a waiting game to identify others. With a soft sigh, Takeo noted these individuals showed no apparent hostility. It seemed things might not develop in the direction we least wanted to see. Shaking his head lightly, Takeo proceeded to his classroom as usual. As time passed slowly, under Takeo's discreet surveillance, a few individuals began to move. Chapter 116, Chapter 116 The Nation's Recruitment. 1065 words. These individuals seemed to have received specific intelligence. They didn't search randomly but instead proceeded directly to the teacher's office based on their information and contacted the school administration. The leader presented identification, which Takeo's observation haki discerned as belonging to a lieutenant colonel. Subsequently, through the administration, they located Hiratsuka-sensei and, after explaining their purpose, obtained the member list for the service club. Realizing the extent of the exposure, Takeo maintained composure to understand the full situation. Although confident in his own safety against state forces, he recognized the potential danger to others. He also had no desire for a life on the run with Mayu, which would defeat the purpose of gaining power. Most importantly, Takeo sensed the situation wasn't developing in the worst possible direction. Excuse the interruption. Could Noro Takeo, Doma Yumaru, Hirasawa Yui, Okiyama Mayo, Tainaka Ritsu, and Tochibana Sylphinford, please step outside. Soon, the classroom door opened, revealing Hiratsuka's figure. Having anticipated this through his observation haki, a similar summons had been issued to Yukino and Hashiman, Takeru remained calm. Unlike Takeru, the others were bewildered. Without observation haki or sufficient range, they were unaware of the developments. Hearing their names called, Takeru stood and walked out. He had considered proactive measures yesterday, but the state's response was swifter. This scenario was within his expectations, though it arrived slightly earlier than anticipated. Though confused, Yumaru and the others noticed the group heading toward the service club room and the presence of peculiar individuals in dark suits, sensing something amiss. Instinctively, they looked at Takeru and moved closer to him. Seeing their worried glances, Takeru gave a slight, reassuring shake of his head. His calm demeanor eased their anxiety somewhat. The service club room wasn't far. Soon, they arrived to find several more individuals in dark suits waiting. One saluted as they approached. "Please enter." A man behind them gestured. Unconcerned, Takeru opened the door and entered. Inside, Yukino and Hashiman were already present. Seeing Takeru, they felt a measure of relief. Though they had questions, the presence of strangers kept them silent. The seated man observed the change in Yukino and Hashiman's demeanor upon Takeru's arrival. Though surprised, he surmised Takeru might be the group's leader. Soon, Rika, Tsumuji, and Yuta were also summoned, completing the service club's attendance. "Thank you all for coming. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Lieutenant Colonel Hazama. I am here today on behalf of the military to ask you a few questions. I hope you won't take offense." Once everyone was present, Hazama stood and addressed them courteously. Hearing this, Mayo and the others were stunned, a military lieutenant colonel. Yukino also showed surprise. "You want to ask if we are ability users, correct? I'm curious, how did you locate us?" Takeru spoke directly after Hazama finished. Given the circumstances, denial seemed futile. Instead, Takeru was curious about the state's intended treatment and, for now, how their identities were compromised. Hazama was momentarily taken aback by Takeru's straightforward admission but answered readily, "We received information from a woman named Nakagora Yoko." Hearing the name, Takeru was puzzled, as he didn't recognize her. However, Ritsu, Mayo, and Sylphin showed clear recognition. "Her?" Ritsu exclaimed in surprise. Noting their reactions, Takeru deduced this Nakagora Yoko was likely the first exposed individual. Interrogation likely led authorities to Ritsu and the others. Connecting the three to the same club, along with previously suspected individuals like Yuta and Yui, Hazama realized this club's members were extraordinary. Having clarified this point, Takeru turned his attention back to Hazama. "So, Lieutenant Colonel Hazama, what is the purpose of your visit today? Surely not merely to confirm our identities." Takeru stated calmly. "Of course not. Let me emphasize, we bear no hostility. The nation holds no ill will toward any of you. Our purpose is to extend an invitation for recruitment." Hazama met Takeru's gaze seriously, stating their objective clearly. Hearing this, Yukino and the others inwardly sighed in relief. Confrontation with the state was an unthinkable prospect. "I see. What does this recruitment entail? How can we be certain your words are genuine?" As Takeru spoke, a powerful surge of nen infused with palpable malice washed over Hazama. The sensation was like falling into an icy abyss, instilling a flicker of fear in his eyes. However, his military discipline allowed him to regain composure quickly. "My words are absolutely true. I swear on my life," he stated resolutely. Sensing his sincerity, Takeru withdrew the malicious nen but maintained a subtle yen around the room. "Ha!" Feeling the chilling pressure vanish, Hazama exhaled deeply, a hint of rejoice surfacing. Had they employed forceful methods, even with firearms, the outcome might have been fatal. "As you can see, I, Hazama, extend this invitation to you all. You are likely aware of the global anomalies. Our military analysts predict increasing danger, potentially escalating to monster waves causing massive casualties. During this period, we identified the existence of ability users. We made contact with Ms. Nakagora Yoko, which led us to you. Regarding yesterday's incident, are you all aware? Also, do you recognize this gentleman? Satellite imagery confirms he resolved the crisis." Hazama presented a processed photograph. Though slightly blurred originally, technical enhancement provided a clear image of Takeru in disguise. Hearing Hazama's explanation, everyone examined the photo but soon shook their heads, indicating they didn't recognize the person. Observing their micro-expressions closely, Hazama sighed inwardly but quickly adjusted his demeanor. If you wish to recruit us, it presumably involves combat against monsters. What are the benefits? Or rather, what do we gain? Takeo asked pointedly. First, financial support. We offer a monthly stipend of 300,000 yen per person. Additionally, mission participation yields rewards based on difficulty. Furthermore, if agreeable, the military is prepared to establish a dedicated residential community, providing round-the-clock protection for your families. We have established a special department and can issue special identification credentials. During missions, you may request assistance from local police. Your household registrations will also be transferred to military status. Naturally, you may have other requests. I am authorized to address reasonable ones, or I can escalate to higher command if necessary. Hazama outlined numerous benefits. Hearing this, individuals like Rika, Yuta, Yui, and Mayo grew visibly excited, their breathing quickening, clearly tempted to accept immediately. However, seeing Takeo remain non-committal, they held their silence. Chapter 117, Chapter 117 The Ability User's Organization, Ability Classification. 982 words. The benefits seem reasonable. However, we have conditions. We do not wish to be under constant surveillance. Also, if a situation exceeds our capabilities to handle, or if we are occupied with other matters, we will not respond to summons. Takeo stated directly after hearing the offer. Agreed. We would never force you into suicidal missions beyond your capabilities. Hazama nodded without hesitation. Understood. We need to discuss this among ourselves. Please step outside. Seeing his quick agreement, Takeo gave a slight nod. Of course. I'll be right outside. Please call for me when you've finished discussing. Seeing Takeo's demeanor and the others' eager expressions, Hazama smiled and left. All right, everyone. Share your opinions. Whether you wish to join, have reservations, or have requests, speak freely. Takeo addressed the group. I have no objections and agree to join. Yuta was the first to state his position. I'll follow the team leader's decision. Yui declared. While tempted by the offer, her trust in Takeo led her response. Takeo glanced at her and nodded slightly. Following their lead, the others gradually expressed their views. No one raised significant objections. Fundamentally, they were still ordinary people at heart. Even with extraordinary powers, their mindset hadn't drastically changed. They held inherent respect for military institutions. Serving in such a capacity didn't feel beneath them, and if anything, it carried a sense of honor. Even Yukino, Tsumuji, and Sylphin, coming from privileged backgrounds, saw no reason to defy the state. Takeru didn't comment further. Confronting the nation was neither desirable nor beneficial. With substantial welfare offered, refusal seemed unnecessary. Thus, everyone unanimously agreed to accept the recruitment. Good. Regarding the team I mentioned earlier, even after joining, I have no intention of allowing random individuals into our group. I will clarify that we operate as a unit and will not collaborate with other recruited ability users. Anyone wishing to leave the team may do so now. After the collective decision, Takeo looked at everyone seriously. Having you continue to lead us is ideal. I don't wish to leave. Yukino stated promptly. I don't want to leave either. Yui added excitedly. Us too. Mayo and Ritsu quickly chimed in. Ultimately, no one chose to leave. They weren't foolish. Having Takeo's guidance within the military structure would offer protection and prevent them from being easily bullied. All right. I understand. Takeo showed a faint smile seeing their unanimous decision. Lieutenant Colonel Hazama, please come in. We accept your proposal, but we have a condition. Takeo called out. Please state it. Hazama soon entered. After joining, we will operate as a team. You cannot separate us for any reason. Additionally, our team will not necessarily collaborate with other ability users. Admission to our team will be subject to our own assessment. Takeo stated plainly. Forming a squad? Understood. That's within our authority. May I ask the current size of your team? Hazama considered for a moment before agreeing. Besides everyone present, there are 2 more members. Takeo replied. Understood. One more question, are you confident you can maintain discipline within your team? Hazama asked after a brief hesitation. Of course. As evident so far, no one in our team has misused their abilities for wrongdoing, correct? Takeo immediately grasped the implication and responded. Excellent. We actually intended for ability users to elect their own captain, someone to oversee all ability users. We were concerned about finding a suitable candidate, but that seems unnecessary now. I look forward to our cooperation. Hazama extended his hand. Pleasure working together. Takeo shook his hand. Next, I will escort you to the newly established National Ability Users Institute for registration. Hazama saluted Takeo formally. Understood. We will cooperate. Takeo nodded calmly. Regarding the 2 additional members you mentioned, may I ask where they are? Hazama inquired further. Upon hearing this, Takeo had Yui and Yumaru step forward. 2 agents were dispatched to fetch Yui from her school and Taihei from his workplace. Meanwhile, Takeo and the others followed Hazama to the institute. After about an hour's drive from the school, they arrived at a distinctive estate. Inside, they found lavish facilities. Considering your uniqueness, this estate will serve as your base. You may come here anytime and are welcome to reside in the adjacent buildings. Seeing their curious glances, Hazama explained. Takeo nodded in understanding without further comment. Soon, the vehicle stopped before a large building. Sensing the structure, Takeo noted several interesting aspects. The building's construction felt exceptionally sturdy, comparable to standard shelters. Beyond its robust frame, the interior contained several conference-style rooms, areas filled with extensive training equipment, professional gear, and even a subterranean firearms training range. Please enter. Next, we need to conduct a preliminary assessment and have professionals register you. After disembarking, Hazama addressed Takeo respectfully. Upon entering, the staff inside showed deference. Soon, Takeo's group was led to a spacious room equipped with fitness gear and specialized mannequins. To gauge your initial strength, we need to conduct some tests. We will record the results and assign classifications. Rest assured, all ability details will remain confidential. Hazama explained sincerely. Classifications? What do you mean? Takeo asked curiously. We categorize based on destructive capability or specialized support capabilities, ranking from highest to lowest, S, A, B, C, D, E, F. This system aligns with our monster threat assessments and helps assign appropriate missions, preventing underqualified individuals from undertaking overly dangerous tasks. Hazama elaborated. Takeo nodded. The explanation seemed logical, though he understood deeper implications, assessing their potential threat level and determining the force required for containment should hostilities arise. Despite this insight, Takeo didn't challenge it. Instead, he nodded, curious about the testing methods. Destructive power was divided into ability-based and physical. For instance, the one called Nakagawa Yoko wielded ice-based magic. Her ice arrow's potency was classified as E-rank. Another man, a warrior type, demonstrated E-rank destructive power with his sword strikes. Chapter 118, Chapter 118 Subsidies and the New Reincarnation World. 1052 words. It is worth mentioning that the giant eagles Takeo dealt with yesterday were initially classified as C-rank. However, due to their numbers and flight capability, their threat level was elevated to B-rank. After gaining a preliminary understanding, Takeo nodded. Waiting briefly for Yumaru and the others to arrive, the testing commenced. First was Yumaru. Her strongest attack was Fireball. After she released several in succession, the analyst assigned her a D-rank rating. Next was Yui. Her capabilities were similar to Yumaru's, though more varied, including practical skills like Magic Bullet and Fire Wall. However, her overall power didn't reach a higher threshold, so she was also classified as D-rank. Then came Mayo, Yukino, and the others. Finally, it was Takeru's turn. My abilities are close combat oriented. It won't be a problem if I damage the testing equipment, will it? Takeo asked the nearby technician calmly. Ooh? Please, feel free. Damage is not an issue. The technician, momentarily stunned, quickly responded. Good. Hearing this, Takeo's arm took on a jet black hue as he threw a punch. Boom! The specially designed force measuring instrument shattered and embedded itself in the wall behind it. The technician stared, gulping audibly, looking at Takeo as if he were a human-shaped Tyrannosaurus. Unbeknownst to them, Takeo hadn't even used half his strength. He had only employed armament haki, not his nen. He chose to reveal Armament Haki because its visual effect was obvious, whereas his telekinesis could remain a hidden trump card. After deliberation, the evaluators awarded Takeru an A-rank ability user badge, the only one currently issued. While the base stipend was 300,000 yen for all, higher ranks received additional subsidies and greater authority. If Takeru wished, the military could grant him a lieutenant colonel's rank. Future promotions to colonel, brigadier general, or even major general could follow with relative ease. However, considering various factors, Takeru declined. An A-rank badge already conferred authority comparable to a lieutenant colonel. Moreover, under certain circumstances, he wouldn't be obliged to follow orders from higher-ranking officials. The others examined their special credentials with curiosity. According to Hazama, these weren't merely ceremonial. They offered significant discounts and priority for travel bookings, preferential access to facilities, full medical coverage, housing purchase benefits, and more. Additionally, due to the grading system, they received extra monthly stipends beyond the base 300,000 yen, Yuta's E rank granted an additional 50,000, Umaru's D rank 100,000, UIC rank 300,000. As for Takeru's A rank, it came with a 1,200,000 yen bonus, meaning he could receive 1,500,000 yen monthly without any effort. Beyond financial benefits, the state could provide specialized weapons and equipment upon request. Most importantly, possessing these credentials guaranteed state protection, as long as they didn't intentionally commit severe acts against the nation. With matters settled, there was no need to linger. Before parting, Hazama introduced the Institute's assistant, Rika Izumi, and provided them with a special electronic device. Tasks would be displayed on this device, and they could choose to accept them. Upon acceptance, personnel would pick them up and transport them to the mission site. While this might seem slow during emergencies, solving the problem ultimately mattered most. After familiarizing themselves with the device, Takeru's group nodded in acknowledgement. Military transport then returned them to school. After their departure, Hazama immediately contacted his superiors, reporting all developments. The higher-ups were pleased. Having numerous ability users, including an unprecedented A rank, in their region was cause for celebration. Initially, they had assumed C rank would be remarkable. While uncertain how Takeru's group obtained their powers, interrogations of previously captured individuals suggested their abilities had been acquired within the last 2 months. 2 more days passed swiftly. Tonight, they would be summoned again. No major incidents occurred during this period. Disasters that emerged were D rank or lower, handled by conventional forces without requiring their intervention. As new recruits, they weren't pressured to take on missions immediately. These 2 days proceeded normally, with attending school and returning home, until evening arrived. Tonight, the reincarnation space would summon them once more. It's worth noting that during this period, Takeru continued training in the reincarnation space and further enhanced his attributes. Reincarnator No. 3, Noro Takeru. Race, human. Talents, abilities, photographic memory, telekinesis, absolute defense, perseverance, gluttony, giant killing, Nen. Strength, 202, 5, average human, 20. Constitution, 203, 8. Defense, 682, 258. Speed, 201, 4. Spirit, 204, 38. Magic power, 150, 408, average human, 0. Training method, none. Skills, meditation, bomb devourer, armament haki, advanced, observation haki, intermediate, rokushiki, intermediate, light healing, advanced, advanced healing, intermediate, illuminate, advanced, purification, intermediate. Evaluations and points, S rank evaluations X2. B rank evaluation X1. Points, 218,000. Reaching 200 in all attributes cost 51,000 points. The remaining 9,400 were spent on reincarnation space's entry fees and training room rentals. Perhaps due to the ongoing effects of the talent enhancement potion, Takeru found his attributes increasing faster than before. Satisfied with his growth, Takeru saw no immediate need for other purchases, opting to save his points for future opportunities. At 8:45 p.m., as usual, Takeru informed Mayu and headed to his single apartment. After preparations, he lay on the bed, awaiting the summons. Precisely on time, his figure vanished from the room. Regaining awareness, he found himself on a peculiar street, enclosed within a translucent barrier. Passers-by outside seemed oblivious to their presence, instinctively avoiding the area. Inside the barrier, besides himself, were Yukino and Tochibana Sylphinford. Oh ho ho ho! To think I'd be in the same team as the captain. Please take care of me, Desuwa. Sylphin exclaimed excitedly upon waking and seeing Takeo. Sylphin, you're as energetic as ever. Check the mission first. Takeo said with an amused smile. World introduction. This is a world where demons exist. Demons and demon slayers have waged war for over 1,000 years. Demons possess incredible regenerative abilities. They fear sunlight and wisteria poison. Survive in this world. Main Mission 1, survive for 3 days. Main Mission 2, board the Mugen train. Side Mission 1, protect the passengers on the train. Higher rating for fewer casualties. Side Mission 2, slay the demon on the train. Higher rating based on damage dealt. Side Mission 3, hidden. Reading the mission, Takeo was momentarily surprised but quickly realized this was likely the world of Demon Slayer, Kimetsu no Yaiba. The train mentioned was undoubtedly the Mugen Train Arc Chapter 119, Chapter 119 Inosuke, Tanjiro, and Zenitsu. 961 words. Seeing the mission duration was only 3 days, Takeo was slightly surprised. He hadn't expected such a short stay in this world. Demons. Seeing the word mentioned in the mission, Yukino couldn't help but shudder. Despite her decent strength, she felt an instinctive fear toward such beings. Captain, I'm counting on you, Desuwa. Seeing the mention of demons, Sylphin's smile froze. She immediately turned to Takeo. If the mission mentioned demons, they undoubtedly existed. Sylphin was quite afraid of such creatures. Woo! Just as Takeo was about to speak, a train whistle sounded. Looking toward the source, Takeo saw a somewhat old-fashioned train with the characters, Infinite, on the front. Checking his belongings, Takeo found only a train ticket and nothing else. That must be the Mugen train. Let's board. After a glance, Takeo addressed the two. Okay. Hearing Takeo, they naturally agreed. Though aware a demon might be aboard, the mission required boarding the train. This creature. It must be this land's master, sent to notify the people. Just as Takeo's group prepared to move, a loud voice shouted. A young man wearing a boar's head mask, bare-chested, stood nearby. This length. This intimidation. No mistake. It seems asleep now, but don't let your guard down. The boar-headed youth stared warily at the train. What is that? A Chunibyo? Yukino muttered, staring at the bare-chested, masked figure. She then noticed the swords at their hips. No, it's a train. Don't you know that? The blonde-haired boy in a yellow hari next to the boarhead sighed. Sure. Stay calm. I'll take the lead. Ignoring the blonde, the boar-headed youth drew his blades, ready to attack. Wait, Inosuke. It might be this land's guardian deity. And attacking suddenly isn't good. The boy with deep red hair and red eyes, a scar on his forehead, quickly stopped Inosuke. Oh ho ho ho. You really a Chunibyo, aren't you? Hearing their conversation, Sylphin approached them with a laugh. Chunibyo? Inosuke and Tanjiro looked puzzled. Wow. A beauty. I'm Agatsuma Zenitsu. Please marry me. The moment Zenitsu saw Sylphin, he dropped to one knee and grabbed her hand. The sudden move caught everyone off guard. Sylphin quickly pulled her hand back. I'm sorry, I don't like delinquents. Just so you know, only someone like the captain is worthy of me, Desuwa. The delinquent. Hearing this, Zenitsu froze in place. Ah. Bull rush. While everyone was distracted, Inosuke suddenly charged headfirst toward the train. Stop that. It's so embarrassing. Noticing Inosuke's action, Zenitsu forgot about being rejected and yelled angrily. Beep beep. Security guards quickly blew their whistles. What are you doing? Two guards rushed over, noticing the swords. Officers. Call the officers. Bad. 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 Hearing the guards, Zenitsu yelled, dragging Inosuke and Tanjiro away. That speed. Yukino was surprised. While perhaps not surpassing her own, it far exceeded an ordinary person's, especially while dragging two others. They must be demon slayers. Their goal is clearly this train too. We might cooperate later. Let's board first. Takeo said calmly. He was, of course, familiar with them, Kamado Tanjiro, Agatsuma Zenitsu, and Hashibira Inosuke. All right. Hearing Takeo, Yukino nodded and boarded the train. They found empty seats and sat down. Takeo, what do we do next? Look for the demon? But we've never seen one. Are they like ghosts? Yukino asked worriedly. No need to rush. Since the side mission is to protect passengers, the demon will reveal itself eventually. We can wait quietly for now. Takeo replied calmly. Besides ordinary passengers, Takeo noticed several children looking nervous, clearly guilty of something. Expanding his observation haki, he also sensed a person in another carriage radiating fiery energy. Takeo knew this was the flame Hashira, Rengoku Kyojuro, known for his optimistic, fiery personality. He remembered Rengoku's final battle, protecting everyone against Upper Moon 3, Akaza, ultimately succumbing to his injuries. Saving Rengoku's life would likely be a side mission. Defeating Akaza would certainly yield significant rewards. As he pondered, Takeo noticed Tanjiro and the others boarding the train at the last moment. As the train moved, they searched for something. Waha! So fast! Inosuke, acting like a country bumpkin, excitedly yelled at the train's speed, drawing stares. Sorry. Sorry. Zenitsu apologized profusely. Enough already. Come here, idiot. Zenitsu whispered, dragging Inosuke away, leaving behind disdainful looks. Seeing this, Takeo shook his head in amusement. By the way, give me your tickets. Takeo suddenly said to Yukino and Sylphin. Okay. Without hesitation, they handed their tickets over. Using Gaio, Takeo detected a faint, sinister aura on the tickets. He realized their tickets, like the others, were a trap. He remembered clearly, the writing on these tickets contained the blood of Lower Moon 1, Enmu. Once punched, it would activate a blood demon art to induce sleep. Thinking this, Takeo examined the ticket's design and used Nen to create 3 identical replicas. He then returned the tickets to the girls, who accepted them puzzledly. The tickets were tampered with. I replaced them. Takeo explained quietly. Hearing this, they were stunned. They didn't expect that the reincarnation space had given them booby-trap tickets. Meanwhile, Tanjiro's group approached the flame Hashira. His sheer presence intimidated them upon arrival. Delicious. Delicious. Is that the flame Hashira? Seeing Rengoku's appearance, Zenitsu wondered if they had the wrong person. Tanjiro, hearing Zenitsu, nodded dumbly. He remembered Rengoku sent and had seen his picture. Isn't he just a glutton? Excuse me. Despite Rengoku's demeanor, Tanjiro stepped forward to greet him. Delicious. Rengoku seemed not to hear, continuing to devour his meal. Rengoku. Rengoku-san. Delicious. Hearing his name, Rengoku finally turned and boomed. Yes, we understand that very well. Tanjiro nodded awkwardly. Only after Rengoku finished over 10 bento boxes did he properly begin conversing with Tanjiro. Chapter 120, Chapter 120 The Cautious Lower Moon Demon. 922 words. Soon, after Tanjiro introduced himself, Rengoku acknowledged that if Kagaya accepted Nezuko's existence, he would as well. Sit down here. Rengoku invited Tanjiro. Why are you here? Is it a mission? Though Tanjiro sat beside him, Rengoku kept his gaze forward. Our Kashgai Crow delivered an order. More people have been disappearing on the Mugen train. We were to rendezvous with you, who was already on the scene. Tanjiro explained seriously. I see. Understood. Rengoku nodded calmly. Tanjiro then inquired about the Hinakami Kagura round dance, but Rengoku knew nothing of it. The history of flame breathing is ancient. In every era, swordsmen of flame and water have become Hashira. Flame, water, wind, stone, and thunder are the foundational breaths. Others are derived from these. Though unfamiliar with Tanjiro's query, Rengoku shared his knowledge. Soon, in Takeo's carriage, a conductor began checking tickets. Observing the conductor's guilty demeanor, Takeo said nothing. While tempted to intervene, he knew the conductor acted out of selfish desire, aiding a demon for a pleasant dream, potentially dooming over 200 passengers. Amazing! So fast! Waha! Takeo suddenly heard Inosuke's voice and sighed internally. That idiot! Yukino recognized the voice and face-palmed. I'll run outside. See who's faster. Dragged by Zenitsu, Inosuke tried to jump from the window. How can anyone be this stupid? Zenitsu felt exhausted. It's dangerous. We don't know when the demon will appear. Rengoku suddenly warned. What? A demon's on this train. Zenitsu was shocked. It will appear. Rengoku stated firmly. Seriously? No way. We're not going where a demon is, it's already here. Let me off. Zenitsu panicked, turning pale. Tickets, please. As they spoke, the conductor reached their carriage. Unaware, everyone presented their tickets. What's this? Tanjiro asked curiously. The conductor punches a hole after checking. Rengoku explained. Even Rengoku hadn't detected the tampering or anticipated such a cautious demon. After the tickets were punched, an ominous aura filled the carriage. Unbeknownst to them, the blood demon art activated, plunging them into slumber. Their current reality was a shared dream. Conductor, it's dangerous here. This is an emergency. Please overlook the swords. Rengoku stood, revealing his blade. Suddenly, the lights flickered, and a demon appeared. Rengoku instantly used flame breathing, first form, unknowing fire, swiftly eliminating it. Yet, this was merely part of their dream. In reality, they remained deeply asleep. It's strange. Everyone seemed to fall asleep instantly. As Lower Moon One's technique took effect, all passengers succumbed. Indeed. This must be the demon's ability. Takeda replied with a faint smile. Inducing sleep was advantageous, it prevented panic and interference from passengers. Through his senses, Takeru detected 4 children in the frontmost carriage awaiting the Lower Moon Demon's orders. The conductor, filled with guilt, knelt before a disembodied hand with a mouth, tears in his eyes. I did as you asked. I punched their tickets, making them sleep. Please let me sleep too, so I can see my wife and daughter again. I beg you. Well done. Sleep. The hand spoke with a bewitching voice. Instantly, the conductor collapsed, entering slumber. What should we do? The children behind couldn't help but ask. Soon, their sleep will deepen. Wait until then. Demon slayers with sharp senses might wake from killing intent or demonic aura. Be careful not to touch their bodies when attaching the ropes. I cannot leave the locomotive yet. Do your best until preparations are complete. Then you shall have blissful dreams. The hand seductively coaxed. Yes. The children nodded earnestly. Yukino and Sylphin asked Takeo when to act, but he wasn't in a hurry. Upper Moon 3 would appear at the journey's end. Eliminating Lower Moon 1 prematurely might prevent his arrival, which would be a loss. Time passed slowly. When Takeo sensed the children moving, he opened his eyes. It's time. However, this demon can induce pleasant or nightmares, typically through eye contact. Avoid looking into its eyes. Takeo warned seriously. Understood. Yukino nodded. She had learned observation haki, though not yet proficient, it sufficed for combat. Eh? How do we fight without looking? Sylphin was puzzled. You can learn observation haki later. For now, just avoid eye contact. Takeo replied calmly. He then tore a sleeve strip to blindfold himself. Yukino followed suit. Without observation haki, Sylphin couldn't blindfold herself and simply followed. Meanwhile, in the locomotive, Enmu, Lower Moon 1, smiled gleefully. To die in a dream is true happiness. Even the strongest demon slayers are powerless. The driving force of humans is the heart, the spirit. Destroy the spiritual core, and killing them is effortless. Human hearts are as fragile as glass crafts. Enmu laughed mockingly, looking down upon humanity. It ends now. Arriving at Rengoku's carriage, Takeru stated calmly. Who are you? Why aren't you asleep? The 4 children looked warily at Takeru's group. They held special ropes and spike-like tools. Is hiding in dreams forever truly good? Takeru sighed. Shut up. You know nothing. A girl shouted angrily. On the contrary, I know. Your deal with the demon. I saw everything. Though your lives seem tragic, how could you trust a demon to grant you pleasant dreams? I heard it say its greatest pleasure is giving you a pleasant dream before turning it into a nightmare. Takeru shook his head. Hearing this, the children froze. Lies. I'd never believe you. A girl screamed, lunging at Takeru with her spike. Foolish beyond measure. Seeing her move, Takeo sighed, appearing behind them and lightly tapping their pressure points, rendering them unconscious instantly. Chapter 121, Chapter 121 Clash with the Dream Demon. 860 words. Takeo, what about them? Yukino asked, looking at the seemingly unconscious demon slayers. Don't worry. Let them sleep for now. They'll wake up soon. Takeo replied calmly. Takeo, this box. Yukino noticed the box beside Tanjiro. Through her observation haki, the presence inside was clear. No need to worry. She's not our enemy. Takeo stated plainly. Understood. Yukino had no doubt about Takeo's words. The three then continued forward. Through their senses, they soon reached a position near Enmu. Sylphin, stay here and protect the passengers. Leave the top to Yukino and me. Takeo instructed. Understood. Though unable to join the fight directly, Sylphin didn't object. Takeo and Yukino leapt lightly onto the train roof, soon spotting Enmu. Oh? You're not asleep? You're not demon slayers, are you? You could have died in pleasant dreams. Seeing the blindfolded pair, Enmu was surprised. How grotesque. Yukino instinctively commented. How rude. But since you're not even demon slayers and dared come here, stay here forever. Frowning, Enmu charged at Takeo and Yukino, intending to eliminate them. Besides his sleep-inducing blood demon art, he relied on close combat. Though not his forte, as Lower Moon One, dealing with ordinary humans should be trivial. Just as he thought this and charged, a silver flash erupted. Before he could react, his head separated from his body. Defeated, just like that. Yukino stared blankly at Enmu's headless body in a pool of blood. Of course not. I think you can stop pretending to be dead now. Takeo said calmly, observing the bleeding corpse. Not only did Takeo know the plot, but he had also witnessed Enmu fuse with the train, so his true body was the locomotive itself. Why? Why do you seem to know so much? How do you know? I'm curious, so very curious. And how utterly irritating. Enmu's head was soon reattached by fleshy tumor sprouting from the train, looking down at Takeo. Is that so? Your current disgusting appearance is quite irritating too. Yukino, attack. Takeo commanded. Yes. Fireball. Yukino launched a fireball. With her enhanced attributes, the spell had grown significantly in speed and power. Boom. The explosion scorched Enmu, causing secondary damage. What is this? A blood demon art? No, you're not demons. Though injured, the damage was minor. Enmu was more curious about how Yukino conjured fireballs. Seeing one fireball had limited effect, Yukino cast chain fireballs. Multiple fireballs materialized and bombarded Enmu. Boom! Boom! Explosions tore through Enmu's head and tumors, leaving a gruesome mess. Ha ha, useless! Useless! I fused with this train. Though it has the shape of a head, it's not my real head. Everything on this train is my blood, my flesh, my bones. Enmu reformed another head, taunting them. Hearing this, Yukino was stunned by the demon's resilience. Ha ha! Judging by your expression, you understand now. That means, all 200 plus passengers on this train are nourishment to strengthen me and also my hostages. Do you think you can protect them all? Enmu sneered. Hearing this, Yukino tightened her grip on her staff, anger rising, but she quickly glanced at Takeo. Whether we can or not, we won't know until we try. Takeo smirked confidently. Hearing Takeo's assured tone, Enmu frowned. He immediately activated his ability. Fleshy tumor sprouted across the carriage roof, while inside, tentacle-like growths emerged to devour the sleeping passengers. In Sylphin's carriage, though disgusted by the sudden tumors, she swiftly summoned wind blades to slice them apart. Oh no! Other carriages too! Realizing this, Sylphin rushed to the next carriage. Upon entering, she found the tumors already shattered by unseen forces. What was that? Sylphin was astonished. Yukino, sensing through observation haki, also detected faint, invisible presences. In fact, Takeo had already deployed over a dozen shadow persons. Pairs of shadow persons were stationed in 8 carriages, protecting the passengers. Damn it! What's attacking me? Sensing disturbances within his body, Enmu scowled. Meanwhile, Tanjiro finally awoke. Ah! Waking with a start, Tanjiro clutched his neck in horror. He had awoken by committing suicide within an intensely realistic dream. He soon noticed the abnormalities. The carriage was enveloped in fleshy growths. Drawing his blade, he saw Nezuko beside him, crying with relief. Nezuko! Thank goodness! Are you all right? Tanjiro asked gently. Zenitsu! Inosuke! And Rengoku-san! Seeing his companion still asleep, Tanjiro was alarmed. Noticing the writhing tumors, he prepared to attack, but they were shattered by unseen forces. What was that? Tanjiro frowned. The tumors didn't explode on their own, and something had attacked them. Without activating Nen or using Gaio, he couldn't perceive Takeu's specialized Nen beasts. You're awake. You're a demon slayer, right? Hurry and wake your friends. Who knows what might happen next? Hearing Tanjiro's exclamation, Sylphin entered his carriage while cutting down tumor tentacles. You're from earlier. What happened here? And what are these things? Tanjiro asked, watching tumors reform. HMPH. Isn't it obvious? It's clearly that demon's work. Our captain and vice-captain are fighting it right now. Sylphin replied dismissively. But why do these things keep exploding as if hit by immense force? Tanjiro pressed. I don't know. But it's definitely our captain's doing. Sylphin declared proudly. Chapter 122, Chapter 122 Slaying the Dream Demon, the Adorable Nezuko. 828 words. The group's conversation was unknown to Takeo. Currently, he and Yukino had reached the locomotive. Through observation haki, Takeo knew the train's coal compartment contained Enyu's true neck. With a single punch, Takeo shattered the fleshy tumors, revealing the train's original structure and a conscious man inside. Who are you? Get out! Though frightened, the man, clinging to his illusory pleasant dream, mustered courage to shout. How pitiful! Takeo sighed. A shadow person emerged from his shadow, appearing behind the man, tapping a pressure point to render him unconscious. The clone then carried him away. As the man was removed, more fleshy tumor arms sprouted, attacking Takeo and Yukino. Takeo threw 2 casual punches, sending all the tumor arms flying. Despite the gory mess, the tumors kept regenerating. Yukino unleashed another chain fireballs, suppressing their growth. Ah! Continuous attacks elicited agonized screams from Enmu. Unconcerned, Takeo focused on the ground beneath him. Applying force, he broke through steel plating, exposing a massive bone intertwined with flesh and blood. Enmu's neck. Severing this neck with a Nichirin blade would kill him. Though Takeo lacked one, he sensed armament haki held potent demon-slaying properties. Game over, Lower Moon won. Takeo declared calmly. He punched downward. At the critical moment, Enmu's neck sprouted dense tumors, barely blocking the lethal strike. Takeo's blow only cracked the bone. Instantly sensing danger, Enmu rapidly healed and covered his neck with thick tumors, launching a counterattack. Such tenacious will to live. Takeo mocked. Yukino, fall back. Takeo commanded. Okay. Without question, Yukino retreated to a safe distance. Once she was clear, Takeo clenched his fist. It turned jet black, cloaked in a thick layer of nen unseen by Yukino. Takeo focused immense power into his fist. Even from afar, Yukino felt a shiver of awe. Enmu also sensed imminent danger, layering tumors over his neck while launching desperate attacks. Takeo ignored the incoming strikes, his fist descending with unstoppable force. Boom! Without resistance, Takeo's fist pierced through the tumor layers, reaching the bone and shattering it completely, severing the flesh and blood connection. Ah! A soul-piercing scream erupted. Enmu launched a final, futile attack, easily neutralized by shadow persons. With Enmu's neck severed, the train violently shuddered, threatening to derail. Takeo swiftly used psychokinesis to stabilize it on the tracks. Though the locomotive was damaged, the carriages continued forward. This suited Takeo's plan. Defeating Enmu early meant the train hadn't yet reached Akaza's location. He estimated another half-hour of travel. Meanwhile, Rengoku had just awoken. Although his neck was broken, Enmu wasn't instantly dead. His core hid in the shadows, staring in terror at Takeo. My body is disintegrating. I can't regenerate. Am I losing? Dying? Impossible. I haven't even used my full power. What was that attack? I wasn't hit by a Nichiren blade. And I haven't eaten a single person. All that effort and time, for this? It's all his fault. Damn it. Damn it. As his core dissolved, Enmu glared hatefully at Takeo. Takeo, sensing the core through observation haki, knew it would perish soon. However, he disliked its lingering gaze. Game over, for real this time. Try being a good person in your next life, if you get one. Standing before the core, Takeo crushed it under his haki-clad foot. I'm dying. This truly is a nightmare. Enmu's final thought faded as darkness consumed him. After eliminating Enmu, Takeo and Yukino returned to the carriages. Captain Takeo! Did you defeat the enemy? Sylphin asked excitedly. Of course. Takeo smiled. Young man, did you slay the demon? Thank you so much. As a Hashare, I feel utterly inadequate. Rengoku soon approached, expressing gratitude. No need for thanks. Eliminating the demon was our objective. Takeo replied lightly. I see. I am Rengoku Kyojuro. You don't seem to be demon slayers. May I know your names? Rengoku inquired curiously. I am Noro Takeo. These are my companions, Yukino Shita Yukino and Tochibana Sylphinford. Takeo introduced. Once again, thank you. Would you consider joining the Demon Slayer Corps? I could recommend you to Ayakata-sama. Rengoku extended an invitation. Apologies, but we can only stay in this world briefly. Takeo declined politely. Is that so? What a shame. Rengoku sighed. May I ask what ability you used? Why couldn't we see the attacks? How did those tentacles explode? Tanjiro asked hesitantly. That's my special ability. Takeo smiled enigmatically. He then noticed the small figure of Nezuko, who looked utterly adorable with her bamboo muzzle. That's my sister. She's a demon, but she's never eaten anyone. Seeing Takeo's gaze, Tanjiro quickly shielded Nezuko nervously. Facing the mysterious Takeo, Tanjiro had no confidence in victory and wished to avoid conflict. Young Takeo, what Tanjiro says is true. Please do not harm her. Rengoku added seriously. Don't worry. I sensed her presence the first time we met. Had I intended harm, she would have perished already. Takeo reassured them. I see. Thank you for your understanding. Tanjiro expressed heartfelt gratitude. Chapter 123, Chapter 123 Treating Nezuko, Grateful Tanjiro. 819 words. While I cannot guarantee success, may I attempt to help her regain her humanity? Takeo looked at Nezuko, then calmly addressed Tanjiro. Who? Takeo-san can turn Nezuko back into a human. Really? Please, I beg you, help her. Tanjiro was momentarily stunned, then spoke excitedly, even kneeling before Takeo. No, I cannot be certain. There is only a possibility. Takeo shook his head. I see. Will Nezuko be in danger? Tanjiro calmed slightly, his worry evident. That is uncertain. However, I will stop if any problems arise. Takeo stated honestly, making no promises. So there is some risk? Tanjiro looked at Nezuko, his heart conflicted. Nezuko was his last remaining sister. He couldn't bear losing another family member. Tilda noticing Tanjiro's turmoil, Nezuko looked at him, then at Takeo, and nodded firmly. You want to try? Tanjiro asked worriedly. Tilda Nezuko simply nodded, her gaze resolute. Then. I leave it to you, Takeo-san. What should I do? Seeing her determination, Tanjiro made his decision. Nothing. Just watch. Takeo replied gently. Please proceed. Tanjiro sighed in relief. Being able to observe meant he could intervene if necessary. Rengoku, hearing Takeru's words, watched expectantly. If Takeru possessed such power, perhaps some tragedies could be averted. You're Nezuko, right? Come here. Takeru gestured and sat on a seat. Nodding obediently, Nezuko approached. Under everyone's gaze, pure light emanated from Takeru's hand. The light gave everyone a sense of cleansing comfort. Takeo was using his purification skill. He wasn't certain if Kibutsuji Musen's demon transformation was a curse or a virus. Purification might neutralize it. However, if her entire being was composed of such corruption, purification might cause her to dissipate. Hence, Takeo couldn't guarantee success. He started with a very weak version to avoid harming Nezuko. As the blue-tinged purification energy neared Nezuko, she felt a twinge of fear but closed her eyes, not moving away. She sensed no malice from Takeo. When Takeo's hand touched her forehead, Nezuko felt a sharp pain, bearable, yet accompanied by a sensation of something dissipating within. Both Takeo and Tanjiro noticed Nezuko's pained expression. Tanjiro bit his lip but remained still. Takeo contemplated. Purification had an effect, but fully healing her likely required an advanced, possibly master-level, version. Without stopping, Takeo intensified the light, using his full purification power. As the energy increased, Nezuko's pain worsened, making Tanjiro's heart ache. Undeterred, Takeo maintained the energy on her forehead. Considering further, Takeo conjured green healing light in his other hand, also placing it on her head. As the healing light soothed her, Nezuko's expression relaxed. Seeing this, Tanjiro also relaxed slightly. While maintaining both purification and advanced healing drained a lot of his MP, Takeru's reserves were ample. The mental focus required for dual casting was also negligible given his high spirit attribute. Time passed slowly during the treatment. Inosuke woke during this period. Seeing the glowing light, he excitedly tried to approach, but a protective Tanjiro swiftly knocked him away. 10 minutes later, Takeo stopped. Tanjiro immediately rushed over, looking worriedly at the sleeping Nezuko and then at Takeo. She is fine. However, my current ability is insufficient to restore her humanity. I could only purify some of the malevolent energy within her. Takeo sighed. Malevolent energy. Tanjiro recalled the dark vapor emanating from Nezuko earlier. Yes. That energy drives bloodlust. While she previously controlled it through immense willpower, it was dangerous. If she lost control, she might succumb to bloodlust and destruction. After purification, she should have better control. Most importantly, I suspect sunlight's effect on her is diminished, and her regeneration may have improved. Takeo explained. You mean? Nezuko can walk in sunlight? Tanjiro exclaimed excitedly. Not entirely. Prolonged exposure will still be fatal, though the process is slower. The future remains uncertain. Takeo clarified gently. Regardless, thank you so much. Tanjiro knelt again in gratitude. You're welcome. Takeo nodded slightly. Suddenly, Takeo's observation haki detected a figure running toward the train. Recognizing it, he smiled. We have a guest. Takeo announced lightly. What do you mean? Rengoku, deep in thought, was puzzled. While powerful, detecting a demon from 500 meters was unrealistic. Another demon approaches. Its eyes bear the mark, Upper Moon 3. Takeo stated plainly. Upper Moon 3. Everyone was stunned. Young Takeo, is this true? Rengoku's breathing grew rapid. Indeed. It's now less than 400 meters away. Takeo confirmed. Seeing Akaza's intent to stop the train forcibly, Takeo used telekinesis to slow it. After all, while he was unharmed, passengers might be injured if the train was stopped forcibly. Let's go outside. Takeo suggested calmly. Agreed. No one objected, heading to the roof. Only then did Rengoku notice the missing locomotive. However, his focus was entirely on the approaching Upper Moon 3, not on how the train continued moving. Despite the white emptiness ahead, Rengoku trusted Takeru's words. If Takeru meant harm, Tanjiro's group would have been dead earlier. Chapter 124 Battle against Upper Moon 3, Akaza. 1,212 words. After the train came to a complete stop, led by Takeru, everyone quickly jumped off towards a nearby open area. Soon, a man appeared before them. He had pinkish short hair, golden pupils, pale skin covered in deep blue tattoos, blood-red nails, wore a purple-red short-sleeved shirt, and had prayer beads around his ankles. This pressure and intense demonic aura? Is this an upper moon? Rengoku thought to himself once Akaza's figure appeared. How interesting. It seems you all knew I was coming, Akaza said, looking at Takeo and the others who were poised for battle with a look of interest. As for fear, since becoming a demon, Akaza had only felt it in the presence of Musen. He hadn't felt it from anyone else. As Akaza spoke, Tanjiro and Inosuke felt an immense pressure. Even Yukino and Sylphin felt as if they were seeing a scene of human suffering, sensing the aura of countless corpses emanating from him. Then, Akaza looked curiously at Takeo and the others. Unlike Rengoku, Tanjiro, and the rest, he couldn't sense the unique energy of this world from Takeru's group. Thinking this, he immediately concluded Takeo and his companions were weak. And weak humans were exactly the kind he disliked. With that thought, he explosively charged straight at Takeru. By the time Tanjiro, Yukino, and the others reacted, his fist was already less than a meter away from Takeru. Too slow, Takeru said lightly, simultaneously throwing a punch of his own. Boom! With the sound of the collision, a figure was sent flying backward at an incredible speed. The one flying back was Akaza. This left Rengoku, who had been about to move to assist, frozen in place. This result was completely unexpected for him. Moments ago, he had been inwardly criticizing Takeru for being reckless, but now it seemed he was the one ignorant of the true power involved. As for Yukino, Tanjiro, and the others, they were still in a daze, unable to fully comprehend what had just happened in that instant. Akaza, after being sent flying over 10 meters, quickly used his feet to skid to a halt, gouging 2-meter-long trenches in the ground before finally stabilizing himself. That was truly interesting. Are you really human? After stopping, Akaza gave a slight twist, and his broken arm instantly healed. He looked at Takeo with a flicker of excitement. Of course, Takeo replied with a light laugh. I am Akaza. I have a wonderful proposal for you. How about becoming a demon? You are strong. But as a human, you will never reach the pinnacle. You will be bound by a limited lifespan. You will age. You will die. So, become a demon. That way, you could train for 100 years, 200 years as you wish. You could become even stronger. Akaza extended his hand towards Takeo. Ha ha. You want me to become a pitiful rat hiding underground like you all? And from what I see, all those long years haven't made you seem particularly strong. Hearing Akaza's words, Takeo couldn't help but cover his forehead and laugh mockingly. It was true that Takeo currently hadn't overcome the limits of lifespan. By his own estimation, he could probably live around 150 years. However, having entered the reincarnation space and being far ahead of others, future visits to special worlds or the acquisition of unique powers would make breaking the lifespan barrier effortless. Rengoku, hearing that Takeo wasn't tempted by Akaza's offer of longevity, let out a sigh of relief. Takeo, leave the rest to me. I appreciate your earlier assistance, Rengoku said seriously to Takeo. No, Rengoku. I hope you won't intervene in the upcoming fight. Of course, that's unless I can't hold on. But as long as I'm not in any real trouble, I'd prefer you not to step in. Is that okay? Hearing Rengoku, Takeo shook his head and stated firmly. Are you sure you'll be all right, Takeo? Rengoku asked hesitantly. Absolutely. Also, Yukino, Sylphin, focus on protecting yourselves. And you, Tanjiro. Nodding at Rengoku, Takeo looked back at Yukino and Sylphin, before finally fixing his gaze on Tanjiro, who was wrestling with his thoughts. Understood, Yukino and Sylphin replied without further ado, simultaneously taking a few steps back. Hearing Takeru's words, Tanjiro glanced at Nezuko beside him. After a moment's hesitation, he nodded, pulling Nezuko and Inosuke back to stand near Yukino and the others. From Akaza, Tanjiro sensed a concentration of malevolence greater than any demon he had encountered before. And Akaza's explosive charge earlier made it clear that he was also the strongest demon Tanjiro had ever faced. Takeo paid no mind to Tanjiro's internal conflict. Seeing everyone obediently retreat, he nodded in satisfaction, then looked back at Akaza. Upper Moon 3, Akaza was undoubtedly the perfect training partner, punching bag, for him. Come on then. Let me see the strength you've honed over all those years. Takeo beckoned lightly, a clear provocation. Is that so? Then I'll show you. Faced with Takeo's provocation, Akaza was angered but didn't lose his composure. Instead, he quickly assumed a fighting stance. Technique development, destructive death, compass needle. As Akaza took his stance, a 12-pointed snowflake pattern manifested on the ground beneath him, centered on his position. This formation reacted more strongly and accurately the greater the opponent's fighting spirit. However, it couldn't detect opponents with no fighting spirit or those who concealed it. Transparent world. Yet, even with his technique deployed, Akaza couldn't sense a trace of fighting spirit from Takeo, causing him to frown. Nevertheless, confident in his own power and the monstrous regenerative abilities of a demon, he showed no sign of worry. He then charged at Takeo again, closing the distance in an instant. Two fists slammed into Takeru's body. Wanting to test his opponent's offensive power, Takeru didn't even bother to defend, allowing the two punches to strike his face. The tremendous force pushed Takeru back several steps. Seizing the opportunity, Akaza followed up with two kicks, sending Takeru flying back about 2 meters. "Takeru-san!" Seeing this, Tanjiro cried out in worry, his hand tightening on his sword hilt. Beside him, Nezuko's nails unconsciously lengthened, ready to attack. Yukino and Sylphin also had magical power swirling around them, prepared to unleash spells for support at any moment. Why isn't Takeru fighting back? Only Rengoku frowned deeply. Although Akaza's movements were fast, they were similar in speed to his initial surprise attack. Logically, if Takeru could react once, he should be able to do so again. So why wasn't he attacking? What's wrong? Was that first hit just luck? Seeing Takeru get kicked away so easily, Akaza paused, looking at him mockingly. "No. I'm just feeling a bit disappointed, that's all," Takeru replied calmly, brushing dust off his clothes. "What do you mean?" Akaza's brow furrowed. "Nothing much. It's just that you can't even break my defense." "You're a bit too worthless," Takeru stated with clear disdain. Hearing Takeru's words, Akaza's expression instantly darkened. With another explosive burst of speed, he charged at Takeru once more. However, having roughly gauged his opponent's offensive power, Takeru wasn't planning to let himself get beaten around too much this time. He moved forward to meet Akaza's assault head-on. Chapter 125, Chapter 125 Hackerware. 1,244 words. First, after blocking two of his punches, Takeru shifted slightly, causing Akaza's guard to drop momentarily. Seizing the opening, Takeru threw a full-powered, unreserved punch directly into Akaza's abdomen. Boom! With a deafening sound, Akaza's body shot backward like a cannonball. He crashed through several large trees over 40 meters behind before finally coming to a stop. However, when Akaza stood up again, he found himself completely uninjured. It wasn't due to his regeneration, rather, Takeru's attack seemed to have carried no force at all. This left him bewildered. Strangely, he felt incredibly energetic, as if he could continue fighting for days on end. Just as Akaza was lost in confusion, a peculiar doll appeared behind him. The doll had a large display screen showing the number 4620. "Time's up. Commencing interest calculation," the doll announced. The number began to change, directly jumping to 5082. "What is this?" Seeing the doll beside him, Akaza was stunned. He then viciously punched the doll, sending it flying. Yet, the doll, seemingly unharmed, flew right back to his side. HMPH. Seeing this, Akaza kicked the doll away again. Even after being sent flying and crashing through a tree, the doll remained intact and flew back to his side once more. "Time's up. Commencing interest calculation." As the doll spoke again, the number on its display changed once more, this time to 5,590, and its size grew slightly larger. Although he didn't understand what was happening, Akaza instinctively sensed something was wrong. He turned his gaze back to Takeru and explosively charged to his side. It wasn't just Akaza who was confused. Rengoku, Tanjiro, and even Yukino and Sylphin stared dumbfounded at Takeru, having no idea where that doll had come from. "What the hell is this thing?" Akaza roared at Takeru upon reaching him. "I just lent you some of my stamina," Takeru replied with a smile. "What do you mean?" Although Akaza understood each word individually, their combined meaning eluded him. "Exactly what it sounds like. By the way, the interest rate is 10% per 10 seconds. Every 10 seconds overdue incurs a 10% interest charge," Takeru explained without hiding anything, still smiling. Hearing this, Akaza was even more stunned. This world had no concept of Nen abilities, and Takeru's power seemed even more bizarre than blood demon arts, leaving Akaza momentarily unable to process it. "Time's up. Commencing interest calculation." While they were talking, the number changed again. The stamina doll's value became 6149. Seeing Akaza still dazed, Takeru appeared before him once more and threw another punch. By the time Akaza snapped back to reality, he found himself, again, completely unharmed. The only change was when the stamina doll announced the next number, the value on its display had reached 9365. Seeing the number on the stamina doll and feeling a slight, growing fatigue within himself, Takeru decided not to lend him any more stamina. After all, it wouldn't be long before Akaza went bankrupt. Though I don't fully understand, as long as I defeat you, it should be fine, right? After batting the stamina doll away once more, Akaza fixed his gaze on Takeru. A wise choice. But that depends on whether you can hit me first, Takeru responded with a faint smile. With that thought, Akaza hesitated no longer and attacked Takeru again. However, his movements were laid bare to Takeru's observation haki. Coupled with Takeru's superior physical reaction speed, Akaza simply couldn't land a hit. Takeru, while seeing numerous openings in Akaza's defense, only landed a few light blows. Although the ability, Hackaware, was incredibly potent, it had its flaw. Once Takeru used this ability on someone, until that person's stamina was bankrupt, all of Takeru's attacks against them would be converted into lent stamina. When the target attacked Takeru, the numerical value would decrease based on the damage dealt, but the stamina Takeru had already consumed would not be recovered. Only after the target's stamina was completely bankrupt would all the stamina Takeru had provided be returned to him at once. Furthermore, the target would then be forced to continuously supply stamina to Takeru at a rate of roughly 20 stamina points every 10 seconds. In the short term, it seemed negligible, but at that rate sustained over 3 days, the accumulated amount would become enormous. Based on Takeru's estimation, a normal adult stamina, if quantified, would be around 1000. Normal sleep recovery would only replenish about 200 stamina points per hour, which would be utterly insufficient to keep up with a 20-point drain every 10 seconds. Moreover, once stamina bankruptcy occurred, unlike during the interest calculation phase, there were no spatial or distance limitations. No matter where the person was, the deck-collecting stamina doll would forcibly transfer stamina to Takeru. Therefore, under normal circumstances, once an ordinary person was hit by this Nen ability, they would inevitably be exhausted to death. Aside from this method, Takeru could choose a second option, forcing the target to supply 100 stamina points every 10 seconds. However, in this case, the stamina doll would only last for 1 hour before disappearing. Time's up. Commencing interest calculation. Soon, the stamina doll changed again, its size growing larger, and its value reaching 12080. Destructive Death, Air Type. Noticing the stamina doll's value increasing yet again, Akaza dared not gamble on what would happen if the number reached a certain point. He decided to stop holding back and used one of his techniques. With a punch thrown in the air towards Takeru, Takeru perceived an air cannon-like attack speeding toward him. Facing this, Takeru calmly threw a punch of his own, easily dispersing the air blast. Seeing Takeru so effortlessly neutralize his air type, Akaza unleashed 5 consecutive punches. 5 invisible air blasts shot towards Takeru's position. In response, Takeru simply threw a few more casual punches, easily detonating the incoming air type attacks mid-air. Watching Takeru's calm demeanor and the ever-increasing number on the stamina doll, a sense of urgency grew in Akaza's heart. Meanwhile, Rengoku, Tanjiro, and the others could only watch dumbfounded. None of them had imagined that Takeru, using just one peculiar technique, could so thoroughly suppress Upper Moon 3, Akaza. The speed of their exchanges made it difficult for Tanjiro to follow. Rengoku could keep up with Takeru and Akaza's battle, but he felt he would struggle to perform as well as Takeru. Combined with Takeru's unique ability, Rengoku quickly realized that Takeru's strength undoubtedly surpassed his own. Moreover, if they could learn such an ability, wouldn't it make confronting demons much easier? Back on the battlefield, driven by urgency, Akaza's attacks became even faster and more ferocious. Fueled by the stamina borrowed from Takeru, he attacked without any restraint. Yet, faced with Akaza's increasingly wild assaults, Takeru's expression grew even calmer. He showed no intention of merely defending, regardless of how Akaza attacked. Takeru met each blow with a punch of his own. Soon, when the value on the doll reached 15695, Akaza had to grudgingly admit that his normal attacks were utterly ineffective against Takeru. He quickly retreated, putting some distance between them. Destructive Death, Annihilation Type. Akaza unleashed a furious barrage of blows at an incredible speed towards Takeru. Countless blue shockwaves surged forward. Perfect timing. Rankiku. Seeing the rapidly approaching blue shockwaves, Takeru swiftly swung his leg. Instantly, numerous white slashing waves shot from his foot, clashing with the annihilation-type shockwaves mid-air. Both energies dissipated upon impact. Chapter 126, Chapter 126 Kamehameha vs Destructive Death. 1388 words. Not bad at all, Takeru remarked, impressed that his opponent's attack had completely neutralized his Rankiku. While Rankiku wasn't Takeru's primary offensive method, and his power was currently halved due to the substantial stamina he had lent out, achieving such a result was still commendable for his opponent. Time's up. Commencing interest calculation. Insufficient stamina value. Initiating debt collection mode. Meanwhile, as Akaza was marveling at Takeru's ability to counter his annihilation-type attack, the stamina doll underwent a change. Immediately afterward, Akaza felt as if a large portion of his stamina had vanished, leaving him with a hollow, empty sensation. Once he went bankrupt, all the stamina Takeru had previously lent him would instantly dissipate, and an equivalent amount of stamina would be forcibly extracted from Akaza's own reserves and returned to Takeru. Of course, since Akaza's base stamina was roughly around 17,000, instantly repaying over 7,000 points, combined with the stamina he had already expended, left him with about 6,000 points remaining. He wasn't completely incapacitated. Feeling his own stamina being replenished, Takeru allowed a faint smile to touch his lips. Is it over? Seeing the change in the stamina doll, the onlookers behind, including Tanjiro, murmured in confusion. No. Akaza doesn't look like he's lost the ability to fight, Rengoku countered, frowning. It's about time to end this, Akaza, Takeru said lightly, ignoring the speculations behind him. He simply set the debt collection mode to drain 100 stamina points from Akaza every 10 seconds. Even as he said this, Takeru knew it wouldn't be that simple. After all, Akaza was no ordinary human, he was an upper-rank demon. His stamina recovery rate was far beyond that of a normal person. However, one thing was certain, Akaza's recovery rate absolutely could not reach 100 points every 10 seconds. Even at full capacity, it was likely around 100 points per minute at most. Damn it! Feeling the hollowness from his depleted stamina, Akaza seethed with anger. He threw another futile punch at the now transformed debt-collecting doll, but it was useless. HMPH. Though I have to admit your ability is strange, even with half my stamina gone, half is more than enough to kill all of you. Akaza declared, watching the doll fly back to him. As if reaching a conclusion, he regained his composure. Oh? Are you sure about that? Takeru replied, amused by Akaza's confidence. Just then, another 10 seconds passed. To Akaza's shock, he felt another sliver of his stamina disappear. Noticing this, he stared dumbfounded at Takeru. Ha ha, looks like you've noticed. Besides the initial debt collection, you'll need to keep paying me stamina continuously from now on, Takeru explained with a light laugh. Hearing this, Akaza's expression changed drastically, losing all its previous calmness. Not daring to waste any more time, he explosively charged at Takeru again. Destructive Death, Leg Type, Crown Splitter. Closing the distance instantly, Akaza swung his leg upward from below in a powerful kick aimed at Takeru's head. Facing this attack, Takeru remained unhurried, simply leaping lightly out of its range. Destructive Death, Leg Type, Explosive Flurry. Seeing Takeru jump into the air, Akaza wasn't dismayed. Instead, a smile appeared. He leaped after Takeru and unleashed another technique. He believed that in mid-air, Takeru would be unable to dodge. Explosive Flurry involved delivering several rapid, violent kicks to the same spot with one leg, like a burst of light. Kami! In response, Takeru completely relaxed his body, swaying and flowing with the rhythm of the attack, causing every single kick to miss. Impossible! Destructive Kill, Leg Type, Flying Planet 1000 Wheels. Seeing even Explosive Flurry fail to connect, Akaza found it hard to accept and quickly switched to another move. A series of continuous kicks, their trajectories elusive and blurred, swarmed towards Takeru like shooting stars. Yet, despite using such an attack, Takeru's body seemed to anticipate every move, dodging them all effortlessly. Once Akaza's assault ended, Takeru delivered a simple kick that sent Akaza flying backward. Impossible! After regaining his footing, Akaza stared at Takeru with disbelief. The fact that not a single one of his attacks had connected was unacceptable to him. It's all over. I respect you as a warrior. To thank you for helping me test my abilities, I will use my greatest power to end you, Takeru stated seriously, looking at Akaza. Greatest power. His words left everyone stunned. Haim. Taking a deep breath, Takeru assumed a classic stance, his voice a low murmur. As Takeru began gathering energy, a brilliant blue light coalesced between his hands. Whether it was Tanjiro, Inosuke, or Rengoku, in that instant, they all felt as if they were witnessing something truly fierce. Their bodies screamed at them to retreat, an instinctual warning that being hit would mean certain death, that no defense could possibly withstand it. Akaza felt the same primal terror. His hair stood on end, and his body momentarily stiffened. The thought flashed through his mind, I will die. I absolutely cannot block this. Don't be ridiculous. I am Upper Moon 3, Akaza. Destructive death, annihilation type. Sensing that despairing thought, Akaza's mind seemed to snap. He roared in fury, pouring every last ounce of his remaining power into his final, ultimate technique. Ha! On Takeru's side, as the gathered energy reached its peak, he thrust his hands forward. Instantly, a massive blue energy wave erupted from his palms, colliding head-on with Akaza's destructive death, annihilation type. They clashed for less than half a second before the Kamehameha overpowered it with unstoppable momentum force, piercing straight through Akaza's body. Bathed in the energy of the Kamehameha, Akaza felt his very being disintegrating. His cells were annihilated within the torrent of energy, his body fading away, his consciousness dissolving. Yet, in the final moment before oblivion, a flood of long-forgotten memories surged back to Akaza. Memories from his human life, his true name, Hakuji. In his youth, Hakuji's only remaining family was his father, who suffered from a severe illness. The young Hakuji, desperate to save his father's life, turned to theft to get money for medicine. Driven by instinct, Hakuji believed that if he were weak, he would inevitably face retaliation from his victims or capture by the authorities. So, while stealing, he also relentlessly honed his physical skills. Despite his training, Hakuji couldn't escape capture every time. Initially, due to his youth, he was always released. But after turning 15, he was subjected to a punishment at the magistrate's office, 100 heavy blows, a beating that would render even a grown man unconscious. Thanks to his years of training, Hakuji endured the punishment and was released. However, upon returning home, he received devastating news. His father, believing he had become a burden, had taken his own life. Later, Hakuji encountered the person who would change his life, his master, Kizo. He also met his future beloved, Kizo's daughter, Koiki. While caring for the frail Koiki, Hakuji revealed his inherently gentle nature, and over time, living together day by day, Koiki gradually fell in love with him. But this peace was short-lived. During a period when everything seemed to be going well, Hakuji returned alone to his hometown to visit his father's grave. When he came back to the dojo, he discovered that both his master and his beloved had been killed by a rival dojo master who had poisoned them out of jealousy. Having lost everything he sought to protect once again, Hakuji completely broke. He single-handedly killed all 67 people in the rival dojo with his bare hands. It was at this moment that Muzan Kibutsuji appeared, bewitching the lost and confused Hakuji and brought him under his sway. In the end, after becoming a demon, Hakuji gradually lost all his memories. His heart was left with only the obsession to become stronger. He was given a new name, Akaza. Forgive me, Koiki. After remembering everything, Akaza's appearance seemed to change once more, and tears streamed from his eyes. Welcome back, my love. Yet, in his final moment, Hakuji seemed to see Koiki's soul, as if she had been watching over him all this time. Now, she gazed at him with tears in her own eyes. Koiki! With Hakuji's last whispered word, he finally shattered into fragments and vanished from the world. Don't forget to like and subscribe to Novel Wonderland.